So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. We are on stage 3, day 3 of 7 stages and 8 days of racing. With that intermediate day in the almost the middle, it's going to be the Sunday Race Club, because of course the Sunday Race Club stops for nothing. Just a dramatic pause in there, just appropriate for the moment. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here in the studio with Emma Martin once again. Emma, 2 days in, things haven't really got much clearer beyond where we were on the start of the race in terms of our overall competitions, particularly. No uber decisive gaps. We've had little indications of what's happening, but no real definitive. Nobody's put their stamp on it and said, this is mine, and taken it home.
No, but these are the first 2 days of, 7 stages of the MyWhoosh Championships. And I think we've had some really exciting racing for that statement, Matt. Because if you look at GC, yeah, it's still really, really close. It is across the board. But the sprint competition has been fabulous. The climbing competition has really just started to get underway. People are starting to show us what type of form they're on. And there's been some great performances out there. There really, really has. I think there's a lot more to come. But today, really for me, is a bit of a transition stage. It's a day where there's a lot of sprint points out for offer today in both the men's and the women's categories. So we're going to see that sprint competition continue. Not a lot of climbing, 1 climb in the women's race, 2 in the men, but it's not a particularly steep climb. It's a stepped climb in Hudayriyat, 9 steps on that climb. We've seen it in the Women's Sunday Race Club. So I think it's going to be quite an even climb across the sprinters and the climbers. It's going to be interesting to see how it's raced today as part and parcel of the MyWhoosh Championships. But I think there's a lot of people holding themselves back at the moment because they know the 2 big stages are coming, stage 4 and stage 5, where the mountains really appear.
And just to sort of expand on that point, and maybe just throw a few question marks out there for people who are watching going into the women's race first and then into the men's race. I think we're going to be watching today, and I think one of the question marks in my head is that we have riders who now are maybe going to be a little bit more energy conservative here today, so that they are not in the red going into those mountain stages. So we need to keep that lens of the overall and keep it in perspective when we've got into today's stage.
There's also those riders who aren't looking at those mountain stages. They're thinking they're not for them. And today is their opportunity.
It is indeed. This is going to be all about making sure our riders can control the chaos that is the MyWhoosh Championship racing. We are going to go in to stage 3 here on MyWhoosh. Let's get into the details. Let's head to stage 3. So welcome to stage 3, Control the Chaos. It's a great title for our stage today, which is, as Emma just said, a transitional stage rolling from the early stages, which, although they did have climbs, we've only had one of our big categorized climbs, a category 1 climb. Today we have a C2, a category 2 climb, so more points on offer on that climb than the standard category 4 climbs. But in terms of our women's race, that comes at the 18K mark when we're coming up to the top of the climb, and that's going to leave a further 25 or so K to the finish. I think this is going to be really, really telling how this race plays out as we run into the race finish at 50.4 kilometers.
Yeah, I think it is going to be telling, but I'll tell you something, the small bump out of the pen is going to be really instrumental, but there is a slight tailwind up and over the top of that. The riders, yet again, are going to have to be a really good warm-up to come out. There's another couple of bumps along the way, but that main climb, 9 steps on that climb in Hudayriyat, it raises us into the sky. It's absolutely brilliant. We do a loop at the top and we come back down the other side. It's a fabulous climb, and one that the women will be used to. They'll know it. Those riders who have been on the Sunday Race Club, you then come down through the Hudayriyat beach beach sprint. No stopping at the beach for a swim, anybody.
Can I have an ice cream?
No,
Oh.
not during the race.
Okay.
And then we transition through the roller bumps along the way before a very flat run-in. That sprint, that final sprint, comes at the 45.8 kilometre marker. It's a really interesting run to the finish from there because, 4K really, isn't it? And then we're there.
We are. I want to just highlight something a little bit further back on the race route, and that is the two bridges that take us in and out of Abu Dhabi at the 31.5 kilometre mark and about the 35K marker. There's one in red and there's one in blue. The one in red is wind direction is a banging headwind. And then you have a banging tailwind back out. So basically, start in Abu Dhabi, tailwind onto the island, do all our stuff around the island, including going up and down the big climb. We then go back into that. It really is. I can't describe it. It's going to be a really tough headwind. It's going to really compress things into Abu Dhabi, go in the loop, come back out again, over the bridge again, come back. And that is what's going to take us over the climbs back into the race finish. We're going to run through our riders. We're going to start off with our Category 6 riders. Currently, the overall classification being led by Jessica Hurtado. She's the rider leading that classification, just under a second clear of Arias. Behind us, Smithson still holding third place, 2 seconds in that. And you can see still compressed inside the top 8-10 riders. Once we get to Georgina Jones, though, the gaps go out. And that is because of that breakaway that we saw yesterday.
They do indeed. And that Category 6 race really starting to move and motor. It's so close still at the top after 2 days. I mean, you look at it and I'm looking, 9 riders, 8 seconds. It is so close on GC. It really is. And I think today, there's an opportunity, I think, for a group to come to the finish today, and that's highly likely to happen, I think, in Category 6. It's that, or we're going to see a smaller breakaway, but I'm not sure it is. I think we're going to see a group of maybe 7 or 8 riders in Cat 6 come to the finish line and sprint it out on day 3.
And this could well answer a question that we posed in the podcast that we were talking about last night. And that quite simply is, can a breakaway win this rather than a mountain climber win this? So can you make enough time in breakaways during the early stages to take the win? Jessica Hurtado is definitely going to be hoping that is the case, as is Daniela Lodano and Joanna Warren. They were 1, 2, 3 on the stage. And as you can see, less than 0.3 of a second separated them. The sprints competition, Georgina Jones holding the points competition at the moment, holding on to that jersey. But we will have to see if Angie Arias is able to do that as we move on. With Arias at the moment taking the top of the mountains climbing standings at the moment, with a mountain out on course. Let's go in to our race start. We are in with Jessica Hurtado, the gold skin suit wearer, as leader on the road. We will see, will she hold on to that jersey today? Can she control the chaos as the boss of the Category 6 women's peloton? The leader in yellow always is normally respected a little bit more, given a little bit more leeway, just given they can boss the group about without people chelping up too much. I love the word chelping. It's a great word. Not what it really means in the dictionary, but chelping's a good word.
Well, whilst Matt Chelps in the corner, the riders and rollers are out of the pen, and a steady start for Hurtado in that gold skin suit. She's nicely positioned in the bunch. She's got a great draft, great positioning at the moment, and you can see that because on the white bar the numbers are in green. The chevrons alongside indicate how strong that draft is. 3 chevrons maximum draft, 2 then 1 before that number goes into the black, which gives you an indication of when you need to push. Hurtado's still in the draft, and the pack all rolling together here. 1 or 2 riders just getting distance on the corner. They're going to need to squeeze on those pedals to get back into that draft before that small climb starts. And start, it is about to. Well, up the ramp they go, up the bridge, up the flyover, because that's what that first small climb is today. We're in Hudayriyat Island.
It takes us over from Abu Dhabi Central. We've literally, Emma and I have sat in a taxi between the hotel where we were with the riders at the MyWhoosh Championships and gone over this bridge on our way in. And I was looking jealously at the cycle path either side of the bridge going into Hudayriyat Island as we went to go visit the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, which is based in Hudayriyat Island. We're in with our leader on the road. It is Jessica Geraldine Hurtado. And Jessica, if I am not much mistaken, the rider who I think is going to be there because of the basically because she's got the ability, I think, to dig really deep and be in the right move at the right time. And that is absolutely the fact that she's a brilliant sprinter and good takeaway. You know, she puts herself there is immaterial. She knows where she needs to be. She knows she wants to be on the front of this group, just accelerating up. We're just in with Liz Smithson, who is going to be leading in the GCC competition. So our GCC competition led by Liz Smithson from Hala Abeda, then Musa Al Mansouri, Angelica Limbaga, and Fanuchikon Sarasu in that order in our GCC competition. Now, in the Masters competition, it is also Liz Smithson leading in that. The Vegemite Vixen's rider at the moment.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I mean, I like Marmite. I'm not so keen on Vegemite, but if Vegemite makes you go this quick, I want some.
Well, can I just say, in that Masters competition, Liz Smithson, Joanna Warren and Bridget Bremner, the top 3 riders in that Masters competition, are all part and parcel of that Vegemite Vixens team. Great to see. And just 1 minute 52 back is Bremner. It's close between Smithson and Warren, 1.2 seconds. I'm loving the fact that the teammates have got their own competition whilst they're working together as a team.
Yeah, it's that inter-team. Does that make sense? The inter-team, the inside the team into competition that is going on the way through. So the riders battling it out. Nina Pierce doing an amazing job, and I got to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Nina Pierce goes on. At the moment, leading the points competition, the sprints competition, 27 points to 23 for Jones. Warren sitting in 3rd place in there. I think that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I've got to say right now, and this is across all categories, men's and women's, the riders who are they're racing today. Well done on making day 3, because this is not an easy task. You can see the trophy shelf above Jacqueline Almeida. We know Almeida is an absolutely class rider. You can see the Brazilian flag proudly on her left sleeve there. A really strong rider and doing a great job at the moment, I think, of just holding position and just making sure that she is in that group. Currently in 15th place overall. She's got a good gap to 17th position. I think it's going to be how that plays out, though, will be very, very telling.
Yeah, and one of the things I really love, I mean, we often talk about the top end of a stage race, don't we, in terms of the 6 different categories, who's in the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots, how's it playing out? But let's not forget, there are battles right the way down the race field. Even when you are mid-pack or towards the back of the pack, you're still having your own personal races with the other riders on GC. And sometimes you have a strong race, sometimes you have a weaker race, sometimes you catch the rider in front of you or you ride with them that day, and there's a job and objective to stay with them. Barco, Kraus, Agadello and Scriven on your screens at the moment. 4 of the riders in the category 6 race. It is stage 3 and we are on Hudayriyat Island. I don't know if it's, you can go out and you can ride on this island as well. Should you be out in Abu Dhabi, you can ride this course. And, it's great to see our riders.
Congratulations to all of our riders. Congratulations, you four. Congratulations, guys, on going so far in and for going in to the Hudayriyat Island in that group and doing a great job. You can see our 3 groups on the road now, just splitting as they make their way down. Monica Hadjuk in this leading group of riders at the moment. And I've got to say, great to go in once again with Monica Hadjuk. You can see the screens there now. Nice setup there. I really like the fact she's got the screen the big screen alongside, and then the race screen in front of her. So getting that information on the way through, really, really critical. You spend a lot of time racing. If you're a regular on, for example, the Sunday Race Club, you ride the MyWhoosh Championships, you maybe ride the Cycling Esports League on MyWhoosh, you're going to spend a lot of time sat on your bike looking at the screen. So you want to make that, one, as comfy as possible, so it's all in the right place. Height of your screen is really important, and the size of the screen. You might think bigger is better. It is in many things, believe me. However, you don't want it too big, because if you have to turn your head to see all of the information, then you're likely, if you're looking at the left-hand side to see something and the information is on the right, or vice versa, your peripheral vision is not necessarily going to get it. You want everything in. So actually, you might not want that 150-inch television screen that is huge, or the projection on the wall, unless it's far enough away that you can actually see, in which point you might as well have a smaller screen, but in the right place in front of you.
Well, do you know what's really interesting? Because I also have my screen when I'm racing, I have it slightly offset.
Do you?
Yeah, so I'm not actually in the middle of it.
Really?
Because actually
Why?
the information I want is on the right-hand side.
So you set the screen slightly to your left?
Very, very slightly. It's not, if it's in the middle, I don't like it. So I have it slightly offset, because the key information I want to make sure I can see in my peripheral vision is the data.
The nearby list on the right-hand side. That's the numbered list with the riders' names on it, which has detailed information on every rider, watts per kilo, the time gaps, and those are and who's there, which is critical.
But it just, it just shows you how, when it comes to setting up your racing space, how important it is. It's no different than setting up your racing bike if you're outdoors on the road. Different people like slightly different setups. So it's exactly the same. It's just your race space, and it's part and parcel of your equipment.
I have to admit, I am a bit Eddie Merckx-like. I actually spend a lot of time making sure I'm absolutely spot on. I don't carry a spanner in my back pocket to adjust my seat height, but I do like it absolutely spot on. Laser levels are your friend. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see who's got laser vision and targeted today's stage in Category 5. At the moment, Victoria Sewell leading the Category 5 competition overall. Sewell at the moment leading her gap to Alzat only 0.085 of a second, with Amy Loxley, who was absolutely stomping all over the climbs. That's a great phrase, and I have borrowed that from somebody else on the podcast last night, but I think it's right. She has indeed been stomping all over the climbs. Loxley right in the mix there. Kansara Jones also inside of 1 second in the overall. We realistically now have what is 7 riders within 8 seconds, and then it's back to 36 seconds for Kath Tomkinson in 8th, and then 9th place downwards to 12th is very close, and then 13th place down is still close. So it's not.
So it's close.
It's in blocks. It's close. Yeah, I know I used the word close multiple times there, but basically, I think for me, most of these riders have got somebody that they can be battling against on the way in. And when we go on to our big mountain stages, not only are there big points on offer, but there are also big time gaps to be had if you come in at the front of the race versus maybe being distance in those later stages.
Yeah, well, the 1, 2, 3, Sewell, Loxley, and Alzat, you can see so close. It really, 0.220 of a second, the top 3. But Louisa Schultz picking up a lot of points yesterday in that stage. She picked up 14 points yesterday. It puts her in the leading Category 5 in terms of that sprint competition with 29 points. Really strong racing. In the mountains competition, Becker picked up 15. Loxley picked up 18. That means that they are so close at the top, 23 to 25. Tanya Holweiler, the rider we are in with as Category 5, leave the pen and swing out onto the course.
I'm just going to dive back to the Queen of the Mountains competition here, because I know you said Becker and Loxley in their 25 and 23 points. We should mention Jackie Giuliano as well, sitting in 3rd place on 20 points, so 5 points separating the top 3 today. And I think that's one of the key things here, isn't it? It's very easy, I think, for us to think it's those 3 only, but there's so many points left on the stages that actually, if somebody has a good day in the mountains, they are going to rocket up through those standings further down in the mountains competition. Today, the 4 sprints are going to really affect the scores on the sprint competition. to put that into perspective, Schultz has scored 29 points so far. There are 20 points on offer today.
Yeah, we saw Amy Loxley yesterday, really, really giving it large and battling in those competitions. Can I just say, my friend and I, Amy had a plat yesterday. I know this is really immaterial to most people, but my friend and I have a saying, plats for watts. And
Oh, but it's gone now.
Amy Loxley had a plat yesterday, so the watts were absolutely dialing it. She was going to ride well today anyway. I mean, it's just psychological, and psychological things work.
Is this the same friend who, when she didn't have a plat, actually had a fake plat just so she had extra watts?
She did, and she wore it racing, so she had extra watts. Yeah, strange things happen in the world of cycling, but it is all true. Psychology is so important, and you know what? If you can have a bit of fun and you feel good, you race strong. Amy Loxley, right towards the front of this pack. She's racing strong this week on the MyWhoosh Championships. It's absolutely fabulous to see. 245 watts as she's coming up and over the bridge onto Hudayriyat Island. She's putting in some really strong performances at the moment.
And this really does give the riders an indication of what they're going to face coming over. Because remember, once we've gone over the mountain, this is the bridge that goes out and back from Hudayriyat out to Abu Dhabi, then back in again later in the stage between that 30 and 35 kilometre marker. So they're going to cross this bridge twice more once we've done the big climb of the day. And that may well be where that break point is, because it's going to be 15.8k back to the 11.5k back to the finishing line from the bump the other side, 15k from the last time back to the finishing line. The riders at the moment up and on to the climb. The background, you can see the island unfolding in front of them. I love the fact this is so realistic. It is one of my favorite worlds. I mean, we are in the home of MyWhoosh based in Abu Dhabi in the UAE, and so many of our riders out and riding out on to these courses. Category 5, let's just very briefly, Emma, can we talk about the team competition?
Well, just very quickly, because we're in with Wilhelm at the moment. She's currently leading the Masters competition.
Yes.
And, and let's not forget that Amy Loxley's leading GCC comp.
Yes.
In terms of that team competition, yes, feel free.
Yeah, Maria Wilhelm leading team, the pedal dancers, Wilhelm with Jazikowicz, Alza and Beckera. So at the moment, those are your leading 4 riders in the team of the pedal dancers. They have a time gap of 30 seconds to the pedal artist. And in fact, Isabel Alza, part of that team as they make their way down the climb, just dropping down. One of our riders competing in that under 23 competition and leading it.
And she's indeed leading it, and quite significantly as well, by 14 minutes already at the end of stage 2. Absolutely amazing to see. Great performance from her. So Alzat leading that youth competition, tightly packed into the group. Part and parcel of those teams, as you mentioned there, Matt, in terms of that team competition, the pedal dancers 30 seconds ahead of the FCC pedal artists, the Femme Cycle Collab team. Those Femme Cycle Collab teams right the way through the women's peloton, all 6 categories, they've got riders representing them. And they are right in the mix here, just 30 seconds back after 2 races, so 2 stages, should I say, 2 races, 2 stages of the 7. It's a good close competition with the 2 teams in there at the moment. And I say Aeronova are 3 minutes back.
That's not insurmountable, is it?
That's exactly what I was about to say.
I must find another word. Please get in touch with me at Matt Fixer Payne with another word for insurmountable that I can use on the broadcast. I know I could just look in the thesaurus, but I'm not. So do let me know.
Yes. Well, category 5 at the 3 kilometre marker. They're up and over the first bridge of the day. They're out onto Hudayriyat Island. Karolina Jazekowicz on your screen at the moment, and you can see her there. The sun coming through the window. Curtains closed because of the heat and the sunshine outside. Just keeping that bright light out of her eyes as well, so she can have a good look at that screen. Again, setting up that pain cave. She's right on the front of the group at the moment, and the entire group rolling together.
They are. I think we're seeing day 3. It's a bit like the midweek hump, but this is day 3. It's not the middle, but it is the middle of this block of 5 days.
Before the rest day.
Before the rest day. And I think what we're seeing is people now settling into a pace where they know that there's going to be moves on the climbs. They know it's going to go hard later. I think when you do a stage race and when you race regularly, your first sort of few races, you have that enthusiasm. You can't help it. It's subconscious that you go a little bit harder, a little bit too soon. You race where maybe it's not utterly wise. I think by the time you get to day 3 or race 3, you're kind of going, I need to save my energy and I need to use it at the right time. The right time generally comes with an archway. And it's a screen archway in this competition because it's a sprint competition. They left it late. I didn't want to give anything away in case somebody was watching live there. Nina Pierce on the way down the straight here. Quick reminder, Pierce, of course, the rider who is leading in that sprint competition. 27 points to Jones's 23. Jones rolling on at speed.
Oh.
Is Jones going to come past? The 1-2 through the sprint are the 1-2 in the competition overall. Shalbar coming through behind here. And I'm looking for Warren in here or Hurtado. They're in third and fourth places, but I think
not contending.
They've maybe thought, do you know what? Let's give it a little bit of a break. 9.3K for that sprint. We start the climb at 12K.
Yeah, Hurtado and Warren have rolled through towards the back of the group. 21 riders in that leading group in Category 6. Pierce takes 5 points, Jones takes 4, Shalbois takes 3, Hadjuk takes 2, and Londano takes 1. Jones coming back into the group now, and 1 or 2 riders just need to squeeze on to get back into the group as well, but from the back rather than the front. But the pack back to its steady Zone 2, Zone 3 pace. So rolling along on the flat section at the moment here in Hudayriyat with the sea on the right hand side. A beautiful part of the world.
It is a beautiful part of the world. Now, let's go to Category 4, where Carolina Alzat held on to the race lead from the stage winner, Hanna Pekakova, who took away a real fast time coming into our race. It finishes Alzat, Pekakova, Martinuski, Barragan, and Dowling, the top 5 on your overall. You can see the time gaps there.
Yeah.
They are actually relatively big.
Yes.
And that's just because of the I'm saying relatively big because all the rest of the categories are so small.
Well, they're relatively big if you look outside the top 5. So the top 5 yesterday really did cement themselves in those positions. And yesterday it was Pekakova from Martinuski from Alzat, Angelina Roja in that sprints, and Carolina Alzat in the climbing. Those were the points they picked up. Overall, it's interesting because Alzat holds that top position, Pekakova in 2. She moved up 7 places on GC yesterday.
Yes.
With that win. Martinuska moved up 8, Barragan moved up 13, Dowling in 5th place, 17 seconds back, Pamplona, Rapaz, Hagland, Roa, there, and Prado all in the top 10. It's 80 seconds from the top of the race to 10th place. Again, when we come to those big mountains, it's still a gap that's achievable.
It is. Let's talk about the sprint and the climbs competition once we've got our riders up and away, because they're, again, really interesting battles out there on the climb. So we're going to be talking about those when our riders are set off from the start line. So Category 6, Category 5, and very shortly, Category 4 will be away. 50.4 kilometres today's race distance. Going to repeat that again. 50.4 kilometres race distance, as we saw on our screens. When we saw that screen from broadcast, the riders up and away, and at the moment the group coming out cleanly with the leader in the overall and in the mountains competition, Carolina Alzate, in the group as they come up and away. And it is something that is always worth checking, isn't it? Because we do see riders not starting days in stage races in leaders' jerseys. It doesn't happen often.
Oh, it doesn't happen often.
It doesn't happen
but
often.
It does happen.
Yeah, because if you're in a leader's jersey, you drag yourself in with
well, not being funny, but life happens too.
Life does happen, and that does affect it.
Sebra Ray on your screen, and she is in that Wolfies kit yet again. I'm just sorry, Seb, I'm apologising to you. I'm going to put my teeth in and start again. Sebaral Ray on your screen representing Wolfies in that kit. She's tightly in that category 4 bunch, concentrating at the moment because she knows that bridge is coming. She'll know this course like the back of her hand from the real world.
Definitely, and currently in 19th position.
In fact,
overall.
Wolfies, where Sebaral Ray works.
We're going to go past it.
We are. She is technically going to ride past it. Yesterday, we had Nicole Mayer racing from California in the Californian world. Today, we have Sebaral Ray racing from Hudayriyat Island in Hudayriyat Island.
I don't. Is Seba actually racing at Wolfies?
Well, she's got a fire door behind her. I can't assume she's got a fire door at home.
Seba, if you are racing at Wolfies, let us know on the makes it be really interesting to find out. Now, let's dive in with one rider who really was gutsy yesterday and really aggressive in her racing. Gina Di Grazia showing us that when the stage races come along, she's up and away. She's got the UAE ADQ jersey in the background there. I'm sure for inspiration. You can see Di Grazia, though, out of the saddle, kicking down through those pedals. And Di Grazia in that GCC competition ahead of Al Ray. There's just under 3 minutes separating the two races. It's great to have both of them on our screen, 1 and 2 in the GCC competition. I think that could go in either direction.
Yeah, we're in with Rosalina Barragan at the moment, the rider from the USA. She's currently in the lead in that Masters competition. And that's a good lead over Helen Taylor-Carter. She's at 4.5 minutes at the moment. But those riders battling it out and will continue to battle it out all the way through. But Barragan wearing that leader's jersey.
And Alma Mongelli sitting in a 3rd place.
She is indeed.
I think.
She is, yes.
So Mongelli, Taylor-Carter and Barragan, the top 3 in the Masters competition. The riders battling it out in our Young Riders competition.
This is close.
Yes. 30-some seconds?
31 seconds between Camilla Pamplona and Angelina Roa. And Pamplona wearing that jersey with the white sleeves, indicating she's leading that under-23 competition in category 4.
Now, let's talk sprints and talk climbs. Let's do sprints first of all. Angelina Roa, the rider who's 2nd in that under-23 competition, holding the lead. This is a 3-way battle. Roa, Fu, Pekakova. At the moment, they are on 25, 22 and 20 points respectively. Nearest rider is Gina Di Grazia with 10 points. Angelina Roa, we see her regularly on our screens. I think now fixing very firmly on the sprints competition, because in the climbs competition she's dropped down to 5th place, which doesn't sound that far down, but 20 points behind the leader in that competition is a substantial margin. Her sprinting has been spot on. How long will it be before we see Roa stretching that gap out? It's so close. She's got a real battle. I mean, it's great racing for her, but I mean, great. She probably would rather have bad racing and a bigger lead.
No, there's nothing. Great competition, you know, keeps you going day after day after day on a stage race. And I think that's what she'll love. That first sprint at the 9.3 kilometre marker, I think, is going to be, it's going to be the start of the battle today in category 4. And it will give us a clearer indication of who really, out of those 3, is really gunning for it. There's a phrase.
Gunning for it is a great phrase. I do like it. Just in with Alma Mongelli. We talked about Alma. I think this might be one of our first shots in with Alma. Ciao, Alma. Alma, one of our regular riders riding from Italy, a regular rider on some big mountains in Italy, on some big distances as well. So she's got the kilometres in her legs.
And the colourful Fem Cycle Collab kit on as well. So not just part of the team, but feeling part of the team too.
And it's great to see Alma smiling. Alma, we know you can do this. I'm expecting Alma. No pressure, Alma. But
she doesn't need to cross her fingers. We're positively channeling
I am expecting Alma just to get better and better as the week goes on. I know she's made of tough stuff. Now, we're going to run into our first sprint in the Category 5 race. Louisa Schultz, the leader in that sprint competition at the moment, kicking down hard on the front of this race. Amy Loxley has responded, but you can see Loxley sat down in person, top left-hand side of your screen here. Looks like she's got a secure distance between herself and Masciaretti. So, Interesting. 1 and 2 in the sprints competition, 1 and 2 on the road. Wilhelm just kicking on here, who's third place in that sprint competition behind Loxley. Loxley will be aware of that, but Loxley should be secure as we come up to the banner. Schultz is going to take maximum points here, extending her lead at the top of the standing. She's going to go over 30 points already in that competition.
One of the things that impresses me about Amy Loxley at the moment is their controlled efforts. She's doing something deliberately. So she wanted the extra points, but she didn't want to. Getting the maximum number of points was not the goal. She wasn't contending that against Schultz. She was ensuring she picked up 4 points. And that's why she pushed away from the group, but didn't go hard into that effort. So she's managing her efforts. She's controlling the energy, but she's achieving the goal.
I've got a thought on that. I'll come back to that in a moment. So the 5 riders up there who have taken away the points were on your screen, and those points will be added to the overall totals, which will be available on MyWhoosh.com or MyWhoosh info.
Yes, so Schultz picks up 5, Loxley picks up 4, Becerra picks up 3, Guiney picks up 2, Giuliano picks up 1. Louisa Schultz current total at the moment 34 points. Amy Loxley in second place at the moment on 17. Schultz has just got a phenomenal gap.
Now let's come to my thought on that before I lose it, because it could disappear very quickly. I have been on the bike, so things are evaporated almost as fast as I was perspiring today. The Amy Loxley's tactics in the sprint, she's not got the better of Schultz in the sprint. She knows she hasn't got that. In the early sprints, she gains as many points as she can without going hard at all. Then, where those points are available on the other side of a mountain or a climb, we've got 3 sprints the other side of today's climb.
Exactly.
And we have regularly got sprints the other side of climbs.
Exactly.
And that is over the course of the racing. She knows basically she needs Schultz to crumble at some point on a climb, and then she can mop up the points, and she will get big gaps, because if Schultz were to crumble, but if Schultz doesn't crumble, she's not expending too much energy. She's behind Schultz. That's how it is. That's my thought. We'll see whether it plans out over the days. It wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong. Let's go across to our Category 3 race. We're into the second half of our race fields, heading out on to course. In terms of the individual competition, Jen Riel ahead of Melissa Tuoma by, are you ready for this? 0.1 of a second.
I know.
It's brilliant.
This is just absolutely amazing. It is indeed the competition here, as we see in the Category 3 race.
0.9 of a second separating the top 6.
I know.
It's 1.8 of a second separating the top 7. And there's a lot of riders just queuing up to have a go. Yesterday's stage winner, Tuoma, moving herself up through the standings. I mean, it was so close. She nearly took away the GC as well with that stage win.
I know. Tuoma taking the win moves herself up 2 places on GC. Ting Lu in second place moves herself up 3 places on GC. And Eva Essler coming through in third moved herself up 5 places into 6th overall. So she's starting to tap on the top 5 with that move. Helen McKay in the sprint and Camilla Salgado in the climb. We'll go to those competitions once we go out of the pen.
We will indeed, although I think it's going to be a relatively brief conversation, to be fair, knowing I've had a little sneaky look, as you would expect on the run-in. We do our homework, I promise you, on the way in. And I've had a little look. They could be quite short conversations at the moment because of where those standings lay. We will get to those. We're in with Jen Riel, the leader in the general classification, the rider racing for the Riot on the Storm squad. It's time to go. Head out into the eye of the storm, onto the island. Who will take away top spot? Who can be calm amidst the chaos? Who's in control? And who is being controlled? It's time to find out in Category 3. They are up, they are away. Jen Riel leading the competition overall. In the group, our GC leader in the group, away cleanly, so safely out of the pens now. it's all about the next 50 or so kilometers to get to our race finish.
It is Monica Rona leading the group out of the pen and very quickly up to speed here on the front. And Rona now starting to go back into the bunch as the bunch start to move forward. Vinehart, Pluter, Manfron, McKay, they are all in the mix. Now, McKay, right at the top of the tree in that sprint competition. She picked up 15 points yesterday, added to her 13 points on day one. She's leading that competition with 28 points. Monica Pluter in second place, 19 points. She's 9 points back at the moment.
3 points behind her is Sarah Carolus, and I think that's going to be really interesting how that runs. Just in with one of our riders here at the moment. That's Romane Sepulveda.
Yes.
Do you know, I really do need more coffee today. So Sepulveda, the rider we're in with at the moment, just taking a quick check on the draft situation. Even though we're going over this climb, so it really shows you the draft is still key. This is a cross tailwind coming from the right-hand side. So getting the draft is really, really key here, because although it's a tailwind, when you're doing 30 kilometers an hour and the maximum wind speed of the day is about 15k an hour, 14.5 it is, you've still got 15k an hour of wind speed.
Well,
if it's 15k an hour
moved
tailwind.
up 2 places on GC yesterday, so she had a strong day yesterday. It'd be interesting to see if she can move up another couple of places today. Angel Hadlock on your screen at the moment. She's currently, in terms of category 3, in that GCC jersey.
She is indeed. Angel Hadlock sitting in 9th place overall, leading the GCC competition, nicely ensconced in there. Has a minute to make up on general classification to the leaders, but I don't think that's impossible for Hadlock, given what's left with some good consistent finishes. Let's move across to our Masters competition. So this is for our riders who are 45 and over. So Gemriel leading that. No surprises there.
Yeah, but you won't see the Masters jersey because it's hidden underneath the golden leaders jersey.
And even if it passed down to second place,
you still
it would be hidden underneath the sprint leaders jersey, which is Helen McKay. Marion Vittler sitting in 3rd place, and then Sepulveda, followed by Barand and Nyquist. Emily Nyquist currently sitting in 6th position, just outside the top 5 there in that Masters competition. Let's move across from one age spectrum to the other. We are going in with our youth competition. So our top 3 here, Sophia Aravena, the rider, in 3rd place, Diana Corrales in 2nd, but Angie Lodano leading in that youth competition.
Yes.
That is a good ride again by her, and I think she's going to be keeping her eye on that very much so. The gaps are not huge, are they? Not big enough to be unoverturnable. That was a search for an insurmountable.
It was, wasn't it? But one of the things to also note, she's riding for Colombian Peak Power. The teams will help defend these jerseys. It's not just the overall GC and the team competition. The teams are out there to also help defend the youth, the Masters and the GCC jerseys. Camilla Salgado on our screens at the moment. Salgado, yesterday there was some great racing from her, particularly on the climbs, and she's in that polka dot skin suit. Noticing the casquette has polka dots on it as well, so she's zoning the climbing competition today.
Yeah, and that lead, 13 points in the climbs ahead of Brittany Litton, behind her, then Jem Rio, 1 point behind her, tied on points with Ting Lu. She's set that lead up early coming in, but there's a lot of points still at stake.
Yes.
Particularly when we move on to our horse category climbs. Our big mountain day has 2 horse category climbs in it. Very similar climbs. Basically, they're long, draggy, horrible, mind-numbing things. I'm not being negative about the cost, but they are horrible.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
For somebody who doesn't like long climbs, I imagine they are. For somebody who likes short, punchy climbs, that's your bag. Personally, I think those days look really good.
Hang on, I've got to make the most of actually there being an even split of it here in the commentary box because last night I was outnumbered in terms of long climbs versus short and punchy because there was yourself and Hayley Simmons and Kristen Korchinski at one
I
point,
know.
all extolling the virtues of big long climbs like we're going to see on the mountains, and I was in a minority there, so I've got to make the most whilst I've got parity.
Well, category 4 on the run towards that sprint banner. That's the first sprint banner at the 9.3 kilometre marker. They're 500 metres out, and it's similar to what we saw earlier on, a steady roll in. And
Headwind.
then, yeah, I know. And then Angelina Rojo starts to punch at 10 watts per kilo. You can see her on your screen, up and out the saddle, punching through those pedals. Shiki Fu now starting to pick up from behind. The push is on. Pekka Kova now coming through as well. De Gracia Albin lifting the pace, not wanting to get gapped, but it's Roja versus Pekka Kova and Fu. The battle is actually on behind. The banner is still a little way off. Roja, I don't think, is going to be troubled from behind, but Pekka Kova and Fu are definitely battling for the smaller paces. I tell you something, 2 more meters and Pekka Kova would have come up and over the top.
Angelina Roa, that was proper brinksmanship there. I don't want to ever play cards again. That is calm under pressure there with Pekka Kova rocketing up behind. She holds on to take that. The time difference between them, 0.101 of a second. So basically a tenth of a second separating Roa from Pekka Kova. Roa with 5 points, Pekka Kova with 4, Fu with 3, Alray with 2, and Monica Rapaz with 1 point. So that sprint competition, Roa extending her lead over Fu and Pekka
Can I
Kova.
just say something, though? The Category 4 pack, 30 seconds slower than the Category 5 race field to that 9 kilometre mark. 30 seconds, over 30 seconds slower.
Really tactical racing going on.
So a more tactical, sedate race to that point in Category 4 than in Category 5. We see that quite regularly, but it's really interesting. This is Category 3, and this looks to me like it's a steadier start as well. Van Rossum, Lorena Beltram, Toomer and Miller on your screen.
Indeed. So Kimberly Miller, bottom right-hand side, top right-hand side, Jimmy Garcia. We've also got Melissa Toomer, bottom left-hand side, and then Gina Van Rossum on the top left there. Van Rossum still with the ice vest on. We saw her starting the day in the ice vest yesterday, then taking that back off again. We'll see how that progresses, of course, for her and all the rest of the riders in Category 3 as we move across to our Category 2 riders. Now, in terms of the general classification, it was no change at the top because we had the same stage winner 2 days in a row. Emily Sopers basically extending her lead fractionally over second place Sarah Roach. 1.5 seconds is the gap between Sopers and Roach, with Garea in third at 2.5 seconds back. And in fact, it's another of these races where that breakaway that went away in the race yesterday has separated out the race field. 12 riders in that leading group, and then it's a gap of what, 26, 30 seconds, isn't it, if I remember right? 25 seconds.
It's, well, Simmons in 12th at 6 seconds back, and then 20 seconds further back is London. Sanchez, Nielsen there as well. Lethbridge is in that mix. So is Briggs, and that's down to 17th place. So around 30 seconds separate the top 17 in this category.
And if we look at our stage winner, Emily Sopers, you see her time yesterday, 1 hour, 29 minutes, 17.452 seconds. Just under half a second behind was Sarah Roach with Sylvia Correa in third place. We'll go across to the sprints and the climbs when these riders have left the pens. I'm just going to put this out there. I could see don't listen to this, Emily, if you're watching. Close your ears for a second. I could see Emily Sopers making this 3 from 3. She was climbing well yesterday, and it means that if she can climb well today over the top of the Hudayriyat climb, she's going to be in a position to launch that sprint once again. 3 from 3 would be some doing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's incredibly close. It's time to see what happens. The riders up and away, heading out on to race route. Category 2 with the same winner twice in 2 stages is something I really didn't think I would be saying at this stage, but the fact it's been so close has been very, very telling. There's so many people just. It's literally a blink of an eyelid
Well,
at the wrong moment when the sprint is
and
launched
I'll
could
tell
put
you
you
something.
back 5, 10 places.
Yesterday it was a masterclass from Soapers because 12 riders came in towards the finish. They waited, they waited, they waited. Nobody blinked. Soapers came through the pack and went down the right, but it was a dummy. It was a dummy run. Deliberately to try and make the pack
Provoke
move and to
somebody.
provoke a move. It wasn't a run for the line. It worked. And then she had a wheel to follow because she wanted to go into the draft. She didn't want to go out front and make that sprint solo. And the tactic worked. I don't know whether it's going to work again because they'll be wise to it now. But what a finale to that Cat 2 race. It was absolute perfection from her.
It certainly was. And Sarah Roche taking away second place on that stage. I mean, she's second overall. She's absolutely flying at the moment. Roche in this group, the rider that we're in with us to get this tailwind, leading in the Masters competition as well. And I think for me, that is the older you get, the harder it should be to sprint. It's clearly the anomaly to that is Sarah Roche, because at the moment she has got a phenomenal kick on. She really is racing to her strengths, and at the moment that is the sprints because she's so close in there. Great riding by her. But in with our under 23 leader in that youth competition, Justina Duban leading the young riders competition. Interestingly, not in the leading group of 12, but still holding a good position within the rest of the riders at the moment. Dubon will need to keep pedaling all the way into the finish to take that to our finish line at the end of 7 stages.
Yes, she will. And in terms of that sprint competition, Gonzalez Rua just absolutely dominant out there. 29 points to Anna Russell's 23. Emma Todd has been in the mix as well. I think it's going to start getting interesting, that sprint competition, when we go into the mountains. And I think that's why Russell and Todd have been going up against Gonzalez Rua. I think today Gonzalez Rua Dorothy should go well.
Morning.
And it's going to be interesting to see her strategy as we move into the latter stages. She's a strong rider. She really is. But it is going to be interesting to see what strategies she puts in play and her team to try and hold this jersey to the finish line.
And really interesting to see there that she's got the Chuck's bone conducting headset on there. So she's got the headset on her ears rather than in her ears, so she can still hear what's going on around her, but she's got that instant communication with the team, really handy there. And we were getting an inside track from Hayley Simmons about Dorothy Gonzalez and her sprinting, and the fact she doesn't look like she's trying in a sprint. And she doesn't look like she's hurting. And what was her comment? It's hurting inside, I think is the phrase.
Yes.
I tell you something. She has the same look on her face, no matter whether she's sprinting flat out or she's in there. Really hard person to read. A great person to put in a race where you can read each other's expressions. Now, coming into the sprint, the first of our sprint segments, it's going to be Brittany Litton who blinks first. It is a straight headwind. You can see top right-hand side of your screen, the wind blowing straight in the faces of our riders. This should mean you go as late as possible and you pop out at the last possible moment. Helen McKay has actually put a notice into the window a little bit early here behind Litton. We've got Brittany Litton on our screens, the left-hand side on camera in avatar form on the screen. Bauer now taking this up on the front, but only at really low watts per kilo. We're running in 400 meters to go at the moment. It's counting down. We're going to be on 300 meters to go, then 250. Look at what's happening here. They're still holding.
McKay's now coming at 10.7 watts per kilo. She's waited till she's got as close to the banner as she dare. So McKay, Vittler, Corrales, look at this go. No one is going to contend this with Helen McKay. Helen McKay is holding this power. Sarah Corrales is behind, but the power is not going to match that of McKay. She may well stay clear for second place. Yes, she does. But McKay clearly the winner going through that sprint day and picking up the first sprint points out on course.
So McKay and Carolus, the 1-2 in the overall sprint competition, taking first and second. Through the first of our sprint line there, taking the 5 and 4 points, with Diana Carolus in third, taking 3, and Marion Vittler in fourth, taking 2, and Brittany Litton adding another point to her total, currently sitting in fourth place overall in the standings. Now, the riders with that acceleration, and this is why the sprints are important, not just to the sprinters. We're seeing riders being distanced now behind that category 3 group. As the pace picks up, riders get distance out of the back of the group as we drop in with category 2. And this is our leading group of riders in here at the moment. So just keeping an eye. Soapers nicely tucked in here, just in with Kate McLeod as the sun streams in the window. The Precision Nutrition. I wouldn't mind, but I've got a bottle. I was looking at it earlier on today on the back. Precision Nutrition bottle there directly in front of McLeod as she focuses on those screen, keeps those revs up there, and taking on board fluids. So leading by example when it comes to the hydration and the nutrition there. Kate McLeod, one of the key people in many people's coaching and nutritional needs.
Yes, she is indeed. And the category 2 pack wide across the road at the 4-kilometre marker. You can see we're in with Sarah Roach at the moment, currently riding zone 1, zone 2. So a very steady pace here. Eleanor Weisman looking like she's just off the back here, but she's firmly ensconced within the draft. She knows exactly what she's doing. Rhiannon Denton is there as we drop in with Rhiannon. She's on the bike here. I think she's got plans for stage 4 and stage 5. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how she rides and races there.
And I mean, everybody's got plans for her in stage 5. I think Denton, given her climbing ability, you would imagine that plan was to really save it for those big climbs.
And she's sat in 9th place overall on GC at the moment. She moved up 5 places yesterday, slowly moving away towards the top. Vanessa Murray, another rider, she's sat in 10th at the moment. She moved up 12 places yesterday on GC. What a stage 2 was for her.
It was, yeah. The top 12 riders, let's call them all out now because these are really the key riders in terms of the GC. Hayley Simmons in 12th, Mally Stout in 11th, Vanessa Murray in 10th, Rhiannon Denton in 9th, Carrie Stewart in 8th, Madonna Degan-Mashandi in 7th, Hannah Hakkinen in 6th, Eleanor Wiseman in 5th, Joanna Kalman in 4th, Sevilla Garea in 3rd, Sarah Roach in 2nd, and Emily Soapers in 1st. They are the 12 riders in category 2 who have that time gap. And riders like Jara Miller, who is just on our screen now, have been put on the back foot. They will need to work on the climbs, on those big climbs, to get some big time gaps. Now, another rider who we were expecting to be leading, but maybe with a bigger time gap at this stage in the racing, with 2 stages complete. Yep, we have world champion Kate McCarthy of our block international leading as expected, but the time gap, it's not measured in minutes, it's measured in seconds. 18 seconds to Gabby Guerra, and it's still under a minute to Elise Gallegos, who is putting in a great start to the race.
I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all that the results from yesterday, it was a really interesting race. But we see differences here, and Gallegos took that sprint. She moved from 1st overall on GC down to 3rd. So a really good day for her. But Guerra moving herself up 8 places, McCarthy moving herself up 6 places, and you can see the results there. The gap back to Gallegos was 55 seconds yesterday. But the GC for me, still quite strong. We've still got, she says, just doing a double check, we've still got 13 riders inside the minute marker. On GC in category 1, which is, for me, I still think it's a really strong position for everybody.
And and when you look at that is realistically from 55 seconds to a minute. That is best part of 11 riders. So that's a huge group just waiting and have shown their strength. We'll see how they go on today. We're in with the champion of the world. Quite like saying it that way around. Champion of the world, Kate McCarthy, is go. We are good to go. We are off from the blocks. We are away. We're out of the pens, out of the gates, onto the race route here. We are going to be heading out from Abu Dhabi into Hudayriyat Island. We're going to be making our way up over the big bridge across into the island, and let's see who is going to be on race route, who is going to take away the race lead as we look in with Mary Kate McCarthy. Kate McCarthy, known to everybody as Kate, and Kate at the moment just on the bike in front of the football jerseys. Now, we have to say, we're going to make this very, very clear that Kate McCarthy has zero control over the back wall behind her. She actually, A, can't see it, and B, has got better things to think about. But people who haven't have been busy behind her.
Well, I love
again.
the fact that we do indeed see, we see changes in Kate McCarthy's back wall. Well, what can I say? I can tell you what they are. Kate's dad and uncle are in the pain cave with them today.
Okay.
It's an Irish rugby jersey and a Maori All Blacks jersey today, because apparently Ireland are going to play the All Blacks on the 18th of July in New Zealand.
I love your sources of insider information many, many times, even though sometimes there are very spurious links into what we see in the background. But I'm not going to wish either team good luck or both teams good luck maybe, because there's definitely going to be no bias in terms of the commentary here. Now we're in with Ana Caramello. It's good to see Ana, the Portuguese rider, out of the saddle, kicking down hard over the top of this bridge. It's a tailwind here today. Ana Caramello often goes under the radar in Category 1. She's one of those riders who we see working her way up through the bunch. She's currently sitting in 17th position here, and as we said, those time gaps are not huge right the way down through the race field, within 4 minutes of the race leader, so within 3 minutes of everybody else. You've got something like about 16, 17 riders by my maths, and included in those is the guest from the Stage 1 show on Inside the Race podcast. It is Katerina Caramani, or Kat, with the Yorkshire flag in the background, got the ice vest on, and there is a conversation about why the ice vest needs to go on in the show. So do have a listen back to that for Kat talking about that.
What I'm really loving here is Ana Caramello from the What crew is pushing on the front here at the opening of Stage 3. I imagine the pack thought that it would be a nice steady state start, a lot of Zone 1, Zone 2 work. Caramello from the What crew, they've decided it's not going to be like that. Vittori is also up there. Caramani from the What sisters. I'm loving the idea that the What crew and the What sisters have got together and they've gone, right, what can we do about this?
Excellent.
Let's put the What's down.
How many watts can you get in one sentence? What can you do in terms of numbers? Well, we'll find out. Nicole Mayer on our screens. And I think Mayer, for me, it's going to be looking at this, deciding for the sweat sensations, how hard do we go in chasing these riders? How much effort do we put in? We've talked about on the show in stages 1 and 2 here on the MyWhoosh Championship about this being in Category 1 a hot-cold race. So it's basically on and off. We talked about it in the podcast. We talked about it with Kristen Kolczynski in the podcast last night. It really is that in Category 1. It's been infectious overnight because I think it's gone across. It spread to Category 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They have also picked up this. It's an on-off race. It's not. There's no fine control seems anymore. And Category 1 have started to go the opposite direction. So as Category 1 seems to be picking up the pace a little bit more in between the key points, everybody else has gone, do you know what? I think they've got a good idea here. Let's just race for the important bits.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, each of the races has been quite different in feel. And I also think that whilst some of the other races may well be picking up those characteristics because they would like an easier day-to-day before they hit the 2 big mountain stages, an easier day. It's never easy. It's MyWhoosh Championships. But Category 1 have gone, do you know what? let's make this hard because no one's expecting it. Everybody's expecting another stage like we've already had. Well, category 2 at the moment are piling in towards this first sprint banner of the day, and Anna Russell is leading out Gonzalez Rua, whether she wants to or not. Gonzalez Rua now goes up and over the top. Anna Russell starts to respond and comes up alongside her. It's a banging headwind out there on the run into this sprint at the moment, and Gonzalez Rua at 11 watts per kilo. On your screen, you can see her pushing on here. Murray, De Pavia, McLeod all battling hard to stay in the group and make sure they don't lose contention. Gonzalez Rua goes through picking up the points, and Emma Todd comes to the top of Anna Russell behind.
So Todd closing the gap down to Russell. Todd in third place overall, Russell in second. That gap coming down. Gonzalez Rua extending that, and for the first time, and I can't remember how long, we actually saw Dorothy Gonzalez Rua taking a deep breath after that sprint. And I'm not surprised. It went early. I think the move by Russell to kick in early on that straight there. I mean, I would have been waiting for 100 to 150, 200 meters to go. But somebody in this bunch always seems to blink early. And it then leaves that sprint to be really, really long, really hard sprint into the sprint checkpoint. And I think the other thing is that if Russell's wanting to provoke Gonzalez Rua to put in a big effort on the way into the climb that starts at 12K, she's just achieved it. And I think Russell will be looking at that thinking, well, who's going to climb better of the two of us?
Well, I do think Emma Todd from Cycle District 2 and Anna Russell from Riot on Fire are doing a great job of picking up the 4 and 3 points and collecting as many points as possible before they start climbing.
And I think maybe put Gonzalez Rua in trouble before they go over the top and go into those next 3 sprints. Now, let's drop back with the riders that we've got on screen. They are our Category 1 riders. You can see them on your screen at the moment. This is a collection of 13, a lucky 13 of our riders who are on camera. A massive thank you to everybody in every category who gives us this window into their world. Lisa Hermansen, bottom left-hand side of your screen, on a great race at the moment, a rider who's always good when it comes to a stage race, particularly when we have these ruler type stages. Jennifer Gottlander on the bottom there, another rider who we know can sprint and climb. Anna Caramello, I think he's going to be looking at those mountain stages and the ruler stages again, but holding a good position. Camilla Arberg, we've seen battling with Francesca Tomasi time and time again. Our world champion, Kate McCarthy, there with the rugby jerseys in the background. She's focusing on that golden jersey as the leader of the race. Catherine Fuhr on great sprint form at the moment. Kat Karamani enjoying the racing and still effervescent about how good it is to be racing when we've talked to her. Nicole Mayer in there as well. And Mayer, am I right in saying Nicole Mayer is the rider who is racing in California?
Yes.
Literally as well as in virtual form.
Yesterday.
Brilliant.
Yes. And you know, one of the things I really love, you know, Kat Karamani said it so eloquently on that podcast. You know, the amount of times you chat to a Cat One woman and they say, you know, it is fabulous riding with all these women. I am so inspired by all of them.
Yeah.
That it's a fabulous place to be. And the level of appreciation for each other in that peloton. You know, it's just fabulous to see. Well, Maya is the rider we are in with in Category 1 at the moment. They are rolling at the 5.2 kilometre marker. The Category 6 pack, the riders first out of the pen today, are coming up to 32 kilometres. They're through the Hudayriyat climb for the only climb of the day. And at that point in the race, Dominique Charlebois went over in first place to pick up the 10 points that were available. It does make it very, very close in that climbing competition now. Liz Smithson went over in second to take 8 points. Georgina Jones takes 6. Pierce took 4 and Zabala took 3. 10 riders went over in that leading group. The group of 6 behind were only 10 seconds back. So it wasn't a huge gap. It does mean that Angie Reyes holds on to the Queen of the Mountains competition at the moment, but only just. We're in with Category 3 at the moment as they make their way up the same climb. They're at the 17.1 kilometre marker. They're around 400 metres from the top, and it is Salgado versus Lytton. Jen Reel 1 second back. Melissa Toomer, who put in that sterling performance yesterday at 2 seconds. Bulwara, Esler, Lou, not far behind either, but it is Lytton versus Salgado, and they are on your screen as well in person. Lytton comes up onto the wheel of Salgado. She goes up and over the top. There's a real look of concentration on Lytton's face. She's still seated at the moment. Salgado up and out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals, back onto Lytton's wheel. She's aiming to go up and over the top. That looks to me like she's just dropped to the drops on the bike to sprint for the line. She has, but, well, what can you say? But I think that was Lytton who took that. It was indeed. Brittany Lytton is going to take the 10 points away. Camilla Salgado takes away the 8 points there in that competition. Jen Real takes 6. Tuma takes 4. Bauer takes 2. That competition is looking really interesting. Salgado still leading, but Brittany Lytton, I think, laying down some intention for some later stages.
And it is a big climb, despite it being in steps, and you can see the amount of height that we've gained here. And so this is a really good shot for giving you an indication of just how much ascent is involved to get to this, because we are basically down from sea level right the way up to 135 meters in elevation to get up to this stage. So the riders making their way up onto the top, they basically encircle the top and then roll back down in towards the base of this.
Should we run
climb
through the other categories who have already gone over the top?
That sounds good.
Category 4, Carolina Alzat took the 10 points. Martinuska took 8. Dowling took 6. Kong took 4. And Pamplona took 2. A group of 23 riders went over the top together in Category 4. In Category 5, it was a group of 14 riders going over the top together, with Becker picking up 10 points, Sewell picking up 8, Loxley picking up 6, Alzat picking up 4, and Kansara Jones picking up 2. And we've already gone through Category 6 because it was Charbois from Swiss and Jones, Pierce and Zabala, a leading group of 10.
Thanks, Emma. Let's go back in with Category 1, which the hot cold has gone tepid, if not Baltic at the moment, 30k an hour, but you can see these riders mostly rolling around at Zone 2. So Zone 1 is recovery. Zone 2 is easy enough to eat, chat, and generally drop your heart rate. You're not going to be pushing it up particularly high. Once you go into Zone 3, you're then starting to push that aerobic system. Going into Zone 4, you're getting to the upper ends of that. Zone 5 and 6, that's when 8, you're not going to be able to talk. B, you're on very limited time. Once you go into that red zone, once you're into Zone 6, you are on very, very limited time indeed that you can dig in there, and it's going to take a lot longer to recover. So further to the left in those zones, the easier it is. Further to the right-hand side of those zones, Z1 at 6, the further to the right, the higher it is, the harder it is, and the less time you can sustain in there. Now, a lot of people's training often done around that Zone 2 level in terms of just putting in the base kilometers, but then working all the way past, not really even going into Zone 3 or 4, but literally going right into 5 and 6 to push those responses to attacks, the sprints, the response to somebody maybe going away on a climb, the run to a line, the run to a checkpoint. So the ability to dive into the red and come back out again, really, really critical. And that's where we see riders really pushing that, and that buildup of lactic acid that you get when you're right on the limit, the pain in your legs, quite literally the pain in your legs, as you are putting down those big efforts, really, really telling. Now, just on the front of this group, Mika Soderstrom, who's been riding very strongly with Kat Karamani. So they are our 2 riders leading this as we head in towards our sprint at the moment. The sprint competition in Category 1 being led by Kelsey J. Van Shaw, just hovering in 3rd place at the moment. Mika Soderstrom in 2nd in that competition overall, starting to pick this up. Went to 8 watts per kilo, sits back down again. They're just seeing who's going to twitch first. They keep pushing, then dropping, pushing and dropping. Soderstrom and Karamani, along with Van Shaw, going up to 6, 7 watts per kilo, dropping back down again. Now Van Shaw's gone to 9. She drops back down to 3 again. They are testing each other. They are trying to get somebody to make the mistake of go along. They don't want to lead this out. Everybody's trying to trigger the response in each other here. This is going to be interesting. It's Tilly Field who decides enough is enough. Let's go for the long one. 10.5 watts per kilo is good, but 13.5, 14 watts per kilo from Soderstrom and Van Shaw is better. Will they get the timing right? Are they going to come up onto the wheel? Soderstrom goes over the top. Van Shaw goes over the top, but it's going to be Soderstrom from Van Shaw as they come in. The gap is going to go down in points by 1. And remember, they were only separated by 2 points coming into today's stage. What a lovely, lovely, that could be a demonstration video of how to win a sprint into a headwind. You wait, you wait, you wait. You try and get somebody else to go. When somebody does go, you get on that wheel, but you then go over the top when you get towards the line.
Well, absolutely brilliant sprinting there from all 3 of the riders. Mika Soderstrom picking up 5, Van Shaw picking up 4, Field with that lead out picking up 3 points, Otto taking 2, Haag taking 1. This competition is going to go to the wire, and Tilly Field also doing a fabulous job here. She's currently sitting in 3rd place in that competition. Soderstrom sitting in 2nd, and Van Shaw still holds that jersey.
Wow. Wow. I love the sprints. It may be hot, cold, but I'll tell you something, that was red hot.
It was indeed.
You don't want to put your fingers in that and burn them.
Yep, it was indeed the
Category
Category 1 pack. Riding and racing really strong. All 33 riders still in that leading group, coming up to 10 kilometres of racing today. Really good to see.
So Mika Soderstrom taking the honours there on the flat, but we are up at the top of the climb with Category 2 on the climb with Category 2 at the moment at the 15.4 kilometre marker. Just going up these steps at the moment, and this is still a big group all together. Well over 30. Is it 30 riders?
Yes, about 34 riders.
34 riders. Incredible to have so many riders together at this stage on the climb. It shows you that pace is manageable by so many riders here. Nobody has absolutely nailed this on the front. I think we're just starting to see a little stretch, but not a lot.
This climb, 9 steps on this climb, and there are a number of plateaus that allow the group to come back together if it is slightly stretched. It's also one of those climbs that in terms of pacing, it can be an up, down pace. It can be a constant pace should you wish to make it, but you then have to make the strategic decision that you're making it a constant pace for everybody. Katrin Nielsen on the front. Good to see her starting to come to the fore here. She's a rider I've been really looking forward to watching on this stage race. We just dropped back in with Category 1. We were flicking through our riders, but Category 2 as we go in, Kirsty Heber-Smith, the rider we are in with, you can see there on the bike, but she's in the mix here, currently sat towards the back of this group, but starting to move her way towards the front.
So Kirsty Heber-Smith is just kicking on the way up the climb here. So at the moment, these riders are on the climb. They're coming up towards the top. Let's go around this left-hand turn with Murray holding inside the top 10. Soper's the yellow jersey, the gold jersey leader, right into the mix. Gonzalez Ruhr, the sprinter leader, is still in this group as well. Weissman, who is the climb's leader on the climb, nicely tucked in. Weissman has been very strong on the top of the climb. She really has been accelerating up over the top. Definitely a rider to watch here. Let's see if she can explode from the pack. 16.5 kilometers covered. We're going to hit the line in 1 kilometers time for that checkpoint, and this is going to be key as they come up on to the top. 5 riders on your screens: Murray, Kalman, Jaramillo, Stewart and Heber-Smith. Will it be one of the riders on our screens who takes away the points in the mountains competition?
Well, keep your eyes peeled for Holly Bergen because she's moving up through the pack as well. Weissman starts to come to the front in those polka dots. Russell is there as well. Stewart, Lethbridge, Kalman also starting to move up now. You can see the riders on the bottom of the screen, up and out of the saddle, punching on those pedals. The 16.9 9-kilometre marker. There's coming up to 600 metres till the top of the climb at the moment. It's going to start to level out, and Wiseman starts to go. She starts to push at 7 watts per kilo. There's not far to go now. They've got to swing around the corner. Garea, Wilson, Nielsen, Cowman, Russell, it is just packed at the front, but we've got Garea and Wiseman now starting to establish a gap.
So Sylvia Garea, the rider, second place in that climbs competition, now in front of Wiseman, the leader overall in the climb competition. But Wiseman's coming back alongside her. She's taking the long way round to do it. She's going to have to find something special. This is going to be Garea. Surely she's got this. But the banner is so far to the top. You know you've got to make it, they've basically got to get right the way round this loop. And Wiseman has been holding in the draft. Now she goes over the top, and the draft really coming into play. It's a sprint on the very top of the climb here. Bergen is coming hard behind. She's going to pick up points, but it's going to be Wiseman who takes the top points here today on top of the climb. Wiseman from Garea, from Bergen. Murray absolutely flying. Great to see Murray in action there on our screens as well. Bottom left-hand side there, but Wiseman taking away 10 points, 8 for Garea, 6 for Bergen, 4 for Murray, and 2 for Kalman. And Wiseman extending her lead over Garea by a further 2 points.
Oh, absolutely brilliant on that climb. 33 riders in the leading group. I'm just going to check the time from the front to the back. It's 10 seconds. They should get back together again, but I say that as I look at the group on that top right-hand corner. I think there's a really big danger. This bunch is going to split here. They now descend to the bottom of the climb. There's a number of riders who are going to have to push and really push this descent to make sure they don't lose the front pack.
I think that's going to be absolutely critical, isn't it? You've got to push. You've really got to hammer it now to get back on. Ruthie Reese here with Sophie Williamson, and I think it's Kate McLeod. This trio of riders. They've got the group. It's 2 seconds in front. Now is the time to push. Now is the time to get on that group. It's going to go into the descent. We're at 6-7% descent now. We're going back down the climb. You've just come up, and they're going to be reliant on the group in front not pushing too hard. They've got to be careful, though, because they don't want to expend too much energy at this stage. But for me, the front of this race, that big group, they have the advantage.
And there's a real challenge on this descent because it is a stepped descent like it is a stepped climb. So it's not like you've got a consistent momentum that you can push into. You've got those flatter sections as well that you've got to pedal through. So it's not just about how much momentum can you get. As you're watching Christine Schneider really work to try and stay with the 2 riders ahead.
And one of those 2 riders is Emma Todd. Todd right up there in the sprints competition, being distanced from the leading group. And remember that we still have 3 sprints to come. Todd is now going to be hemorrhaging sprint points here as she goes through, because Gonzalez Rua leading with 34 points, Russell with 26. They're both in that leading group as far as I can tell. Todd not in that group, neither is Schneider. Schneider's actually 4th place on the sprint competition.
Well, I'll tell you who else is in danger, and it's Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua, because she is gapped behind Schneider.
Wow. Big changes. Is this Russell's tactic coming to the fore? Where is Russell? We need to find out now.
Anna Russell. I will tell you.
Emma's on the search. I'll keep watching.
I will tell you where Anna Russell is. Anna Russell is in 20th place in the leading group.
So Anna Russell forced Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua into a hard sprint just before the climb. Made her dig really deep. Then goes on to the climb, goes over the lead group. That looks to me like Riot on Fire have got the script written perfectly.
Well, writing the script today is category 1. They're on the climb. They're at the 14.2 kilometre marker. They've still got 3.4k of the climb to go. They're on the early steps of this climb. Shanks, Passio, Meda, Gallegos, Alberg, Vittori, Brown. They're all in the mix here in this group, and there's not a lot to separate them at the moment. Now, when we've been here on the Sunday Race Cup, and I know the Sunday Race Cup is so different to the MyWhoosh Championships, normally we don't see this category 1 pack break till nearly the top of the climb, but normally there's a finish line at the top of this climb.
Well, it's not even very top, is it? It's part way up.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
actually, this is the first time that we'll go right up to the top, turn around, and then come back down. They've not done this in the race before. Anna Caramello, who we saw pushing on really early in the race, still part and parcel of the pack and moving on up through the group. As we see the Category 2 pack come back down the other side.
They're getting a grandstand view of our attack from Francesca Tomasi on the front of the bunch there. Category 2 riders coming down. We'll see Tomasi leading this group. Claire Guerra is responding to this. McCarthy's having to respond in the gold jersey of the overall leader. She can't afford to let Tomasi or Guerra go. They're taking the battle to the world champion. And I tell you something, they are making a work for it on this climb. You can see McCarthy second from the left on your screens as Guerra dead center on the screens. As the blue shorts, blue top, they're dead center and dead in the action. Right in bang on target. That's what we want to see. Tomasi to her right on our screens and Guerra going, right, let's have a go. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if McCarthy is on form. And you've got to test the leader. Can you imagine if McCarthy had a bad day and the riders around her didn't put an attack in? And then they found out she had a bad day, you wouldn't just be kicking yourself, you'd be hitting yourself over there with a foam mallet.
Well, Koivunen towards the front of the group. Van Hooling is up here as well. Bruni, Gotlander, Passio, Tomasi, McCarthy, they're all up towards the front. We're going to go in with Mina Koivunen right now, and you can see the look of concentration on Koivunen's face. She's racing so strongly at the moment. She's on absolutely outstanding form, the FCC Endorphins racer. She's got teammates with Gallegos, Alberg, Tomasi and Van Hooling. They are a squad to watch in that team competition. But at the moment, Koivunen's eyes are firmly on this climb. So are Kate McCarthy's. She's up and out the saddle, dancing that rhythm. Passio, Koivunen, McCarthy. Koivunen takes up the charge at the front of the pack. Fua now comes to move. This is a lot of riders coming in towards the final few kilometres of climbing here.
And I'm really looking forward to the top of this climb, because if Soderstrom can stay with the group, we got to remember she is definitely a rider who can sprint. We've seen that, but we know that she has got to get to that climb. We've seen Van Shaw sprint. She's got to get to the top of the climb in this group with the group together to be able to do that to maximum effect. I think when we see these sprinters, if they are in there in this group, and at the moment this group it's still not the tiny sort of 2-3 riders that maybe we would expect to see. Yeah, I know we're at 16k covered, so we've basically not at the summit, but we've already done 4 kilometers of this climb. We've only got less, well, we've got 1.5k to go, less than that now.
Yes, we have indeed. And you can see the stretch on the Category 1 pack. There's 2 or 3 riders dropped off the back of the group. The back is now one long line snake behind. You can see 1s and 2s as you're coming around the corners. The yellow jersey is quite hidden by the yellow handrails, but they are there. The pack at the front is still a good sized group. There's still over 20 riders and racers in this group at the moment. Mayer is there. Van Hove is there. Brown is there. Passio, Guerra, Meda wanting to hold towards the front of the group at the moment. Anna Caramello, she's a rider who's really impressing me today.
Really coming on, isn't she?
Well, yeah. She's obviously decided that today is her day, and today she's instrumental in making the action. Now Kate McCarthy comes to the front, and now Francesca Tomasi goes again.
So Tomasi moves over the top. She saw McCarthy make a move. She answered it immediately. She went to the 4. You've got McCarthy onto the wheels. So is Guerra. Mayer is not all that far off the wheels. We know these riders can climb. Riders like Kristen Korchinski, the Masters leader at the moment in 6th place. She's not going to get distance when it's on the steep stuff. They're coming up this climb very quickly indeed, now at 17 kilometers covered. At half a K to get to the line. It's really obvious for the riders as they come to the top. It's the other side of the big pillar that suspends all of this roadway in the air over Hudayriyat Island. And at the moment, this group with this attack, it is starting to shed riders off the back one by one. We saw it on the early stages. We've seen it midway. We're now seeing it at the top. Selections being made. Is it going to be enough to distance them for the GC overall? not so sure. But this group still holding together. They're now up onto the top. This is a flat sprint for climb points. You had to be in the climb to get to this stage, but climb points are going to be key. McCarthy leading the categorization with 30 points at the moment. Guerra with 24 points in second, and McCarthy wants this competition so badly she sprints away in. She extends her lead at the top of the climbs competition over Guerra, who comes through in behind Tomasi Fua, Meda, Kolczynski. This composition of this group is going to be key. So 10 points for McCarthy, 8 for Guerra, 6 for Fua, 4 for Tomasi, and 2 for Kolczynski. In terms of that climbs competition, that's where the points are going at the moment. In terms of our overall, you can see riders in category 1 still making the way towards the archway, coming in the opposite direction as the leaders on the road drop down this slope. How many riders in that group, Emma?
Well, 18 riders in the leading group, 10 seconds back to a chase group of 6. So McCarthy, Guerra, Fua, Tomasi, Kolczynski, Van Hooling, Gallegos, Meda, Hermansen, Bjarhead and Soderstrom, Coinston and Bruni, Passio, Meyer, Alberg, Van Hove, and Caramello in the leading group, 1 second from front to back. Haag, Giovanni, Van Shaw, Gothlander, and Karamani are the chase group of 6. And for me, the danger zone is Kelsey Jade Van Shaw, because she's not in the leading group now, and she's 1 point ahead of Soderstrom in that sprint competition. So at the moment, Ablock International must be going, right, we cannot let that group catch us because Van Shaw is in it.
Yep, they just need to keep pushing it and make this hard on the descent. This is where that group has the advantage. They've got to just keep on working.
Well, they have, but I can also say Kelsey Jade Van Shaw has got teammates in that group of 6, because Karamani and Rachel Brown are in there as well. And for me, the job now would be bring Van Shaw back to the group.
Now back in with category 2, and you can just see we're in with Cape McLeod, the riders who have been distanced off the back of the group on the climb. Most of those riders close by have got back on again. The kick goes, and Anna Russell now making the most. Whilst the cat's away, the mice are going to play. The cat being Gonzalez Ruhr, who was distanced on that climb, and Anna Russell is maximizing her points in this sprint competition here. This is going to be telling indeed as they come down through the beach sprint. Russell with 5, McLeod with 4, looking to take away points, I think, from Russell, not able to do so. Sanchez with 3, Thompson with 2, and Jaramillo with 1. And Jaramillo again sprinting, looking to try and protect the lead of Gonzalez Ruhr. Gonzalez Ruhr not scoring points.
Well, and I tell you, that's what Kate
McLeod
McLeod is doing as well. Kate McLeod was on that to protect those points, same as Jaramillo. Teammates doing team jobs.
Yep, definitely. Really good team job work being done there. But I think that they are on a hiding to nothing here, because the overall point score at the moment, 34 points to Gonzalez Ruhr in the lead. Russell is currently on 31. And we've got 2 more sprints today to go. So it could well be that there's going to be a severe danger of Gonzalez Ruhr losing that.
I'm trying to work out how far Gonzalez Ruhr is back, but it's a long way now.
Okay, let's dive in with category 5. They're on the run into this sprint at the moment. The sprint's coming thick and fast. This at 42.4K is the penultimate sprint on the run to the line. This is the velodrome sprint. And at the moment coming into this velodrome sprint once again, you can just see Loxley on the front up against Schultz. This is interesting because Loxley now has got the better of Schultz. Well, Amy Loxley has clearly survived the mountains better than Schultz. Schultz didn't have the kick to go. Giuliano in 3rd place, still holding position. At this time around, it was 5 and 4 points on the velodrome sprint last time, but at Hudayriyat beach sprint, Loxley was in the ascendancy and took the win, and she's done the same again here the second time through the velodrome sprint. Loxley with 5 more points in the bag. Schultz still with a commanding lead, 42 points to Loxley's 27. The gap is down. It's not enough yet.
Yet.
It may never happen. it may do.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because at that velodrome sprint, a number of the race fields have been through. Category 6 has also been through that point. And at that point in the race, Nina Pierce picked up another 5 points. She had a clean sweep so far in the sprints today, and it is added to her totals. Georgina Jones has had a clean sweep in second place behind her, picking up 4 points in each of those competitions. Charlebois and Warren have been picking up points as well. But Pierce versus Jones really is the competition at the moment. 42 points to Pierce, 35 points to Jones. I think Jones is doing a Russell. I think she's banking on the fact that Nina Pierce is not going to get over the big mountains, whereas Jones thinks she's going to be up there on GC. So again, I think that's going to be an interesting battle between those two in Cat 6.
And it's not a nailed on thing. It could just be, I suspect this will happen.
Exactly.
Or
people are hypothesizing.
It probably won't happen, but just in case it does, I will be in that as close as I can in second place. Now,
interesting move.
Yeah, interesting move from Brittany Litton in category 3 as we go over this bridge. This is the run back, so they've been over it into the headwind. They've gone down in amongst the skyscrapers, done their turn, come back around and now up onto the bridge, and you can see Brittany Litton with the breath to actually communicate with the rest of the team. Now, we've seen her using that communication time and time again as we go into the category 6 sprint. Now, this is the final sprint of the day. A reminder, Pierce leading, Jones second place overall in the sprint competition at the moment, and they are the two riders that we're looking for. Charlebois and Warren have got their own private battle going on behind in the minor places, but a massive kick out of the bunch here by Nina Pierce. She went from 2/3 of the way down the pack. She used the draft advantage. She used it to build up speed, and as she kicks down here, Jones is not going to be able to match it. Jones came after. She's going to minimize the points gap. I think if Jones's tactic was to take second place by the minimum amount over third place, she just achieved it with the minimum amount of energy expenditure. Maybe Jones has got an eye on the last sprint of the day, which is going to be our final sprint, because there are literally there's no more bumps in the road.
Well, there are no more bumps in the road.
Not really. There is a tiny one, but not really.
There are no more bumps in the road. They're at the 46.2 kilometre marker. They've got to get to the 50.4k point. They're coming up to 4 kilometres to go, and the Category 6 pack are rolling. 10 riders in this leading group. Pierce, Jones, Agadello, Smithson, Hoyas, Arias, Londano, Charlebois, Warren and Zabala. It's going to be an interesting finale. Well, Category 5 are on the right-hand side of your screen. They're at the 44-kilometre marker. They are through the velodrome sprint for the second time at Category 5. It was Loxley, Schultz, Giuliano, Samuel and Sewell at that point.
Yeah, and when we saw that sprint, Loxley was in fine form. She's taken the sprints 2 and 3. So Schultz is taking sprint number 1. So I think Category 5 is going to be very, very tough. They've got a way to go.
12 riders in that group.
They're 12 riders, and they're doing 30 kilometers an hour. They're not taking it as easy as it looks. I mean, I know some of these riders are into zone 2, zone 3, but they're still doing 30k an hour. So if you're on the front of this group and you are into the wind, you're going to be working. If you're hidden behind, you're going to be saving a lot of energy. And I think there's a degree of not wanting to do too much work too soon. But we see the kick, we see the move. Schultz now going for the long one, but look who's glued to her wheel here. As they're going to come in, it's a kilometre to go. Schultz kicked down early there. She wanted to see if she could break clear for the long one, leave Loxley behind, catch her napping. Great tactics. Unfortunately, it didn't work. She's got Loxley with her for company. And if I was Schultz now, I'd back right off. I really would. Because it didn't work. So why keep pushing on the front, expending energy? Save that sprint.
And there's still a K to go till they get to that sprint point. They are indeed going to let the group come through. And interesting here, because obviously that's Category 1 pack coming round at a different point in the race.
They are indeed. So Category 1 a long way behind our Category 5 leaders. And this gives the opportunity for Category 5 to respond to this. Nikki Ziad just on the front of the Category 5 race, and this is going to shake things up because the Category 1 riders, if they were going fast enough, could be leading out the Category 5. But Category 1 are not. Category 5 are more than comfortably staying in here. So this is going to be interesting to see
And
how
they're
this
both
plays out.
coming into the sprint, because
Yep,
Category 1 are
but
coming
just
into the
a
Hudayriyat Beach Sprint for the first
lap
time.
round.
Category
Yeah.
5 are coming in for the second time, a lap round.
So this is going to be the decisive sprint in Category 5. And I think we're going to see that in terms of the numbers on the right-hand side of our screen. Category 1 are also sprinting here, but they are not on their final sprint. So Category 5, we're going to watch them making the way in. Category 1, it's going to be Mika Soderstrom who's opened up the gap here. So interestingly, Soderstrom has got the gap. She's opened it up. She's making hay while sun shines. Or as we said earlier, the mice are playing when the cat's away, because Soderstrom making the most of Van Shaw in trouble. So Soderstrom picking up the points in Category 1 as they come through the line. Just going to get an update as soon as we can on Category 5 for you, because Schultz clear in terms of the overall. Loxley's been challenging all the way through the day, nibbling away at that race lead. That was an interesting sprint from Soderstrom. She did what she needed. She's taken the race lead in terms of the sprints competition. That is very, very telling. I think we're going to see that play out even more, and that lead will extend now as we go through these sprints.
And none of those groups made it back.
None.
17 riders in Category 1 now.
So 17 riders in Category 1 going through. Do you want to just give us the names, Emma?
In Category 1?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if you bear with me 1 second. Soderstrom, Meda, Caramillo Guerra, Olberg Fua, Coinston and Bruni, Gallegos Meyer, Tomasi Biarhead, Passio Van Heuling, Kolchinsky, Hermansen and McCarthy. The gap, 27 seconds back to what is now a group of 10 riders.
And so that means that of the riders that are in the top 10, top 13 riders, I think all of the top 13 riders who got a gap yesterday have got the gap today as well. They're all in that same group as well, and a few more as well. Now, you just saw the points going up on your screens in Category 5 for those sprint points in the sprint point competition. And when those points are added in, Louisa Schultz not scoring any points on that last sprint through the Hudayriyat Beach Sprint on lap number 2. It means that gap has come down by 5 points, with Loxley taking that sprint ahead of Ziad, followed by Becker, and then Isabel Alzat, followed by Katie Kansara Jones. So Loxley closing the gap down to 10 points today. That's a big improvement, and we'll have to see if she can continue that ascendancy in that sprint competition as we go from day 3 into day 4. Let's go back to the riders furthest out on course, currently at the 49.6 kilometre marker. This is the women's Category 6.
Yeah, it is indeed the run for the finish line.
On the way into that finishing line, and this is a good sized group, and it contains some incredibly quick riders. Quick reminder, Nina Pierce, the rider leading the sprint competition, is looking on storming form. Joanna Warren in here as well. We know has got a great kick. She's not necessarily been sprinting for everything. Liz Smithson doesn't know when. She doesn't. I think Liz Smithson just wants to try.
One
race
for me to
everything.
watch at the moment. Georgina Jones is right at the back of the group. I mean, she really is one to watch. 10 riders in the leading group. Bremner just on the wrong side of this, I think. But we have got 400 meters to go now, and Jones coming through. She's still sat on the back of that group. Agadello is on your screens at the moment. She's part and parcel. Londano's on the front. There's a lot of banners out there, but you've got to get the right one. 300 meters. Agadello starts to move a little bit. The front pack, Nina Pierce is still sitting comfortably wide across the road here. Gavaria arrest. Smithson now starts to lift the pace a bit. Pierce starting to lift up. Agadello starting to come through the pack as well. Jones is there too. This is not the finish banner yet, and Warren now starts to go off the front. Joanna Warren The Swedish sprinter is going off the front of the pack. That's the banner up ahead. The UCI banner is the one that they're looking for. Warren is out there. Smith is moving. So is Arias Agudelo and Londano. Joanna Warren is on the front, but here comes Liz Smithson and Juliana Agudelo. Agudelo going up and over the top. Can anybody bring her back? Juliana Agudelo on your screen, live coming across the line, winning the Category 6 race, Stage 3, the MyWhoosh Championships. Wow.
That is a fantastic win. Well done to our riders on that sprint. You look at the face of Agudelo, the pain written all over it. That is what it takes to win a sprint. And I don't care whether you're category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1. That
was
is
a great
mirrored.
race.
Yeah, that is mirrored across everybody. Everybody has to work that hard. Nobody gets easy wins here on MyWhoosh. I tell you that. That is something incredible. So all of our riders finishing at 50.6 kilometers precisely here. The clock just ticked as we came in over the line at 50.6 as per the set guide. And category 5 are looking for that because they are not far out. They're just over 1 kilometer from the race finish. So Agudelo from Zabala, Arias, Smithson and Warren, with Pierce, Lodano, Jones, Shalbot and Hoyas rounding out the top 10. In category 6, Bridget Brebner just distance 44 seconds off the back at the finishing line. Category 5, oh, this is going to be interesting with the way that they've been racing in the sprint competition, Emma. Loxley's on form. We know that. Schultz has been maybe just sitting back a little bit on those later sprints. Giuliano could well be up there. Alzate has scored points in the last sprint, but not in any of the preceding sprints.
But interestingly, we had 12 riders go through that sprint together. We've now got 8 in this leading group, and we've got riders having been distanced off the back of the group since that sprint. So 8 riders lining up. Jackie Giuliano is 11 seconds back. She's out of this time. But the riders in this group, Victoria Sewell in that leader's jersey, she's in here. Kansara Jones is in here. Brooke Samuel is in here. Amy Loxley is in here. Brooke Samuel, Alza and Loxley on your screen. They've got 500 meters to go here. Sewell on the front in the leader's jersey. Becker in the polka dots. Zillard is there as well. Now, she is racing really strongly as well. I think this is going to be a good run here, and Becker is rider leading it out, but Zillard just kicked at 10 watts per kilo. The rider from the Netherlands has got a massive turn of speed on her. She really does have a fabulous punch. Ziyad's starting to come from the front. Now Becker starts to run into the draft. Seslag is there. Alzat is there. Kansara Jones starts to push. So does Sewell. Who's going to get to the banner first? I think it is going to be Nikki Zillard. I think she's going to have timed this to perfection, going off the front of the bunch, being able to hold the pace. Becker and Alzat are lifting it behind, but they're not going to be enough road for them today as Nikki Zillard takes the win in Category 5 women. Alzat, Becker, and I think Seslag comes through for 4th place. Our leaders jersey will come through for 5th in Victoria Sewell, but a 3-second gap. And given how tight that was at the top in Category 5 on the overall GC, I think that could shift things around a little.
Oh, yeah, by my maths, I think Sewell has taken the overall lead, but I it's got the lead. I don't know. I literally.
We'll round it up later today.
We will round it up later on today when we get to the line. One thing there, Nikki Ziyard's win. She hadn't sprinted for any sprint until the last sprint in the sprint competition, the penultimate sprint of the day. So last sprint of the sprint competition, she sprinted it. She tested her legs. She got 2nd in that sprint. Then she went again, and I think for me that was the warning shot for everybody, and it played out. Now let's go down with Megan Albin in the pain cave there. You can see the wood walls, the rafters out and around her. Albin at the moment just holding nicely in this leading group of Category 4 riders. And they are at the moment at the 44.5k mark, just making way into towards this left-hand turn. At the moment, nobody's twitching yet.
They're moving towards the final sprint of the day, and so far Roa has had a clean sweep. She's taken the win every single time. Pekka Kova's taken 2nd every single time, and Shiki Fu has taken third every single time. Those three riders are battling it out in that points competition. This is the final sprint of the day. It's the second time they've gone through this Hudayriyat Beach sprint, so they have already practiced this once.
They have, and it's a long block with a slight tailwind. So you should, in theory, be going slightly longer than normal. So if you normally go and you would want to kick at 250 meters, maybe go at 350. But it's dependent on what everybody else does. You want to be making sure you're on that front with a little bit of room to spare coming into the line. Difficult to get the timing right here. Come round the turn. It's a long run in. You can see the green archway just in the distance, that curve over the top of the road. So here we go, just making our way in over the top around that right-hand side of the road. Gina Di Grazia holding the front of this bunch. Barragan goes up as well. I tell you something, it's a plethora of leaders' jerseys in this group. The young jersey, the Masters jersey, the GCC competition. It's all playing out here. And we've got our overall leader, but Shiki Fu has gone early here this time. She doesn't want to be third this time around. She's gone for this. Barragan kicking hard here at the moment, just being passed by Angelina Roa. The sprint leader is going over the top of Shiki Fu. Roa at the moment is the rider who is going to take away 4 wins out of 4 in the sprint competition, and nobody can touch her at the moment on the run into the line. Will she make it 5 out of 5 at the finish? 4 sprints so far, and the final run for the line will be a sprint. 5 points to Roa, 4 points to Fu, 3 to Bekakova, 2 to Barragan, 1 to De Grazia. And I'm not sure if I was one of these riders who maybe hasn't got a great sprint, wouldn't be looking to have attacked over the top of that sprint.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Shiki Fu coming through for second picks up 4 points. Bekakova picks up 3. That now makes them equal overall on 35 apiece in that sprint competition. They're 10 points behind Angelina Roa, but they're not backing down on those sprints. There's a reason for that, and maybe we'll see that unfold as we move through the competition. Well, you talk about not attacking, but they are attacking because Carolina Alzat has decided she can't take those sprinters into the finish line because she's not going to hold on to that jersey. So at the 46.6 kilometre marker, the moves are on in that category 4 race. In terms of getting to that finish line, they are not moving as one bunch and going to sprint. They may do in the end, but at the moment, Alzat thinks the group is too big. 20 riders in that leading group. It's too many people to take into the finish line to try and bank on holding on to that yellow jersey.
And one of the things, because we are on exact times on cycling esports, whereas in a bunch sprint on, for example, the road, which most people will have watched in a tour, the time gaps are about, it's all about, if you finish basically in a long train of riders, you are given the time of the first rider in your group going over the line. So everybody, even if you are maybe at the back of a huge queue of 100 riders, 10, you can actually come over the line 10 seconds behind the first rider in your bunch. You give them the same time.
Yes.
Only when there's a gap of 1 second between the riders.
Now, not here on esports.
On cycling esports, because the exact time you go over the line counts, because we can take that exactly, it means that if you are at the back of a train of 100 riders, or in this case, a train of 20 riders in category 4,
it could be 10 seconds.
It could be 10 seconds, and you can lose the overall just because you are not on the front of your group in a sprint. And that again can happen here in category 3. There were 19 riders together as they came over the line in the velodrome sprint on lap 2. So there's still a good sized group here. Barbara Ballara, remember, defending champion in this race category overall. Took away top spot in 2025. Emma's looking at me like she's surprised that she managed to remember such a thing. No. There's very few riders actually defending in their own category.
It's true.
Barbara Ballara is one of them, and I think it's ridden really smart. She's not been at the front of our consciousness, to use a Carlton Kirby phrase, or at all, really. She's stayed out of the way. She's hidden out the way, conserved energy. You know, her calculator has not been totting up lots of calories burned or sore leg moments or big digs into the red so far.
Well, I'm looking for a big dig into the red as we run towards the sprint banner here in category 3. They're around 650 metres out at the moment, and the sprint banner, you can see it very clearly, but it's a long straight run and it's deceptive. It makes you want to launch early, and Sarah Carolus has indeed launched. She's got Brittany Litton on her wheel. This is a Litton running into the draft at the moment. Sarah Carolus is doing the lead out job here perfectly for Litton. Litton sits back down on that bike. Carolus is there. Look how long we've still got to run here. 250 metres still left. Litton managing the effort here. Femke Vasanen behind Ting Lu, now starting to pay attention behind. So is Melissa Tuma. Lu now starting to come through. Litton has got to hold this. Carolus comes back alongside Litton. This is a real battle here. It's a scrappy battle to that green line. Carolus is coming. Litton's got to respond. What has Litton got in the legs? Litton gets back up, but I think it might have been too late.
So, as they came over the line, are leading two riders, Carolus and Litton, go through.
Wow.
Interesting here. What's the name missing from this picture here? This is a test for Emma.
What's the name
What
missing?
name is missing from this picture? The name is McKay.
Yes. McKay only took the first sprint of the day.
Indeed.
And then she got dropped on the climb.
And it has meant that Carolus has got the overall lead in that sprint competition and will take that away. But Litton now is closing in on McKay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it will go. And it's a changing picture constantly. Yep. You know, day 3 is really becoming now instrumental, and it's also becoming instrumental in that decision making, the strategic decision making of the riders in the sprint competition. Those who have been picking up second and third along the way are the ones potentially with the stronger climbing legs.
Well, it's time to see who's got the stronger finishing legs rather than the climbing legs as we come into our finish. Quick reminder, 50.6 kilometres our race distance. The climb all done and dusted. Our 4 intermediate sprints all done and dusted. 1 line left to get to. Will Pekakova take away top spot in the race finish in our racing category 4, or will we see Rower manage to make this another superb sprint to the finish? I can't wait to see this. Sebra Ray leading this out of the saddle. The Wolfies rider on home turf here, going for glory on the front here behind. The Ruddies on. Alza is moved to the front here. It's early. It's way early.
Alzat's up and over the top. Martinuska is coming. Al Ray is holding on. Dowlin, Haglin, Pamplona. Haglin now starting to come through here. Rosura Haglin on a real charge, but Alzat is holding the watts on the front. Haglin versus Alzat. Pamplona is there. Alzat kicks again. What a move from Alzat to come through. Pamplona, Montoya, Haglin. Those were some fabulous legs there in terms of that finish. Great racing. Alzat in 1, Pamplona in 2, Montoya comes through for 3rd place, Haglin in 4, Roa in 5.
You saw the way that timing, it was all about timing there. Get the timing right, and you could just nail that in that run into the finish there as they came in over the line. So Carolina Alza in 1, Camilla Pamplona in 2, Catherine Montoya in 3, 2 Cafeteras in 2nd and 3rd behind the Rebel Union rider, Haglin, Dowling, Pekakova, Albin, Martinuska and Al Ray as they came in through the line for your top 10. Going to shake things up a little bit on the overall standings. We'll be bringing you those very much on the way through. At the moment, remember, all the results that we're giving you are provisional. They're live. They're literally coming in as we speak on the broadcast, on the show. They will be up updated as the riders are verified and checked through. And remember, they're not official until they get that blue stamp of approval on the MyWhoosh.com pages. That's mywhoosh.com/results to go to the results page. Click then on to the women's or the men's championships, and you'll see on there is a note that it can take up to 2 weeks on a stage race for all of the verifications to be complete, and that is just because we want to make sure everybody has the right answers on there. Now, Kate McLeod at the moment leading out Category 2 into the sprint here, going for sprint wins, I think, going for the checkpoint. She's got the slight gap there on Anna Russell. Todd is not far behind, so is Bergin and Murray. We've seen Bergin in action at the top of the climbs, currently just sprinting at 7.5 watts per kilo. But look at McLeod. She's out of the saddle here. Anna Russell is coming on her wheels. McLeod needs to keep kicking. She's got to pick this up. Can she hold on? This is going to take a huge effort from McLeod. McLeod diving in deep here. Russell goes over the top. McLeod's going to come through. I think in third place is Todd. Just pips her on the line there. Big effort from Kate McLeod. I'll tell you something, if that's not the results you want, she's still done a great workout on the legs there.
Yeah, she has, and she's desperately trying to pick up those points because Gonzalez Rua not in the leading group today.
Yep.
But Russell coming through 4-5 points. She goes up and moves up into 36 points in the competition. Emma Todd moves up to 26. McLeod's starting to rack up some points now, which is really nice. Bergin doing a good job as well of picking up points, and so is Vanessa Murray.
So they're all the teammates of Gonzalez Rua trying to hoover up points. We saw this yesterday, actually. We saw them trying to hoover the points up, trying to stop other people nabbing them and challenging Gonzalez Rua.
There's 30 riders in that leading group in Category 2. 30.
What have you all been doing?
Well, they have indeed been riding and racing, and they've been coming back together again. It is still going to be really, really close at the top in Category 2 tonight, unless we see something. And you just never know. This is bike racing. Who knows who's going to launch a long-range attack as we go back in with Category 3. They are through all of the sprint sections today. They're coming towards the finish line at the 50.6 kilometre marker. They've got 700 metres to go, and Brittany Lytton does it again. She's on the front, singing those songs. Those tunes are pumping, and she is putting the power down.
So Lytton on the front, teammate. Her contender in the sprint competition, Carolus, up alongside of their side-by-side on the front. Surely this is too early to go for the overall. Ballara is looking to not lose time here. Riel, the gold jersey wearer, the leader on the road. We know Riel's gap is minimal on the top, but can she now make this a more secure lead in the overall? She's in second position. She's got Femke Vassen in front. This is a great position for Riel. She has to stay in that draft, though. She needs to get tucked in and utilize it here. You can just see Vassen on there, but Esler has rocketed over the top and moved into position 1.
Jen Reel on second wheel at the moment. Esler in 1, Reel in 2. Reel comes up on the right-hand side. Can she do it? Not quite today, but that could well be enough to hold on to her lead overall on GC. What a move. Eva Esler in 1, Jen Reel in 2, Melissa Toomer, yesterday's winner, in 3, Femke Vassinen in 4, Ting Lu in 5, and Brittany Lytton led that out today.
So, Category 2 on the way in towards our final sprint of the day. This is going to be the Hudayriyat Beach Sprint for the second time of asking, as Category 1 at the moment are just over. This is the only sort of slight bump in the road on the way in that's really of any significance. They're just about 11k from our race, 11.5k from our race finish, exactly, actually, as they go over the top now and dropping down into the flatlands, back onto the island proper. So, over that bridge, dropping back down off that bank, and now making their way back on to the flatlands. Category 1, you can just see our Masters rider Amelia Van Hove there in that green skin suit rather than the yellow jersey. Left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side of the screen. Category 2, the leading group in Category 2.
Yes.
It's not 40 riders, it's still
30 riders.
30 riders.
And they're coming up for that final sprint now, the Hudayriyat Beach Sprint. My I'm starting to, I don't know if I should say this out loud in case they're listening, because I'm starting to wonder whether
Do it, say it. Go on.
someone will go long
Yeah.
after the sprint and we'll see a classic 1-2 move, or whether we're going to see this group roll very, very steadily with a final sprint.
I could talk to that because the reason I say that is because if you the issue is if you go for a long one and you then get caught and then you lose time, you've lost time on
I know,
the general classification overall.
and it's so close.
It is if you are in the leading group, but if you are further back, 1-2 minutes back, and you don't think you're going to
What
get,
have you got to lose?
yeah, and you don't think you're going to get over the climbs, maybe, or that you're not going to make that time back, why not go for it? Because if you're not a sprinter, but you're not going to get over the climbs, what have you got to lose? And I think for me, this is where those people who are good communicators, who can multitask on the bike, they maybe are going to be doing the talking and getting in touch with people in that lead group and going, look, I'm not going to get the overall. I'm not going to get whatever. Neither are you. Why don't we go for this? Let the road sort it out, but both of us get clear now, because that's what I'd be doing. I'd be straight on the private messaging on the Discord and go, right, let's see what we can do. Let's see where we go. Let's see how this plays out. Now, as you can see, our 5 riders on the screen. You can just see interested spectator on Kate McLeod's screen there. World champion Jason Osborne looking on at the screen.
Be in action a little bit later.
He will indeed. It's an interesting way to get warmed up, is to watch the racing.
He's got quite a while before his race yet.
He has. He can be inspired by this amazing racing here in the women's competition as we go in towards our sprint. Emma Todd this time leading this out as we go in. Todd in third place in the sprint competition overall. Russell moves up on the wheels and goes over the top. Anna Russell has moved into the lead. We're going to see if she can keep this lead. She's going to extend it. McLeod is working hard, coming hard here on the side. So is Todd, so is Briggs. But Anna Russell is going to take this. Russell came into the day with a plan and full marks, 10 out of 10 to Anna Russell for executing it today. I think she sucker punched Gonzalez Ruhr on the first sprint and then put in the hammer blow on the climb and has now taken the lead. She's going to go away. She came in behind Gonzalez Ruhr. She's going to go away with a lead, and it's not a small lead. It's 7 points.
Well, can I say Kate McLeod's doing a great job out there. She's picked up 11 points so far in the last 3 sprints, and that's starting to put her in contention in that sprint category. It's moving her up well, she's currently sat in 4th place. At the moment, Anna Russell on 41, Gonzalez Ruhr on 34, Todd on 28, McLeod on 11, tied with Christine Schneider. So it really is shaking it all up. Shaking it up at the moment in the Category 1 sprint is Mika Söderström. She's coming through the velodrome sprint for the 2nd time. Currently, she's leading this competition by 4 points because Van Schor, she was dropped on the climb today, and Söderström sweeping up the points. Behind her, there's no change in the pack. They roll through. Mayer will pick up some points. So will Van Hove, Bjarhead, and Alberg. But that's literally just the riders in the pack as they came across the line.
They just roll through because none of those are contenders. I mean, Alberg's got, a point. Whoopie-doo. You're not going to challenge in that. If you were serious about challenging the sprint competition, you'd have more points than that by now. I think Söderström taking that by that gap there by Van Schor. I think if I was Kelsey J. Van Schor, I would be thinking, this is not great. And what do I do to minimize the occurrences of this happening? How do I maximize? You've got to race to get the points when you can. And this balance of points before and after climbs is critical.
It is. But she's done everything possible. She's come out on day 1, she's hit the sprint. She's come out on day 2, she's hit the sprints. She's come out on day 3 and she's hit the sprints that she can. When she's got dropped, she had the maximum number of points in the bag and has worked really well.
Definitely.
Well, Category 1, one more sprint. Mika Söderström now in that green sprinter's jersey. Category 2 at the 47.7 kilometre marker. Are now coming towards the line. That will be the finish. That's the next thing on their list.
So just keeping an eye on both Category 2 and Category 1 at the moment. You can see still relatively, I'm going to say relatively big groups coming in, bigger in Category 2 as they came through the line on the last of our sprints. Category 1, 18 riders together, 8 chasing riders. Category 2, at the last time of asking. Think it's still 30 it is, it's still 30 riders in that group. So the accelerations and decelerations are not distancing people at this stage. They're able to roll with the increase in speed as riders go for checkpoints along this race route. Going to ask for a little bit of summary here, and from what we've seen so far from our race finishers coming in over the line, because we've had 2/3 of our race fields in so far. The day today, it's been about, I'm not sure it's been about controlling the chaos as not getting caught out.
Yes, not getting caught out in the chaos is probably a better phrase than controlling it. Managing and surfing the wheels, being in the right place at the right time has been really important. Conserving energy for the next 2 big stages that are coming, because we start out in the mountains tomorrow. Category 2, and it's like we've seen such large groups, 10 riders in the leading group in Category 6 as they came over the line. There was a bit more action in Category 5. We saw 7 riders come over together, 16 riders in Category 4, 19 riders in Category 3. We've got a group of 30 riders in Category 2 running towards the line. The nature of the size of the leading groups tells us about the racing.
It does. It gives us, it's one of those key markers, I think, a key indicator of just how the racing's been played out by the size of that group. The parcours obviously shapes that on the way into the finish, the climb, where the sprints are, where those climbs are, how people race into them as well, and the tactics, not just of individual riders, but of everybody, makes a difference. Now, Haley Simmons, non-super sprinter Haley Simmons, I am allowed to say that, on the front of the group briefly there, going to be looking to minimize time. And that was what I noticed about a number of riders who were in our leading group yesterday. They weren't necessarily sprinting for position. They were riding at a pace to minimize time losses before they go into the big climbs on these little, so keep the time gaps down on these stages.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And one of the things that's quite interesting, though, because we've got such a big group today rolling out on the road, the team competition is reconvening, shall we put it that way?
Okay.
Currently, going through that final sprint, 7 teams within 2 seconds of each other. Yep. So the time out there on course today, meaning that there's not going to be big gaps today added to that team competition. So it's going to be really interesting when we see the overall as one of the Category 6 riders just gives a massive high five to the Category 2 riders coming in towards the finish line. So Category 2 coming into the finish line now. Gray on the front, Simmons, London starting to move. Simmons and Sopers, McLeod is there as well as Heber Smith. London now launches at 11 watts per kilo. Sarah London is launching this off the front of the pack. Nielsen is in the mix. She's on the wheel. That's a Swedish 1-2 at the moment. Hannah Hakkinen is coming. So is Sopers. Sopers now starts to move. Bergin is there right towards the front. It's Hakkinen, London, Nielsen. Hakkinen goes up and over the top, and now Sopers goes. Sopers, it's the gold jersey going for the line today in Category 2, and Emily Sopers makes it 3 from 3. Fabulous racing from Sopers today. What a move, timed to perfection.
Nice. Not sure there's any other word, but nice timing. Now, we're just going to drop back. We'll go back to the Category 2 finish. Category 1 into our last sprint on the run in to the competition. Soderstrom this time through again, just mopping up the points, making the most of that. The rest of the bunch rolling through. And a counter-attack as they come through that sprint. So we've just seen a counter-attack go off the front in Category 1 at the moment. Somebody has indeed gone for a long one here today. Just trying to catch a view of who has gone on the front. It's Tomasi who's gone for this. So really interesting tactics. Tomasi has gone on a long-range counter-attack.
Because Soderstrom didn't slow down.
No, she hasn't. She's kept on pushing. Nice move by and why not? Can you imagine Soderstrom and Tomasi coming into that line? Tomasi taking time on the overall. Soderstrom taking time on the overall, but potentially with a better kick than Tomasi. And behind, they don't want to let this go. They've picked the pace up here. They may have been ticking along at a steady pace, but as they come out onto this board, and you can ride this in person on Hudayriyat Island, this is a really, really fantastic feature of the cycle routes on Hudayriyat. And round this loop, we've got 2 riders being closed down by the bunch in category 1. They're not going to let them go, but they have made the pace increase.
They have. Soderstrom going down the road from Ablock International. They put the rider down the road. Tomasi from that FCC Endorphins crew closing the gap down. Then Mayer from the Sweat Sensations are getting into the mix as well. They look as though they are all back together again, but there's one rider off the back of the group. So in terms of coming through that section, 18 riders went through the sprint together. 17 riders now in the leading group because Van Hove has been dropped in the foray off the front one. Nicole Mayer wanting to keep the pace high on the front. So does Stephanie Meder. They're at the 47.4 kilometre marker. Let's remember we finish at 50.6 today.
Now, just going up onto this little rise, the counterattacks keep on coming. One group is brought back. Another attack is going off the front. We will go back to that category 2 results before we get to the end of the show, I promise you, at some point. But it might be when we're summing up the race in the race tables. Camilla Alberg just takes a drink there, throws the bottle to one side, because this is coming into our race finale here. The pace is picked up. It comes off, it goes up, but the frequency with which those digs are coming in, they're getting more and more frequent as we make a run into the line. Coiston and Caramello on the front of this group at the moment, just holding it all together. The gold jersey, ever attentive. McCarthy not wanting to lose any time at all. It's not the biggest of gaps that she has at this stage. 18 seconds, if my memory serves me correctly, as they came into the stage today in the overall GC. Will that gap still hold? Can anybody gain any amount of time? What can Van Hove do? She's off the back of the group. The Watt sisters team will want her to keep on pushing to maximize their team time. The front of this race, though, Caramello, at the moment, you can see on our screens, having to respond to a long-range move now. Stephanie Meder has gone on the attack.
Yeah, Meder goes again. She really is a very active rider when it comes to the latter points of the race. The chain reaction FCC rider and racer is in the mix here. There's still just shy of 2K to go in the race, and Meder goes down the road. Bruni, Caramello, Gallegos, Olberg, McCarthy. Who's going to do the chasing, or are they going to let her go? Because McCarthy's on the front of the pack at the moment, and she doesn't seem to be particularly bothered. She started to lift the pace, but there's no real sprint or passion to bring Meder back at the moment. Ashley Mormon-Passio now comes to the front of the group. Van Hove and Van Heuling is in the mix. Gallegos is there, as well as Mayer and Tomasi. But Meder is still out front, and there's a tailwind out there at the moment. This pace is really high. Now Ablock International put Lisa Hermansen on the front. Hermansen comes to the fore to do the work to close it down. McCarthy wants to ensure that she is in gold overnight again. Hermansen's doing the work. Now Bruni and Mayer come to the front now for the Sweat Sensations. That's Gabby Guerra and Catherine Fuhr's team to help out with the work.
Stephanie Meder came into today's stage 57 seconds down on GC. She is not going to make 57 seconds back on McCarthy. McCarthy does not need to chase this. Neither does Guerra. The rest of them do if they want to defend their position, though, because Gallegos is within 2 seconds. So is Fuhr, Van Heuling, Tomasi, Albert, Coiston, Passio, Kolczynski, Bruni, Mayer. They're all within 2 seconds. Meder is trying to hold this gap, and quite rightly so, because she's looking to move herself up ahead of the rest and put herself in a potential podium position. But Soderstrom now goes to the fore.
Croydon is there. McCarthy is there. McCarthy's now winding this up. They've got 600 metres of racing to go today here on stage 3 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Meda in 1. Croydon closing down onto the wheel. Catherine Fua. Now Kate McCarthy goes at 10 watts per kilo. Guerra is still monitoring the situation. So is Olberg and Van Heuling. Croydon up on the front at the moment. Now Guerra. They've still got 350 metres. It's looking at each other. Passio starts to lift. Now Tomasi goes. Tomasi goes at 11 watts per kilo. Passio, Fua. Fua responds at 11, 12, 13 watts per kilo. They're coming up towards the line. It's McCarthy in 1, Tomasi in 2, Fua in 3, McCarthy. Fua's coming alongside, but McCarthy's going to take this today in the gold leaders jersey. McCarthy takes the win. Catherine Fua, I think, for second place today. That was look at each other. How long can you hold it before we punch for the line? McCarthy in 1, Fua in 2, Van Heuling in 3, Olberg in 4, Tomasi in 5.
I was watching the face of Kate McCarthy there with about 200 meters to go, and she looked to be absolutely on the rivet. Her face was absolutely, this is it, there's nothing more. But then she found another kick in there. I have no idea where she dug that gear out. That gearbox has got hidden depths in there, because she pulled an extra. It was like overdrive kicked in, because she was on the limit. And I thought that was going to be it, but no, she had the effort there. You could see Fua in comparison, look cool, calm, and collected. To say she was sprinting flat out, what a race finish. Brilliant racing in our races here today. As you can see, the leading groups going through. Meda in the end, along with Soderstrom, just losing a little bit of time. Soderstrom in the end losing 9 seconds in that race finish.
It was just amazing. It really, really was. You know, the shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we, shall we, shan't we of the Category 1 final sprint. You know, and Stephanie Meda, all credit to her, going out long. It was really, really good to see. And the lineup behind, and who put a rider down the road. You could hear, couldn't you? Imaginary in your own head, the DSs going, okay, now I want you to come to the front and I want you to close the gap down, and then somebody else can run it. It was just, you know, there must have been all fast and furious out there.
So whilst Emma sells this that she has voices in her head, we will go over to our race results. Category 6. Can't believe you just said that on there. Category 6. What a race win. We saw Juliana Agudelo come in through over the line. I mean, what a ride by her. Came through ahead of Zabala and Arias there. Smith's another leading rider in that Masters competition coming through. Just ahead of a teammate, Joanna Warren, who's no slouch again, making the way in through in Category 6. Great riding. Category 5, Nikki Ziad. Great ride by her.
It was indeed absolutely brilliant. The timing to perfection on that final sprint from her today. Absolutely brilliant. We didn't see her all race. She sat in the bunch. She sat in the bunch. She sat in the bunch. She had one job that she decided she was going to do today, and she executed it beautifully.
Yeah, just warming those legs up in that last sprint and then going for it in the end. I mean, brilliant plan. Executed perfectly. Category 4, 16 riders into the line basically together there. Carolina Alzak taking away the win from Camila Pamplona. Catherine Montoya, who we know is a great sprinter, came in over the line in 3rd place there. Roa taking away the sprints, you know, winning every intermediate sprint in the end, taking away 5th place there. And last stage winner from stage 2, Pekakova in 7th. Let's move across to category 3. Eva Esler up against Jen Reel and Melissa Tuoma. I mean, Reel and Tuoma 1-2 coming into the day on GC. Reel in that Masters competition, Emma.
Yeah, and Esler had moved herself up yesterday into 3rd place overall on GC, and she's just getting better and better and stronger as this race continues. And today she's top spot for Riot of the Tiger, but it was really, really close out there. Look at that, top 5 under a second.
Let's move to category 2, where we have our top spot. Again, cut and paste. Top spot, number 1, Emily Sopers, 3 out of 3. Chapeau. Absolutely top notch. You saw that sprint unfold. I absolutely love watching the positioning of Sopers, because she gets it spot on every time. That is one smart rider, a real masterclass in how to take stage wins. Behind Hakkinen, Roach, Sanchez, Nielsen, Kalman, Guerrero, Weisman, London. running out top 10.
Yes, and a great racing, and great racing in Category 1 as well. What a run to the finish, and I can't believe Stephanie Medder is not on that top 10 list, given the work that she did on the run into the line. But Kate McCarthy tops the table against Catherine Fuhr. Van Hooling sprinting at the moment is superb. She's right back on form. Camilla Alberg, Francesca Tomasi, Gabby Guerra in 6th, Elise Gallegos in 7th. But look at that, 1.6 seconds separating the top 10 riders. Mel Bruni, the rider on the bottom of that. I think Mel's legs are starting to come back to her after that Ironman on Sunday.
Well, we are going to be pulling apart all those race results, the sprints, the climbs in the Inside the Race podcast. That is going to be coming out later this evening. We don't need sleep, honest gov. We will be bringing you all of the details that we can. We're going to be bringing you a couple of great interviews, I think, with Elise Gallegos. Am I correct?
Yes, she will be joining us later today. It'll be really great to hear from her.
It will indeed. Do give us a follow, have a listen out for that. The men's race is coming up next. Do make sure that you subscribe to YouTube, on YouTube to the MyWhoosh channel. It is going to be bringing you all of the race action all the way through the MyWhoosh Championships. Follow MyWhoosh on social media. It is at MyWhoosh. You can follow Emma. It's at biking_Emma, myself at Matt Fixer Payne. It's time for us and the broadcast team to take a break. We need to do lots of switching across and getting ready for the men's race that is coming up shortly. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to our riders for a very entertaining stage 3 of the MyWhoosh Championship, where it's as much as about not getting caught in the chaos as it was about controlling it. We'll see if the men's race is the same. We can't wait. I hope you will join us until we are back in a short while. From Emma, myself, and the team, we'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
Welcome back to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. We already have seen the women's race unfold in front of us, and as much as controlling the chaos it was, don't get caught out by the chaos or the climbs, and a number of our riders did. No spoilers on the way through. You just have to watch back if you weren't watching. In fact, if you weren't watching, what were you doing? I know I say that on Sunday Race, but I'm saying it today. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be taking you through all of the race action, as always, with Emma Martin. Emma, the women's race, we saw some very smart tactics play out, not just from the GC riders. In fact, potentially not from the GC riders, but actually from those people in the other competitions.
We saw today very, very clearly out there on stage 3 in the women's race, long range overall stage race tactics and strategies playing out. We saw very, very clearly some riders choosing to race day by day by day and utilize their strengths. Other riders deciding that this is a 7-day stage race and they are racing tactics for those 7 days. That was what we really saw in the women's race today start to play out. I wonder whether we're going to see the same in the men's.
Well, it is interesting, isn't it? I mean, we've gone through the stage yesterday where we had an identical stage. Today, we don't have identical stage, but the parkour is the same but repeated. And in doing that, I think it gives a level of familiarity to the course that does let you play this out, although the men haven't actually ever ridden this before. So fast learners are going to be an advantage.
And I do know some of them have been out there because I've been stalking them on Strava, and they've been out riding it on the practicing and getting to understand it, because it is quite an interesting climb that they're going to go up twice today. 9 steps in the climb, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But the first 43 kilometres of this are identical to the women. But the men then, after that 43-kilometre point, start the lap again to take them back up that climb for the second time before they have the run to the finish line. It is that second climb that is the main differentiator. We saw packs of women come to the top. Will we see packs of men still be at the top of the second climb?
So we're going to see if that practice translates into performance in reality in the actual stage, because you can rehearse all you want, but there's nothing like the curtain going up, the lights coming on, and the cameras rolling on our riders, and that's what's going to happen very shortly indeed. Let's head into stage 2 of the men's race here on the MyWhoosh Championship. It's stage 3. So welcome to stage 3. Control the chaos. Chaos getting into my numbering skills clearly already. I'm not sure I quite believe the gesticulation from the other side of the commentary box from Emma, but maybe I may have to. We are going to go into Hudayriyat, and we're in Abu Dhabi when we set off the home of MyWhoosh over the bridge into Hudayriyat, up the climb, up the pillars, up the elevated roadway, round the top and back down again. They went up the hill. And they came back down again. They go down, round into Abu Dhabi, back over the bridge, banging headwind to get back into Abu Dhabi, back in and round, and then up the hill and back down again, before the run into the finish. Emma, the climb is going to be crucial here, particularly the second time around, I think.
Yes, I think it is. But as we've mentioned in the women's race, it's a 9-stepped climb. You can see there's clear rest and respite on the climb, and it's going to be really interesting to see as to whether the men race it in a similar way to the women, which tends to be punch rest, punch rest, punch rest, or whether we see a consistent pace set on the climb to really try and shake it up. This type of climb that it does tend to blur the distinction between the sprinters and the climbers out there. We've got 4 sprints along the way, and I say along the way, the first one of them comes before the climb, the second one comes after. We need to make sure, they need to make sure they don't get dropped on that climb as they go into those sprints on the second and latter part of the course, because it's danger territory for those riders looking for those sprint points today. But that second ascent of the climb could be ridden quite differently to the first, because that's the only real opportunity for a breakaway. That climb before the run to the finish line, when they get to the top of the climb, it's an 8.1k run to the finish line today, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see. It is a stepped descent as well as a stepped climb, but what can I say? Sorry, should I say it's an 8.1 kilometer run from the sprint? Sorry, not from the top of the climb. Matt's looking at me as though I'm mad now too. But you know, it is a fairly flat run once you get to the base of that climb, and there's a bit of tailwind out there as well. So it's going to be a fast finish.
I think the way this plays out into the finish, the run into the left-hand turn of the finish is always tricky. Then you come in and then you've got that tailwind running. I'm really interested to see how this does play out as they come in towards the line. We're going to see our riders on this course. The headline numbers again for you: 66.6 kilometers in distance, a total ascent of 442 meters. Each time up that climb, our riders will be gaining 134 meters of ascent. And the average gradient is utterly immaterial because it's stepped. So well, I'm not even going to give you it. There you go. Let's go to our Category 6 riders. Andre Louis Gosler, top step, moving up to take that. But gaps are small in this GC.
They are really small in the GC. You know, when we start looking at the time gaps here, you know, 9th place, 7 seconds back, and then it starts getting a little bit bigger. We don't get to over the minute mark until we get to the top 12, and then the gaps still are really, really small there. Dylan Kennett, the rider who took the win on stage 1, back now in 14th, 1 minute 23 back after yesterday's race. But you know, there's a lot of competition out there in Category 6, and there's a lot of races going on within this race field as well.
Yeah, hoping to feature some of those. Simon Llewellyn at the moment, 92nd on the overall classification, is having his own private battle as well with a certain Nathan Craig. But we'll see how that's going to play out as we move onwards. The category, though, absolutely packed out with riders, and great to see so many people still battling. I mean, if you're, 10 minutes on GC at this stage is not something that can't be brought back. It's not something that can't be changed. And I think that is going to be as telling as anything else, is how people actually dig in here and how they work to bring those gaps back if they are in contention. But a number of these riders will just be racing, and in all our categories, just racing to get to that finish.
Yeah, because that is an achievement in itself. Completing a 7-day stage race is a massive achievement, and if you're picking the MyWhoosh Championships to do it, is huge. But the riders who are out there racing and racing hard, it is just fabulous to see what's going on. And you know what? You never know. You could wake up after the rest day on day 6 with the most amazing legs and have a fabulous time trial.
Yep, definitely. Now, you can just see Jonathan Fayer, the rider who took the stage win from Thomas Cover, and Andre Louis Gosler. Fayer, a climber who might not have been able to sprint, but my goodness, he got that timing right.
He did yesterday. It was absolutely brilliant launching that attack and taking the win. Ola Warren picked up the most points in the sprint competition yesterday, and Emil Ivanov picked up the most points in the climbing competition. We'll talk about those competitions overall, but Ola Warren has the most. He's currently leading that competition overall, not just from yesterday. In terms of the King of the Mountains, Ivanov leading the competition again, not just yesterday. So both of those doing great jobs on day 2, picking up points and cementing those leads in the overall competitions.
But lots of points up for grabs today, 4 sprints and the increased points in the climbs, because both climbs are category 2 climbs, 10, 8, 6, 4 and 2 points to go. There's 20 points at stake if you were to take away the win on both of these climbs. So we could see some massive changes in those competitions where many people have scored a few points each, just in with Martin Wang. Wang, the last rider, I think, if I remember correctly, within 10 minutes of our race leader. if my memory serves me correctly. We'll see whether he's in that same position as we come in to our race finish at the end of today's 66.6 kilometers. Category 6, the first set of riders away. 10 minutes between each of our bunches. If you weren't watching any of the earlier stages, there are two colors of jersey out there. The green skin suit is for Masters riders in Category 6, but they still have that number 6 on the back in Category 6, 5 in Category 5, and so on. But we also have then the category jersey, which is that purple jersey, which is for the riders in the standard category. Gareth, it's no good. You need to harness the power of the Welsh Dragon.
Yes.
Start breathing fire, and rather than flapping your wings ineffectually.
Yes, you're not tired yet, honestly. No. You wait till stage 7. But Gareth, the Welsh rider there, just indicating that that you can communicate with each other on MyWhoosh as well, and those emotes are available to all the riders.
Just going to say, Martin Wang, 39th. 9:54, just inside the 10 minutes. Now, just on the Pain Cave with Dylan Kennett, stage 1 winner. His obsession continues.
Yes, with Ollie Jones harnessing the Kiwi power behind him of Jones. Ollie Jones in Category 1. Dylan Kennett and Ollie Jones friends. And I think Kennett has outdone himself this year with his poster selection.
Yeah, Ollie, I know you're like racing in Category 1 and Dylan is racing in Category 6, but you do need to up your background in the Pain Cave, because you haven't got enough on challenging in Category 1. Okay, let's dive in with Peter Cridlin, one of our regular riders on screen, already attacking over the top of this bridge. Now, we go out over the bridge, onto Hudayriyat Island, up the climb, come back the opposite direction. The wind that is just to the back and the right-hand side of the riders going out will be in the faces or en face. I love the en face phrase. What? It is in your face as you come back the opposite direction. And then we go back over it with a tailwind again.
Well, all I can say is Category 6, oops, I did it again. Out of the pen, a little bit of Brittany. Pick which one.
You're on a bit of a Brittany day, aren't you?
I am, but look at that. Look at the stretch on the top right-hand corner of your screen, those purple jerseys right the way back across that bridge. And they are one of the fastest starting categories. I mean, they are the largest category on the MyWhoosh Championships, and all credit to them for that. But they really do want to get that group down and get that group down early, as though to a sense of the Hudayriyat climb would not whittle the group down anyway. Calangad starting to move to the front of the group and making sure he's in position. And that's the issue here. You've got to make sure you're in the right place. Gosler, I noticed the golden jersey about halfway back in the pack, wanting to stay in the draft, hoping the pace will come off the front as we go in with the GCC leader.
Yep, Joshua Calangard leading from Ephraim Mamba, Smith and Van den Dries Al-Raiki, along with Alzami and Harvey, all in the mix. By no means over yet, but I think that battle is going to be Mamba versus Calangard. That's my prediction.
Oh, interesting.
Well, Smithson could challenge, but we will have to see if his legs improve. They're going to need to improve dramatically.
Well, James Melville, the current leader in the Masters competition, the Scottish rider from the BMC 6 Ups crew. This is a really close competition after 2 days. Orlando Montoya from BMC Spinergy, 2.3 seconds back. Malt Newman from Level Kevlar, 28 seconds back. In fact, I'm just looking at this. This competition, even in 8th place, it's just 2 minutes 14 back to Ola Warren. There's a huge range of Masters riders in this category, which is fabulous in itself. 42 riders at the moment. But this is going to be a competition in itself.
It definitely is. I mean, I'm going to use Martin Wang as the example. Martin Wang, 36th, if I remember correctly, I just said it. But it's basically the last rider inside 10 minutes. He's 14th in the competition in terms of the Masters. So from our older, more senior, and maybe wiser competitors, or maybe not, into the young guns who are racing strongly. Our youth leader at the moment, Santiago Londano. Londano with, it's not commanding, but it's good in terms of a lead over Lucas Barrier. Behind him in 3rd place, Christian Torva, but it's a good lead.
It is indeed 3 minutes
well.
52 seconds. Londano's lead from that BMC Spinergy crew over the Team Veloz Chile 6 rider. So really good to see them. And look at that. It has indeed settled down at the front of the Category 6 pack. But we've already got 3 clear groups on the road, and we're at the 3.2 kilometre marker.
3 groups, and probably soon to be many more.
It's
Let's go into our screen. Sorry. We have 2 riders who are battling it out on screen at the moment. Nathan Craig versus Simon Llewellyn. Now, Emma, correct me if I'm wrong. Simon Llewellyn was ahead.
He was.
Coming off the climb.
So Simon Llewellyn was indeed ahead going into the climb yesterday, around 3.5 minutes, according to Nathan Craig's blog. I did read it this morning. Nice writing, Nathan. Up the climb yesterday, Nathan brought that gap down to a minute. And then on the descent, he brought it down even further. So much so that they came together into the finish line, of which Nathan Craig attacked first. Simon Llewellyn launched the power, however, and took him on the line. I am loving these smaller races and battles inside the peloton. So thank you, gentlemen.
Well, I'm going to let you into a little bit of stats here. The gap now in the overall, it sounds substantial. Nathan Craig in 85th position, Simon Llewellyn in 92nd, so separated at the moment by 7 positions. But it's only 8 seconds on GC.
Wow.
So, gents,
8 seconds
it's
on GC.
Nothing between Nathan and Simon. So the battle needs to continue, gents.
To the wire.
All the way to the finish line today. No pressure on it.
And let's just put that into context. 144 riders on the start sheets in Category 6.
Yep.
So both of them doing an absolutely brilliant job.
Yep, brilliant job. Well done. And well done to everybody. And this is what I love about this. What I love about racing leagues is that whether you're at the front or the back of a race, there's always somebody that you're battling against. You could be battling for first and second, 11th and 12th, 111th and 112th. It doesn't really matter. You've got somebody that you're racing against. Here, we have that same thing, but it's over 7 stages in 8 days. So it's a constant battle. It's a constant fight. And because it's one after the other, after the other, after the other, you have those extra things mixed in there. You've got that recovery. Who's recovering well? Who has had something happen outside of their control? Who's just been asked to feed the fish next door? You know, it could be anything that comes into it. Life does indeed happen. And all those things are going to impact what you can deliver and what you can do. At the moment, our leaders very, very strong, looking good. And Gosler taking the lead last time in Category 6. But we're going to leave the Category bunch talking amongst themselves as we move into Category 5. Race leader, Lucas Pedder, at the moment, is 10 seconds clear of Brendan Thornton. Thornton on the move, but the big moves on the day. Luke Kendall moving up 10 places and Villa Petta moving up 12. That's taken them up inside the top 5. For me, though, monstrous move. Big day for Andre Grafescu.
Yes.
28 places he moved.
Yes.
He's in 10th place.
And Junior Penn's going up 24. So there really is some movement in the peloton into that top 10 in Category 5. And I think it will just keep going.
It will indeed. I think that battle is going to continue onwards. Riders battling it out further down through those race fields. And you can see Category 5 still a really competitive race here. We're talking minimal time gaps. We're talking 10 seconds separating riders out on course. 5 seconds here, 10 seconds there. It's nothing. Well, literally nothing between some of these riders.
And 50 riders in the top 10 minutes. So just 10 minutes separating the top 50. And, you know, with the stages coming up on stage 4 and stage 5, the 2 mountain stages, you know, anything can happen.
And let's just put a shout out for Luke Allport, who is currently reverse engineering, Allporting backwards at the moment. He's our Lanterne Rouge, doing a great job. Luke, keep on riding. Whatever form you're in, it's doing a good job, and you are in a prominent position, albeit red lantern at the back. Let's talk about our stage winners. Junior Alberto Pens, we saw him taking that win. Absolutely amazing ride by him. Leonard Greg Cadabona punch in the air in delight inside that top three, and Luke Kendall there as well. Joel Warren versus Nicholas Spratt has been unfolding in the sprints. Warren taking the sprints, but Spratt is the rider for me who is now focused very firmly on the climb competition until we get to the mountains, when I think he's going to switch to GC competition. I think he has detached himself from that sprint battle now. I think that's really become clear over the last couple of days. So initially up there, but no, I think it's now all about the climbs. 2 climbs on the course today for category 5 that are going to count for our categorized climbs, but don't discount the 5 bumps en route, not little pimples, 5 bumps en route on the way round. They are big enough to cause people to maybe just pause in their pursuit of a podium.
You've got to keep your eyes peeled on the back of the bunch on the wheel in front of you and not let the gap go too far on those bumps, because they might look innocuous on paper, but they really aren't. And at the moment, Machado going off the front of the pack here, big strong drive going down the road. They're heading towards that bridge for the first time, and the first time up and over the bridge. Machado being joined by Tieto. Topi Tieto, the Finnish rider, coming to the front of the pack as well.
Let's talk about teams, because I'm loving this team at competition. Oh, we're going to do that after we just said good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is. I don't actually know whether Monsieur Machado is in Portugal in the Pain Cave or not. It's certainly looking like daylight in there, but resplendent in that MyWhoosh jersey at the moment. So good to see you, sir. Always smiling, very quick off the mark. It doesn't matter whether the course is flat or onto a climb. Okay, sorry, let's go back
to team competition.
We saw Cadabona punch in the air in delight as he took that podium. The Virtual Velocity team, who are leading, having a great day. Cadabona leading them through there in second place on the stage. Spratt leading the mountains competition. Philo and Loxley backing them up. Great team.
Yeah, it was indeed an absolutely brilliant team and a great team performance. Daniel Thiem on your screen at the moment, and he's pushing on and punching the air. His team, Crankmasters, is currently in 4th. They're 3 minutes back on GC.
3 minutes after 2 stages, adding together the fastest riders' times, for 3 fastest riders' time on each stage, added together to give you that team time. When you add that all up, and you think 3 minutes is a lot. No, it's not. Particularly once we go hit those mountains. I think at the moment, I'd be thinking in terms of team times of 10, maybe 15 minutes, not being changeable at this stage. Category 5 breaking into 2 groups at the moment. A number of riders detached on the climb, going up over the top. Mac Monroe, Lenador, with Gregos, Kubiak for company, Liaison, Santos, David Milano. And in fact, we're in with Mac Lenador at the moment. So great to see him in action at the moment. Certainly looking very, very strong. Gets out of the saddle, stamps down on those pedals into this descent. So he really is driving here. He's in a rhythm. He's on the front. Sometimes that's the best place to be, even though you're not in the draft.
Yeah, it is indeed. But, you know, it is your moment as you're coming down off of that bridge. You're making sure the pace stays high because you don't want those groups to come back together again. And there's a possibility that you could see another split in the group. So Lenador doing the business on the front of the pack. He's joined one of the riders just jumping into his draft. Machado is there. Kubiak is there. Kurderon is coming through. And that is a really interesting move. So we're going to drop in with the GCC leader in Category 5. That is indeed Cadabona.
Yep.
So multiple jerseys there. The gap back to Rod Loxley, 5 seconds. They are teammates on that Virtual Velocity team. 5 seconds. Then Mac Monroe a little bit further back, just shy of 2 minutes.
And Cadabona battling it out with his teammate Rod Loxley actually in that GCC competition.
Lucas Petter, the rider we're in with now, currently leading the Masters competition. That again is a small gap because Luke Kendall is 11 seconds back.
But you won't see that jersey on anybody because he's wearing the gold jersey of our leader on the road. Let's go back into Category 6 because we're going back into our sprints on the way in towards line. Eduardo Sugai like the rider heading towards the velodrome sprint in the lead, but not for long, because here comes Ola Warren. Warren, who is kicking on at the moment, the leader by 8 points in the sprints competition from Jonathan Fager, Rune Nielsen in 14th position. So Warren goes underneath the banner, extends his lead at the front. Fager's got some work to do to take this back, and I think we're potentially going to see an attack from Fager, a long range attack. I mean,
do you?
Yeah, he's either going to go late or he's going to go really early, like in between the climbs. And anything before the summit of the last 100 meters of the second time at the big climb, I count as early.
Well, Ola Warren going off the front yet again, picking up another 5 points, adding to his sprint competition total and staying out front. This is an interesting one for me because Warren's got to get up and over the 2 climbs today to pick up the maximum number of points out there. Is he capable of it? I think he is. But it is going to be one to watch today. 56 riders have made the first selection in Category 6.
Big numbers in Category 6 and big numbers in Category 5 as well. Currently at the 3.8 kilometer marker. So they are going into towards the second of our big bumps. We're in with Maxime Fabre. Good to see Maxime. It's been a little while since we've had him on our screen. So good to see you, sir. Bonjour. To our rider as he is down in his pain cave, and I can identify if he's warm because it's absolutely baking. It's not quite as hot as it could be, but it's still pretty warm out there. So I hope you've got the air conditioning or the cooling in effect, please. Now, we talked about Wolfies. We are at the bike shop. We are taking the right-hand turn. We literally have just gone up to Wolfies, and instead of going in to either go into the shop or to go into the amazing Colnago store there and look at some of the historic bikes. I spent ages doing that. We are going to turn right in with Andre Grifescu, the man who moved up so many points. I mean, absolutely brilliant ride by him, but leading that youth competition.
And he took it off of Jasper Herring yesterday with that move. He was behind Herring going into yesterday's stage, but is now nearly 3 minutes ahead of him. And he puts on that jersey with those white shoulders, indicating the leader in that youth competition.
Just diving in with Luke Kendall. So Luke ahead of us, heading into evening, basically nighttime.
Yes.
In the world here. So we are going to see how he goes today. He's got to keep himself awake right the way through to the end of today's stage. No napping on the way round just because he's going at some big climbs here. Luke riding really well in the Category 5 competitions. And I think for me, I'm going to be keeping a little eye on him on those sprints. Third in the sprint competition overall.
Yeah.
Warren sitting in second place. Mazzaros leading that competition overall.
Yeah, Kendall sat 4th on GC at the moment, first in that and in that Masters competition. I was going to say first, but he's second to Lucas Petter, so he's well placed in 2 of the GC competitions at the moment. Well, Category 4 are down in the start pen at the moment with around 2 minutes to go. The final warm up, the final preparations taking place. Ryan Giuliano, he is currently leading at the moment on GC. Fabulous racing from him. It is so close. Neil Unger 0.9 of a second back. Bergin 1.5. Velez 1.7. Aidan Sinclair is only 2 seconds back. There are so many riders still in contention in this Category 4 race.
Yeah, 14 riders within a minute. If you go to within 5 minutes, then you're talking 37 riders within 5 minutes, and those gaps can be changed. It is changeable. Going to just give a shout out to Arthur Corbani, currently in 43rd place. He's lost a little bit of time, lost 6.5 minutes, but we are going into the big climbs where we know it's going to suit him more. And I think the big thing for me, when you've got a young rider like Arthur in a race like this, is all such valuable experience. Whatever he does in his cycling, in the future. He's got this to draw back on, those experiences. Now, let's go to our stage winner, Pano Lucia, taking away the top spot in the race in the stage on stage 2 in category 4, ahead of Ryan Giuliano and Aidan Sinclair. Sinclair leading, though, in that sprint competition in category 4 from Francis Pino. 9 points the difference at the start of today, and it's 10 points from Pino to Kawanaki. Climbs competition a little different.
Yeah, Narbati picked up 18 points that were available yesterday, but he's not leading that competition. That too goes to Aidan Sinclair because he picked up the earlier points on the smaller climbs. So I think that's going to be an interesting one because Aidan Sinclair now really has a choice as we start to move forward with the higher points value climbs coming up over the next 3 days. Does he contest the climbs? Does he contest the sprints? Which one does he pick? Or is he going to try and keep a foot in both camps?
Dangerous. If they go in different directions, that could be quite painful.
Yeah, however, the sprint competition and the climb competition, very tightly linked as we move forward because it's first across the line in the sprints. So getting up and over those climbs in the top 5 is where the sprinters will pick up points. So I think it's some clever thinking and clever strategizing from the young rider.
And clever course design. I like the fact that there's a mix. So sometimes some stages early on, riders can pick up a lot of points early. They've then got to make decisions on the way through. I love when we challenge our riders' minds as well as their bodies.
Well, we are indeed challenging minds and bodies on the MyWhoosh Championships. Category 4 are up and out the pen. We're in with Adrian Gonzalez at the moment. He's sat right to the fore of the pack. Another strong start at the moment. Carlos Alvarez is leading this out. Malvin Angarita is in the mix as well. Narbati right to the front. Giacomo Natari in there as well. Natari, one of our interesting riders, he works with the professional peloton.
He does indeed, and it's going to be very interesting how he goes on today. There's no excuses for not knowing what you're doing when you are a coach. Just in with Arthur Cabani at the moment, so you can just see Andre in the background. Arthur, the rider nearest to us. So good to see you, Arthur. Good morning, or bom dias, as it is in Portuguese. I don't know much. Basically 2 words, but they're 2 good words.
Well, yes, and Kobani not wanting to miss the moves here, making sure he's in the right place at the right time. You don't want to get gapped on this climb up and over the bridge. So very sensibly paying less attention to you, Matt.
Well, you did give us a wave. What more do you want?
I know.
I can't exactly have a conversation with him when he's on the front of the race going over this bridge, which in person is an absolute monster of a bridge. Category 4, very briefly, I'm just going to say teams, Cycling District and Pedal Club at the front, 3 seconds separating them. They've got a great battle, and Anzacs are hovering behind at 16 seconds. They could be in the mix very quickly. There's a real battle between Cycling District 4 being the Golden 4 as well.
Oh.
And those team competition is going to be in there. Now, I am loving the fact
he's a bit chilly.
Yeah, but look at the colour.
I know. He's in green.
He's in green. It's the green jersey for the sprints. Is that a case of Aidan Sinclair telling us subliminally what he's going for? Is this a little bit of a Freudian slip in terms of his attire heading out? Has he given away to the competition his aims and ambitions?
I think you're reading
Am
too
I overthinking?
much into it. Though we did see polka dot casquette, didn't we, on Salgado?
I'm sorry, but I think that's great because I think if I was ever in a position to be leading on a sprints competition, I would wear green just because it was going to give me extra speed.
Well, Francis Pino, the rider we're in with at the moment, currently second wheel, is leading the GCC competition. He's leading it from Clinton Cirillo by 1 minute and 43 seconds. So a good, strong start for Pino. Pino's been on form, though, so far in this championships.
He has, but we know him more as a sprinter. Clinton Cirillo can sprint, but we also know he can climb. I don't think you should discount Hassan Sultan either, because we know when we come to the climbs, the rider in 3rd place in GCC has the potential to go over the top. He's only a few minutes back, so he has that potential to go take that. Now, in with category 5 on the way into our sprint line at the moment. It's another of our Warrens on the move this time around. Joel Warren just opening up his legs, just stretching them out. Warren ahead of Mazzaros, who led this competition, only 1 point behind coming into today's competition in that sprint competition in category 5. But Warren will now take the lead because behind him, he says confidently, is going to come Machado. Missaros at the moment. I'm just looking to see if he's going to score a point. He might. Do you know what? It's going to still be close, but it's going to lay with Warren, that leader's skin. So you can see he's pulled that on now in the front of the race, going through, taking 5 points, 4 for Machado, 3 for Lopez, 2 for Rojas, and 1 for Mazzaros. So Roman Mazzaros being a little bit wise here. And one thing the riders have to be very aware of and keep in the back of their minds, this sprint comes at 9.3 kilometers.
Yes.
The climb starts at 12. Put yourself in a hole now, and you are going to have extra height to climb on that climb.
Yeah, 68 riders, though, in the leading group in Category 5, having just gone through there. They've got a 47-second gap to 3 riders chasing: Warren, Machado, Lopez, Rojas, Mazzaros. You're right, Kubiak, Roy, Gonsoling, Savic, and Tabarez, the top 10. It's a good group, and there's a number of really strong riders in here. I've just Marius Fossi's gone through in 28th place, Rod Loxley down in 31st, Lucas Petter in 33. It's an interesting move as we drop back in with Category 4.
We are back in with Category 4, and we are in with Andrew Rushmer at the moment. So interesting to see how Andrew goes on today. We will see if he can score big here today.
Leading that Masters competition.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time gaps behind him, and I think for me it's clear which riders can't climb versus which can but can sprint. There are some riders who've lost a lot of time at the bottom of this who clearly we know, and I'm going to pick on Evan Schwartz here. Evan Schwartz is a fantastic rider. I'm absolutely in awe of him, of his sprinting abilities and his ability in a rolling course to get to the finish and sprint. But I think now that we're starting to see the bigger climbs come in, he's got to maximize his early opportunities. And that could be our first sprint here today, because I think that is going to be key for him to now take things away or get recovery done and maybe go into some of those later stages where we're beyond the big mountains and actually put something down, maybe the time trial.
Well, I was just thinking Aidan Sinclair might have a long sleeve warm-up jersey still on because it's chilly, but his avatar's warm because it's wearing 3 jerseys in one.
Yes.
But Category 4 riders are rolling now at the 4.4 kilometre mark, and they really are rolling. They're rolling around zone 2. So the pace come out of the pack that was the early pace up and over that bridge and now settled as they run in towards that first sprint coming at the 9.3 kilometre marker. Can I just say, this is so reminiscent of actually riding this route out on Hudayriyat Island in real life. These beech tree hedges as Mika Rusamaki rolls through.
Yep, definitely. It's a memory of a lifetime. Only having been to Hudayriyat Island once, I have been lucky enough to go to the UAE on a couple of occasions, commentating on events. The Urban BMX actually was one of those. Didn't see anything but the hotel and the event venue there. Fortunately, I had a little bit more time to go visit to Hudayriyat Island. It was definitely a must-do. Now, one man who is a bit of an international rider, Henry East, from the Republic of South Africa, resides in New Zealand, where it is already late at night. Good to see, sir, that you have got the mug up there. I'm sure it's not Ovaltine in there, which is an old folks drink for getting you to bed. I am on honey and ginger here in the studio.
He's on coffee.
I hope you're on. I hope that's a really like a quadruple coffee. Don't do that at home, folks. It's probably not good for you. Well, it isn't good for you. Okay. Let's go down to our next category, about to leave the start pens as we go diving down into the riders here in the lead of Category 3. Miguel Jaquila, the Suffer Together riders.
Are suffering together in 1 and 2.
They are absolutely brilliant. We're going to see how that then plays out as this race continues onwards.
Do you know they've got 4 riders in the top 10 on GC at the moment?
I know that they are looking. they're looking strong. The only thing I'm going to say for everybody else is we've not hit a lot of big mountains one after the other, but I'm not sure it's going to make a huge difference. We'll have to see.
No, and you know what? There are 44 riders in Category 3, sub 5 minutes on GC. It's a really, really close competition out there. In fact, the time gaps are not big until you get, well, actually, they're not big throughout the entire race field. Yeah. They really, really aren't. So Category 3 still all to play for as we go into Stage 3.
And you can see Skierski and Jakila, the order that they came over the line. Jakila, Skierski, the GC. So the gap between them is only 1.157 of a second. Reinheimer, the rider in third place, third overall on GC as well. Christopher Morgan, the breakaway specialist, leading the sprints competition. Not
yesterday.
So much, yeah, not by sprinting so much as breaking away. I thought that was really interesting, the way that he took the points yesterday.
Mason Rocker holding the jersey, though, because of the points picked up the previous day. A bit of the similar in the King of the Mountains competition. Adar still on that competition by one point. He's holding on from Fabio Hulhorst and Junyu Lin really close behind. So those three riders we should see them battle that out today, or somebody new could come to the top.
I think you need to watch out for Christian Montoya. He has been noticeable by his absence in terms of battling for the very front, but he has been right in position, mopping up points all the way through. And Montoya, if I'm not much mistaken, is a defending champion on the MyWhoosh Championships. Now I'm just going to find out if I'm correct. Raphael Buchter on our
you're
screen.
Correct. That's twice you've nailed the Category 3. Both Category 3 in the women and Category 3 in the men have a defending champion in the peloton.
My ambition one day is to be good enough to be in Category 6.
I thought you were going to say Category 3 then.
Not a chance.
Raphael Butcher on your screen is good enough to be in Category 3.
Yes.
And regularly takes it with the pack to the line and puts in a phenomenal sprint. So he is one to watch when it's a fast finishing finish. Tobias Schmidt is the rider to watch at the moment because he's off the front. Bruno Forster is in there as well. Jacek Chikors is there as well. Mason Rocker to the front. Jakub Wojciech, Mr. MyWhoosh Info himself is up there. And Christopher Morgan. So Morgan starting to move to the front of the pack. Yesterday's breakaway was not enough, obviously.
When you're a breakaway specialist, is there ever enough? I mean,
good question.
Today, the big mountains days are very, very... A breakaway, or when we go on to our massive mountain day, that's not going to happen. I just can't see that. Not in the same way, but today there is a possibility, but it's going to be tough. Jean Yannicki, a rider definitely to watch out for. I think definitely a rider who he's been rolling there or thereabouts in the climbs competition. He's taken points already, but that's not his target.
No, I don't think it is. Well, Mason Rocker at the moment, his target is that sprint competition, and that's the jersey that he holds. The King of the Mountains, as we said, Ergatan Adar is the rider in that jersey. In the other jerseys, can I just say, I'm loving the black jersey with the gold polka dots.
You do love that. You
do.
Keep saying, if anybody wants to just put one together, just to keep Emma quiet,
let me know.
Please just let us know. Because it would just... It would make the commentary box an easier place to be.
Well, Adar resplendent in polka dots. In the Masters competition, it's Martin Conda who's leading that, but we'll drop back into that in a very short while because Evansfart is doing exactly what Matt said he would do and going off the front for the first sprint. But it's a long run. He's still got 850 metres, but he's clear
Come on, buddy.
of the group behind. Graham Pearce on the front of the pack as Matt applauds in the studio. So Pearce, Bergin, Bombasini all in the mix, but Evansfart is off the front of the pack and moving towards that green banner. It's so deceptive, this straight, I tell you.
It's a long way.
You think that banner is there and it is not.
Yeah, you can see the face of Evan here. He's hurting. He's still got a long way to go. They're at 12 seconds, but it's going to come down. Now, I'll tell you something, it's always great to see when our riders who know that the big climbs are coming, they go out. He's going to go into this banner. He's getting the TV time. Once again, Evansfart on the move, showing us just what it takes to go clear. I tell you something. Well, this was made harder by the fact that I said he was going to do it. Because guess what? Everybody knew this was a potential tactic if they're watching the live show, and he's gone away from them. They must have been snoozing. What was going on? Eben was listening. He's gone and done this. He's not getting pulled back now.
Well, he's not, but Francis Pino wants to pick up the 4 points behind. He wants those extra points in that sprinters competition. But Svart is going to go through and take away the 5 points for the first sprint day here on Hudayriyat Island. Ka-ching! Job done.
If I was allowed to play the applause effects without Emma slapping me across the studio, I would do, buddy. That's a brilliant ride. We love attacking riders. It's not favoritism at all, believe me. We just love riders who are prepared to have it. Well, I am. Riders who are prepared to have a go. Well done. You can see, though, that the gap has absolutely disappeared the moment they've come over the line. Svart going through with 5 points, Pino with 4, Natari with 3, Restrepo with 2, and Schneider with 1. And Eben, if your legs hurt on the climb, sorry.
Yes, well, 52
now.
riders in the leading group in category 4. Svart taking those 5 points, Pino, Natari, Restrepo and Schneider, and they all add together. And Francis Pino still leading. Well, he's not, because Aidan Sinclair's leading the competition, but Pino picking up those points.
Yep, so Sinclair still leading, but not scoring points in that sprint. So as the bunch goes around, I've just seen Eric Rimbaud, Golden Boy himself, just go sweeping past on the way through in Category 4. Category 3 now at the 3.7 kilometre marker. So just at the moment between the bridge that brings them on the way in. We're in with Dorvan K. Elos, the rider leading in the Gulf Council competition and doing a good ride at the moment. Nicely tucked in there, holding on to that jersey. And I think for me, Elos is just really consistent at the moment, really putting some good rides at the moment. I think he's just got to keep focused now as we go through this and not let the front of that race go. Let's move across to that Masters competition. Martin Conda leading that out. This is really close. First to second places. That's not even a tyre width.
No, Conda from the WhatsApp crew in 1 in the jersey, but Antti Poni of Ride Club Finland 3.385 of a second back. Conda might have that jersey yet, but there's a question as to whether he will keep it for tomorrow. I'm sure he will be defending it in style.
Yep, definitely. Poni's a difficult man to beat. Actually, he pops up and gets into the mix very, very quickly indeed. Now, in our youth competition, this is an incredible battle at the moment. Yu Yun Lin ahead of Sergio Osorio, 3 seconds back, 4 seconds back, Hjulhorst, and then the gaps get a little bit bigger. But 8 riders still, for me, in the mix. 7 of them, Adele, Patterson, Foster, Ponzi, Hjulhorst, Osorio, Lin. I wouldn't want to choose between them at this stage.
No, 2.5 minutes separating those top 7 riders in that young rider competition. And that, for a lot of these riders, let's call them subcategories. These subcategories are the focus, and the young rider competition, to win the under 23 competition with this level of competition is phenomenal. Jerry Pippenden on your screen at the moment. Neat and tidy pain cave, really liking that. I should learn a few lessons from Jerry, but Jerry right in the mix.
Say nothing about the studio.
Jerry right in the mix in the category 3 race and doing a good job.
I'm only kidding. The studio's a very neat mix. Emmett has so many pieces of paper. It's very easy to think that it's a bit different because I'm on the computer, but it's all notes. I mean, we do our homework. We have so many notes on the riders, and they keep on getting added to. So thank you very much, everybody who gets in touch with @biking_Emma, adding to her copious notes that she's already made, and to myself @Matt Fix the Paint on the way through. It is really good to hear from everybody.
Well, category 2 are down in the start pen. The warm-up's now complete. They are ready to go very, very shortly.
They are indeed. So overall, stage 1 was quite decisive because it saw Betty come through clear of Mr. X100 and then the bunch. Yesterday, Peter Milostic went clear.
And moved up on GC.
He did. How many places? I can't remember how many places that was.
A lot of places. If you bear with me 1 second, I can tell you. But on GC in Category 2 yesterday, Peter Milostic moved up 30 places.
That's even more than I thought. I knew it was a lot. I didn't realize it was quite so many. Big move up from him in through the general classification, taking time on that stage. So time critical on the run in to the finish each and every day in our general classification. On the stage, you can see our stage winners in Category 2. Peter Milostic taking that win. 4 seconds back was Mitchell. Mr. X100 losing another 4 seconds, to Milostic, but staying ahead of him. So it was a 4-second loss in terms of time, but staying ahead just on the GC. Hudayriyat taking the most points, and SS the most of the climbing points. But that is still to be decided. All these competitions, I don't think, are even close to over in Category 2.
Oh, gosh, no. Definitely not. Well, with the final 15 seconds ticking down for the men in Category 2, it is going to be a great race out there today. It's going to be an interesting race. I think we might going to see some attacks in that climbing competition in the King of the Mountains. SS holding the points there with Milostic and Mare in the overall. In the sprint competition, Mare on top against Langevin and Hertz at the moment. There's a number of points out there today for the riders who go over the climbs in the leading group.
And Hudayriyat can climb. We know that. And I think for me, that's why he's so dangerous in that points competition. Giselle Betty holding that lead after his initial breakaway on stage 1. Hopefully got his recovery right, got everything dialed. In fact, that is an uber tidy pain cave.
I'm just looking at the hydration and the fuel.
The gel's all laid out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's where you need it. That is preparation done well.
It's absolutely superb. What I want to know is different bottles, different colors. Is each different colored bottle a different type of fuel on the way through? So, Giselle, we've got different bottles. We've got the MyWhoosh bottle,
MyWhoosh one.
Very much from the championships, part of the goodie bag that went out last year. So that's right in there as well. So 3 different bottles, different things. I'm sure probably in each one. I always like to know what's in what bottle, even if it means I have to put a bit of tape around the bottle to give me the indication on there. Well, I think I deem what your whether it's fuel or hydration or it's electrolytes, really key.
Well, Trojnowski out front already. Ice vest on, keeping cool. The Polish rider punching up this early bridge on the course and just stretching the legs and stretching the group. Maciej Mendakowicz closing down the gap and going straight up on. I'm not surprised there. He's a rider who likes a tough race. Mitchell Stewart, Novosad is there as well. Pardon Cooper, Machado, all coming to the back of that group. They're trying to stretch the pack. They're trying to keep it rolling. They're trying to keep it moving. But everybody in this group more than capable of being in the mix.
And one rider who I think is going to be looking forward to the climb and not this explosive start here, Mr. X100, currently at the back of the main group, leading in the Masters competition overall. He is leading that competition out, also leading the GCC competition as well. 2 jerseys to him. So in the GCC, it's Mr. X100 in 1, SS in 2, Ivan Nuki in 3. They're your top 3 riders in that competition.
The Masters competition is really
Masters
close.
Is brilliant.
X100 currently wearing the jersey. Peter Milostic 4 seconds back. Nathan Guerra 7 seconds back. Maciej Mendakowicz 11 seconds back. SS at 15 seconds. So 15 seconds separating the top 5 riders in the Masters competition.
And 7th place rider in that competition, Bruce Bird, specialist of a long-range breakaway. So don't discount him on looking to maybe move a few places when we change our parkour and go away from the coastline.
Well, Category 3 coming towards that sprint banner. And we've got gaps in the group here. Christopher Morgan has gone again. Early doors yet again in Category 3. Mason Rocker is with him on his heels. Dean Cunningham, the Scottish rider, now starting to try and close this down and go over to the group. That would mean a breakaway group of 3 riders with around 9 seconds on 2 chasers who have got a little gap on the further main pack. The question for me is this a run for the sprint sprint banner, or is this a long run attack for the day? Well, only time will tell as Morgan and Rocker go head to head for the sprint banner, and Rocker now starts to pick up the pace, but so does Morgan. Morgan wants this over Rocker, I think, at the moment. I think Christopher Morgan is going to take these points. He takes 5 points. Rocker will take 4. Cunningham will take 3. The pack behind are coming at speed with one or two of the riders poking their nose into the wind because they want to pick up the points. But the question for me really now is, will the gap stick? I don't think it will, because those 3 riders have all backed off the pace.
I'm quite surprised to see Christopher Morgan back off the pace. They've still got a good gap. I mean, it's 15 seconds to Morgan from Corrales at the moment, who's just fighting it out behind. Rocker, strong. Morgan, very strong. But massive move there to come across from Dean Cunningham. The Scotsman clearly seeing the move go, not having scored any points in that sprint competition to date. You've got to be, I mean, I'm a little confused by the tactics.
Well, why not? You know, day 1, day 2, keep yourself in the pack, keep yourself, nice and steady. At day 3, there's still 4 days to go.
I guess for Dean there, he was looking and going, well, hang on, you've got 2 great riders up the road, so maybe just try and get some time going into the climb. And if I go with them and we keep going, that's going to really, really help.
There's 85 points still available in the sprint competition.
True.
We've only had 35 points done so far.
Okay, let's dive in with our riders in the under 23 in the Espoirs competition. We're just in with Josh Power, who is leading for the Vuelta Panda in that under 23 competition. Behind him, though, it's a real who's who, isn't it, Emma?
It is indeed, in terms of that Category 2 pack, and the competition in that youth really, really tight. Kamadeva, the new rider that we've seen from Indonesia, coming in 5 seconds back. Termerton 7 seconds back. Those 3 riders are having a real battle. Pardon Cooper out on the front at the moment, stretching his legs at the 3.8 kilometre marker. Buchewecki is at the front of the group. So is Nitko. Zillard is there as well. Hayland, Walter, Carson, Guerra, Fournier. They are all coming around here, this right-hand corner. It's still a long run to that first sprint banner.
It is, and I think Parder Cooper here is just looking to take advantage of the fact that he's in that position that you see in stage races where you're not likely to challenge on GC, on the general classification. You're a little bit further back. It's not impossible, but it's unlikely. And then you start to see people moving and trying to go off the front. Now, down in the pain cave with Nicolas Fournier, who has been uncharacteristically quiet so far. Powder and dry and keeping, rearrange into a well-known phrase and saying.
Yeah, they do indeed. Well, at the moment, the rider pushing off the front is Pardon Cooper. Julian Hertz is trying to close this down. They're only at the 4.5 kilometre marker. It's an interesting move going down at the moment. David Nitko taking a look and seeing what he does. He's happily sat at the front of the pack, happily sat at the front of the chase, and they are just watching the moves at the moment. Well, watching the moves, they may well be, but Nitko looks well within himself at the moment on the early parts of stage 3 of this 7-stage race. 7 stages over 8 days is the MyWhoosh Championships, and we are rolling with you every single day. There is one rest day on Sunday, and I've just seen the
rest day for the riders.
Well, if you let me finish, there's one rest day for the riders on Sunday in the MyWhoosh Championships. But of course, it is the Sunday Race Club. I've seen the start sheets. They're quite light. I think there's a lot of riders from the MyWhoosh Championships this year choosing not to race the Sunday Race Club, which will leave it wide open for everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, Ivan Nuki on Hudayriyat Island at the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club. There he is. Look at that. Riding past his own window probably in a moment.
Pretty much now, I think. Literally now. The bill, I think it's literally to his right-hand side, so he can wave at himself.
That would be so funny.
His avatar could wave at him in person out on the island. So just taking on board that hydration there. One of the things I really, really love about this with Ivan is you look at his cadence.
It's fabulous.
He's there revving it round. It's 100 revs per minute. Brilliant revs. Love it. He's just so fluid on the bike. Let's move up to our top categories. Category 1, who are on the start lines. Now, Jason Osborne, clear at the front. After 2 stages, 21 seconds clear of Ollie Jones. Jones at the moment, 17 seconds clear of Ruben Dont. Not necessarily the top 3 we would expect in that order at the finish, but Osborne leading with a gap, but not huge yet.
Well, no, it's not huge, and I wonder whether the word is yet. 21 seconds from Jones, 38 seconds from Ruben Dont. Dont, we spoke to yesterday on the podcast, moving up into 3rd place. He took 2nd place overall on the stage yesterday, 7 seconds back. He did a lot of the work to bring Jason Osborne back. Osborne came back and then he went again. Jones coming through for 3rd. Ollie Jones picking up the most points in the sprint competition yesterday. Jason Osborne picking up the most points in the climbing competition, adding to his total. So underneath his gold jersey today, he's wearing polka dots. In that sprint competition, Pavel Skierski and Jasper Paradians have the same number of points. They're tied on 23. Ollie Jones has 22 points overall, so 1 point separates the top 3 riders in the sprint competition. 4 sprints out there on course today, 20 points available. It's going to be a really interesting sprint competition in Category 1.
So it's time to go racing here on stage 3 of the men's MyWhoosh Championship. Control the chaos. Let the chaos begin. We're up, we are out, we are away. And it's looking quite controlled as we go off from the start line. At the moment, nobody being distanced out the back, as you'd expect from consummate professional riders. The top of the tree, the category without. They are so... For me, there is a real comparison between Category 1 and the horse category climbs that we'll see later on in the stage racing. Beyond categorization, because there is no top level to this.
They are elite.
You can't go off the top because basically there is nowhere to go. You are the best of the best.
Well, Ollie Jones, it's his pain cave that we're dropping into at the moment. The fans are rolling, trying to keep him cool as Jones continues to move in that competition for the sprints we saw. He's also 2nd on GC at the moment, the rider for the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. That team also in 2nd place. Really interesting time gaps in that team competition. They're just 26 seconds back on the final bosses at the moment as they go into stage 3. Zero Ducks Racing also doing a great job in the team competition. They're 1:23 back. In fact, 2 minutes separate the top 6.
Thomas Thrall on the move. This has been a move predicted, I think, by him on a number of occasions. He's looking to move clear from the rest of the group. At the moment, the chase is coming from Hayden Pucker, who is chasing him down really strongly here. The Zero Ducks Racing rider, Thrall, on the front. Dont just marking the moose. Pucker, though, for the final bosses, not wanting to let anything go at this stage. Van Elst is up in the mix as well. Also, final boss rider. So they really are massing at the front here. You've got Osborne in the mix as well, right up there. Lionel Vajassin in the pain cave at the moment, out of the saddle, and you can just see, just keeping a check on what's going on here. One of our really, really experienced riders in terms of cycling esports, and a rider who, come the stage race, I think Lionel Vajassin is likely to come good. He just needs to not have one bad day.
Well, can we say that when he rode in Hudayriyat at the World Championships, pre the Worlds in 25, he didn't have a good day?
You can say that because it's true. He didn't.
He had a bad day. He did have a bad day. He came off the bike and that took an injury that really impacted him at the World Championships, even though he put a sterling performance in on that final stage. It is all different today. He's not riding around Hudayriyat in real life. He's riding around it on MyWhoosh, and he's racing and racing hard. He's currently inside the top 10 on GC in Category 1 as we drop in with Category 2 and Machado now looking to close down Mayer, Pardon, Cooper and Hertz.
So, coming close down the overall leader, That is the question. He's going to get onto the wheels here. It's going to make 4 at the front with still time to kick for the line. Mare leading, Langevin second on points, Hertz third on points, Machado in 4th position on those points as they come in towards the checkpoint at the moment. The time is ticking, the distance is disappearing, and at the moment Machado now out of the saddle. He's holding around 7 watts per kilo. We know he can go bigger than that, and now he puts down the power. 10 watts per kilo coming out from Machado. It's nearly 12 watts for Mare to go over the top of him, but is it enough to distance him? Pardon Cooper, he's also coming strong. Has he got the drive off the draft? The front two starting to move clear. Pardon Cooper is not going to match the power of Mare. It's going to be a Mare, Pardon Cooper, Hertz, Machado, and Trojanowski. Machado moving across, ensuring he takes those points. A really key move there, not leaving it to the bum fight in the bunch.
Well, it was just so interesting to watch that. The pace went up, it went down, it went up, it went down, and Pardon Cooper just didn't have it in the end to go against Vidal Mare today. Mare taking those 5 points, Pardon Cooper takes 4, Hertz takes 3, Machado takes 2, Toshinowski takes 1. I think we're going to see those riders come to the fore again a little bit later. But they've got to get over the Hudayriyat climb first.
They certainly do. They need to ascend up the 5.6 kilometer long climb. It's coming in a few K's time.
Yeah, Cat 6 and Cat 5 already up and over the Hudayriyat climb. We saw that because as Category 1 were going over the bridge, Category 6 were coming the other direction.
And we're still seeing a number of Category 6 and Category 5 riders coming towards our riders, doing loops around Hudayriyat Island, the big Hudayriyat letters. You can go stand in front of those and have your picture taken. I wonder if Neil Fryatt did that when he was there at the World Championships. Neil Fryatt, the Masters leader in Category 1. The Uber fan beside me, Emma Martin, always effervescent with her praise of Neil Fryatt's skills, and the fact he's actually a really nice guy as well.
It is. He's currently lying 6th on GC,
Yeah.
plus with that Masters competition, 45 seconds back at the moment.
And I think for me, Neil Fryatt really should go well across all these days. I think he's a thoughtful person, and as a thoughtful person, you should have the planning dialed.
Well, I think he's the sort of rider I don't think who turns up unless he thinks he can compete. And he works out how he can compete best.
Okay.
So he's very strategic and thoughtful, but looking forward to seeing how the rest of the racing plays out for him. In the young riders competition, it's Pavel Skierski who is the rider with the white shoulders on his jersey. That, again, for me, is another great competition this year in Category 1. Last year, we saw Pavel Skierski go head-to-head with Hayden Pucker. Hayden Pucker now moving out of that category. But Lyndon Milostic 3 seconds back on Skierski. Jakob Dane, 49 seconds back. Jan Jasbeck, a little bit further back on GC. He's 10 minutes down, just coming up from Category 2 into Category 1 for the MyWhoosh Championships.
Indeed. So, Jan, don't feel anything about the fact that you are where you are. You've just literally come into category. What a baptism of fire, moving into the very top category of cycling esports when you are there on your first time. Now, Pavel Skierski on your screens. He is our youth leader.
He also holds a sprint jersey.
He also holds the sprint jersey. He is tied on points with Jesper Paradians, though.
Yes,
so it's very, very close at the top of that sprint competition. Bearing in mind, of course, we got the first sprint today at 9.3 kilometers. Pavel Skierski, really nice rider, really interesting rider. Thank you very much, Pavel. We're going to put that out there for coming and joining us on the podcast on episode 1.
Yes. Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen at the 35.6 kilometre marker. They're coming back onto Hudayriyat Island for the second lap out on course today. They've done 2 sprints and 1 climb. They have 2 sprints and 1 climb still to go, and it's still a good sized group in Category 6. It's just taking a double check, 32 riders in that leading group through the Hudayriyat Beach sprint, pretty much all still together at the moment.
It was 32 at the top of the climb. Should we run through the climbs leaders as they came over the
Yes.
top. Category 6, Emil Ivanov leading them through, taking 10 points. Santeri Quickstrom taking 8 points. Garcia Sibiel taking 6 in third. Erika Voja taking 4 points in fourth. And Daniel Barbela taking 2 points in fifth position.
In category 5, it was Gavescu who took the 10 points from Spratt, from Marin, Thornton, and Roas. That does mean Nick Spratt still stays at the head of that competition, but Gavescu now up to 23 points. There is Jan Yazbek on your screen at the moment in the category 1 pack, right towards the front of the group.
Jan Yazbek with the MyWhoosh no fuss, no fee, just ride, or in this case, no
Just
fuss,
race.
no fee, just race. What a great hashtag. Don't forget hashtag in MyWhoosh. If you're out racing, we're loving all of the images that are coming on social media. And that doesn't matter whatever age you are. If you're a young person like Jan, or whether you're an old gimmer like me, do get those pictures in there. If you tag in MyWhoosh, that's really appreciated. So at MyWhoosh on social media, on Instagram and Facebook. Also, of course, it's great if you could tag in at MyWhoosh Racing. That is the Inside the Race podcast. And of course, tag in at Bike_Emma and myself at Matt Fixer Payne. Now, the riders on the roof of the velodrome at the moment, just making the way back down again. This velodrome just being built on Hudayriyat Island, are going to be hosting the World Track Championships. It's an event I really want to go to, and probably won't be able to because it'll clash with something else. But I love my track racing, and I love my riding. I love watching riders compete. Daniel Turek on our screens at the moment, racing his way down from the roof. And I'm not sure if I'm wrong here, but I understood it that actually in person, you will be able to ride to the roof of the velodrome.
Yes, there will be a cycle track.
A cycle track on the roof of the velodrome.
Yes,
so you can ride up to the top of the velodrome, ride round the top of the velodrome,
and then ride back down.
It's the bike version of the Italian job.
Yes, absolutely brilliant. It's going to be superb, and when it's finished,
you
never know.
Bucket list.
Yeah, it has, isn't it? As a place to go. Well, at the moment, the place to be in category 2 is at the 13.4 kilometre marker. They are on the climb at the moment, and it is a group away. Mendakowicz, SS, Nitko, Krasnich, Buchowski is there, Trojanowski is there, Mayer is there as well. Riders really desperately trying to get over from the pack behind. You can see the pointed that is the group further back trying to make connection.
They are indeed, and the riders who came through the line up near the front of the race in terms of that velodrome sprint, a number of those just sort of continuing onwards with that little bit of a push, I think, to take them onto the climb. Riders now starting to go across. When you've got a little group of riders off in front, it's a little bit of a carrot in front of the donkey syndrome, isn't it? Because you see riders then going, oh, I'm just going to get across here. This could break this up. If I make this move, it's really going to test the riders. Maybe if I could get up there, we're going to get a stronger group on the front. And because of that pressure of the chase and the drive to get onto the front group, it puts riders in trouble at the back. And it's that intended or unintended consequence that happens when the pace goes up at the front. Anyone who is maybe under pressure could find the gap opening, leaving a gap open, then they're in deep trouble, because once this gap goes, and we're just onto the base of the climb, really. We're 2K in, but it's still part way up. We're nowhere near the summit.
The challenge with trying to get a gap on this climb is the fact that you've got the flat levels, and the flat levels allow the group to come back, because if you keep punching on the pedals, you keep punching on the power, you can close the gap back down, and that's exactly what's just happened on that flat section we've just been through. The gradient is now rising again. We're at 4.2, 5.2, 5.5%, but the pack back in a little bit further up the road at the 20.9 kilometre marker, the category 3 pack are on the descent.
They are. We, in fact, just saw them coming in the opposite direction. So they are technically up the road, but lower down in the slopes.
Yes, they're up the road, but down the road.
Yes.
Ergitan Adar was the rider who took 10 points at the top, cementing his position in that King of the Mountains competition. Osorio took 8, Hulhorst took 6, Forster took 4, and Manarelli took 2.
Now, into the sprint as we make our way in towards the 9.3 kilometre marker. Hayden Pucker at the moment with Skierski, with Jones, with Paradis and Kaplinski all chasing after him. Pucker has done the lead out but it's going to finish a little early here. Pavel Skierski takes it up, though, and that handover smooth. Jones is rolling on. He's not in the slipstream. He is now. He's out of it. He's got to get securely in. It's really difficult to latch on. You've got to be able to get the pace. Now he goes into slipstream. You can see the difference it makes. He closes down the gap here. He's going to drive over the top, but can he then hold it? Skierski is not going to be left with any time to respond. Jones in one, Skierski in two.
Do you know, Jones waited.
You could see
he waited.
There.
Yeah, and it was such a long run, and the pucker Skierski 1-2 was beautiful, but it was just too early.
It was too early, and I think if Skierski had had a little bit more kick and have held Jones off longer, Jones was battling to get into the draft. Once he was in the draft, it's not a foregone conclusion, but he's put himself in that best place, and that was really good riding by him. And I think it's just Skierski 4 points, good result. Jones 5 points, better result.
Well, and Jasper Paradines comes through for 3 points. So those three riders in that sprint competition, still 1 point separating them. But this time it's Jones and Skierski tied at the top and Paradines 1 point back. So all change, but nothing's changed. So that competition is going to keep us entertained, I think, right the way through till the end of today. Hayden Pucker picking up the 2 points from that lead out, and Ruben Dont coming through to pick up 1 point in that competition. Those four riders clear, but just 10-second gap back to a group of 30 riders in that group. Adrian Alvarado off the back of the pack, the only rider to be so.
Indeed. So keep riding, Adrian. Your fortunes can wane and wax. You may be back on top form by the time we get into the next stage. Never mind, a little bit further down, all 7 of our stages. So category 1, top left-hand side of your screen, last riders to leave the pen. Just over 10 kilometers covered just in front of them. 6K up the road at 16.2 is category 2. Further up the road, another 7K or so is the category 3 pack, who are making their way down that descent. The category 2 are just climbing off the other side and onto the flatlands beyond, currently at the 29.9 kilometer marker, just about to be on some tough terrain. It is the category 4 pack, but we're just going to dive in with category 2, SS on the move. Now, this is the sort of climb that suits SS. If ever there was a rider who's going to put an effort, he will push himself, then he'll back off. He's perfectly suited to this, that sort of repeated effort.
I tell you, he's putting a massive sprint in at the moment, and then onto the flat section. He's desperately trying to get away, but he's not going to
yet.
Not
going that far,
well, and that's the challenge this climb, and that's what I think is so interesting about watching the men race it for the first time, because the women have raced this before and they've raced it quite regularly. They know the type of climb it is and how hard it is to break away. It's probably one of the hardest climbs to put a breakaway in on.
And I think it was on the first of the preview podcast that we did with Hayley Simmons. Hayley said, I think it was this climb, it's still draftable.
Yes, the whole way pretty much.
And you are catching draft, which is really useful the whole way up. And because of that, having that bunch around you, taking turns, you can be very quick indeed. Really interesting. When we talked to her yesterday on the show, she was saying that her tactic on this is to sit at one pace on here, and that's almost the polar opposite, I think, of a lot of how the men are riding at the moment, kicking up the steep sections and then easing back off. The top, though, is it's basically flat as you run in. The archway is in front, SS in front. Martin Trojanowski, center of our screens in person, sits back down again. You can see the power has come off. I think he knows he's going to be in second place. He doesn't want to lose any more distance. SS goes through, picks up maximum points. Counter attack coming over the top, in over the line. Ooh. A little further through here as they come in over the line there. So interesting moves. Ivan Nuki at the top of the climb, kicking his way up and through. We're going to wait for those points to be calculated.
So SS picking up 10 points, Trosnowski picking up 8, Ortiz picking up 6, Nuki picking up 4, Betty picking up 2. That climbing competition in category 2, SS cementing himself at the top there. But it's an interesting one out there because Peter Lustig and Vidal Mayer, who have picked up points already, not at the front of that group. They are in the group, but not at the front. 46 riders currently at the top of the climb together in category 2. As we watch category 3 come through the sprint.
So the Hudayriyat beach sprint unfolding, and Morgan and Rocker going through with that gap at the front. Jakub Chikor's coming in behind them. And we saw a move to get across with, to go clear with Rocker and Morgan sort of coming together. People were wanting that to go. And it has gone now, but nobody's now gone with it.
Well, and Rocker and Morgan, both with really strong points on the table in the sprint competition. So putting a breakaway in where there's 2 sets of sprints to pick up, so that they've got the opportunity to pick up, 4 or 5 points each through those 2 sprints to really cement their positions in that sprint competition. A great strategy, a great tactic. They're on 2 different teams, but, that doesn't mean they can't work together.
So Peak Power Racing's Mason Rocker up against Christopher Morgan of the Level Vikings. The Viking currently on 29 points. Peak Power for Rocker, seeing him to 36 points. Corrales currently sitting in 3rd place with 21 points. And Manarelli still holding that 4th place with 17 points.
Yeah. So at the 26-kilometre marker, the gap now, well, it's just under 200 metres to Rocker and Morgan, the riders away in the break. In real life, they could see them because you can see directly across the archway. But here on MyWhoosh, it's a long way back. Rocker and Morgan, the 2 riders clear. Oh, can they stay clear? I sort of think they're going to stay clear through the next sprint. It's going to be a big ask, but it is one that is possible. Well, category 6 were the first riders out of the pen. I'll leave Matt to ponder. But the first riders out of the pen today. Jonathan Fager on the front of the pack at the moment. Hadjuk is there. Smithson is there. Skierski is there. Lippenharsky is there as well. Ola Warren is also in the mix. Warren in that sprinter's jersey and doing another fabulous job today out there. That velodrome sprint that they went through at the 42.4-kilometre marker. Ola Warren picked up the points yet again, taking his total to 42 points in that competition. Today he's riding really strongly. He's picking up those points. He is moving well in the pack, and it is really interesting to see.
So the group just at the moment, Lou Castro on the front of this bunch in category 6 as they make their way along at the 43.4-kilometre marker. They know when they reach 45.17k, so just shy of the 45.2-kilometre mark, they will be on to the climb for the second and final time of asking. And they've got to reach just shy of 51 kilometers in distance covered before they have got pretty much all the climbing done. 99% of the climbing is over and done with at the top of the climb with 15.8k to go.
Well, Fager on the top of your screen with Rune Nelson. On the bottom of the screen, it is Lippenharsky and Mosquera. Those are 4 riders in this group at the moment as they're rolling at the 43.8-kilometre marker. Coming into the base of that climb, they go up, they come down, and then it is the run through the Hudayriyat beach sprint once more and into the finish line. None of these riders are going to be having their eye on the finish line today. A number of them have got their eye on the climbing points and the sprint competition, and that difference is really interesting in how the racing plays out.
And it depends on where those riders' priorities lie. Do they lie in the overall? Do they lie in the sprints competition? What are they keeping an eye on? Which would they trade for another? definitely interesting to see what people's answers would be on there. You know, where does that balance on those scales lie? Villapetta, the rider just we're in with here. The weather's still good outside the window. It's been nice weather outside the window every time we've gone in with Villapetta, the Finnish rider at the moment. Just a few of the trees from the massive expanse of forestry in Finland, just in the background there.
They are around 1,500 metres out from the velodrome sprint for the second time today. A good sized group in category 5 rolling, 39 riders in the group at last count.
So our riders at the moment are just looking to see what they're going to do in terms of that overall. As we look into this group, the riders on our screens, Leonard Greg Cadabona, Luke Kendall, Rod Loxley and Christoph Laszno there. And Rod Loxley managing to position himself so he gets that little halo, the little light around him, as he's tapping that rhythm out.
Well, I'm loving the fact Luke Kendall's just put an ice block down his back to keep himself cool as well. So all sorts of husbandry going on out there to make sure they are in tip-top form.
Great word, isn't it? Husbandry.
I know.
Okay, next challenge for these riders at the 42.47, so just shy of 42.5-kilometer mark, and that is less than 1,000 meters. The riders can see the banner in the distance if they've got their telescopic vision engaged. It's not a button on the MyWhoosh that you can press. It's something that you need to know by looking up at the top right hand side and to know where all of your sprint and key positions are in the race. A lot of riders with the key distances taped to the handlebars. It won't work for Mac Leonard, though, because he's got the towel draped over them just to protect the bike. Really nice bit of husbandry on the bike there as well, Emma.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Kubiak right at the front of the pack. Spratt is lining up in great position at the moment. Kubiak on your screens at the moment. They're running into the sprint, and this is reminiscent of for me, of the world champs in Zurich course, where you sight the finish line like 1.5 kilometers before you get there. It leads you to go early in the sprint, but right now they're not going that early in the sprint, just at 400 meters out, and Joel Warren moving strongly in category 5, like he's been doing all race in these sprint sections. He knows that he's just got to get out in front of the group, and the group they seem happy to let him go. Behind the riders wanting to pick up the additional points, now starting to move. But Warren clear of the group, and he's going to go underneath the banner in one and pick up yet another 5 points. A bit of a clean sweep for him today.
Now, we've seen Roman Mazzaros sort of moving very, very late out of the group. Mazzaros going to take away 3rd place. Kubiak's continuing to sprint in behind him. Rojas sandwiched between Warren and Mazzaros. So, very close on points. Mazzaros was 2 points ahead of Warren. By my reckoning, they're now tied on points at the top of the standings. Waiting for the computer screens just to update with those results. They are indeed. So Warren and Mazzaros tied at the top of the standings, 35 points apiece now on their point scores in that sprint competition, and they've got one more left to go. Now we are in with category 1. We've hit the slopes here, and Jason Osborne has gone on the offensive. The chase is coming from Ruben Dont, a man who, when we asked him on the podcast yesterday, said we need more people to chase down Ruben Dont, to chase down Jason Osborne. And at the moment, the problem is that Kaplinski might be moving, but Van Elst is marking the moves for Osborne's squad here. Paradines is lifted up the pace, so is for Justin, so has Pedersen. But Osborne over the top of the climb is going to mop up even more climb points, more King of the Mountain points behind him. Ruben Dont comes through. I tell you something, Dont is on fire at the moment. Kaplinski, then Van Elst and Power as they go over the line, the top 5 there. But in the category 1 race on the first time up the Hudayriyat climb, that is going to be very interesting indeed when we go forwards behind Jason Osborne, because it's Dont with 8 points, Kaplinski with 6, 4 for Van Elst, 2 for Power, but the 10 points going to the leader of the Category 1 Mountains competition, Jason Osborne. Don't really cementing his place in second place there. Now, just coming in through the sprint a little bit further up the road, you can see currently the 25.4K marker. Our leaders have gone through the sprint point here today. So as they go through the sprint, the 5 points going to Hertz, 4 to Mel, 3 to Guerra, 2 to Otis, then 1 point to Damsgaard. And in Category 2, those points are going to definitely make a difference here in terms of the chase behind Vidal Mare. So the points are up here. Let's see how these riders are moving. Josh Power at the moment in that chasing group behind. It's fractured at the front of the Category 2 race, Emma. Our case in this group, and really strong rider, but I think there's riders who we would expect to maybe go hard here in pursuit, just holding off a little bit. Phil Gray springs to mind, our case. The UAE clan team as a whole, actually, just maybe just sitting a little bit back.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? As the riders start to move here, we've got the riders on your screens at the moment, and they are all pushing. Well, some of the riders, interesting, isn't it? In terms of, I just love the different styles as I look around the screen. I really do. I'm getting carried away by just looking at them all. But through that Hudayriyat Beach sprint, those points are picked up. Hertz, Meg, Guerra, Ortiz, and Damsgaard. The Velodrome sprint, well, that will be the next one coming, but that's not till the 42.4 kilometre marker. The push is massive at the moment.
Yep, really starting to extend this group out. You can see rider after rider starting to take up that chase. A breakaway on the front that opened up this gap, really putting riders under pressure. You can see there's some serious effort there. Got Yazbek just out of the saddle, kicking on round, wanting to hold position here as we drop in with our mare, the sprint leader at the moment. 35 points to mare at the front, but what's going to happen
this is one of
when
those
we move
tactics,
onwards,
though, isn't it? You go through the sprint, you just keep going.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened in Category 2. Well, look at that gap now. It's 10 seconds.
It is Nathan Guerra, Julian Hertz in the mix here. It's 9 seconds back behind them. This is a dangerous move. The issue for these riders is that once you get a Guerra or a Hertz in there, or you get a rider who's well known in there, or you get a Mendakowicz in there or similar, you are not going to go clear, I think, because everybody behind the warning sirens go off and everybody goes, hang on a minute,
but
how much room can we give these guys before we actually have to really chase on now?
Well, the call is coming on the front to start to work, because unless they all work together, they're not going to bring it back. But the problem is everybody else starts looking at everybody else. The teams start going, well, feel free, after you. And that's what keeps the inertia in the pack and allows the group to get a bigger group and a bigger gap. Well, the 5 riders down the road, fortune favours the brave sometimes. We had the conversation with Peter Milostik's attack yesterday on a really innocuous looking course.
Yeah,
that
good example.
It's dangerous, and right now there should be a big danger sign flagging over the top of this Category 2 pack, because those 5 riders they've just let go, Hertz, Mare, Guerra, Ortiz, and Damsgaard, every one of them is class.
Yep.
There's a lot of class in this Category 2 chase pack as well, but the organisation of it is the interesting thing.
You can see at the moment Mendakowicz just holding fire. He is a calm rider. I think he applies a lot of wisdom to his riding, a lot of sense to his riding. In that he's calculating enough not to go. It's not that he won't have a go, but he's very, very interested in there. So the riders on here working really well at the moment. So Dan Chirek just on the top of our screens. We're just going to leave Dan out there. If you look at all the other riders apart from Dan, sorry Dan, they are all riders from Poland on our screens here. The Polish community is really, really strong, isn't it? I've got to say a big shout out to our Polish coach as well on MyWhoosh. Karol Sladek, he does a great job because the coaching sessions he does live are in Polish and in English as well. But the Polish community really a strong community of riders. MyWhoosh.
Yeah, they are indeed, and there are Polish riders in Category 1. In fact, there is a Polish rider on Dan Turek's team, Mikhail Kaminski, Polish champion.
Yes.
So you know, there is a tentative link between Dan Turek and the Polish community on screen.
Okay, sorry, I was distracted by. I was just trying to find the numbers for the proportion of riders that are from Poland in this race, but I can't. My brain has failed miserably operating the computer. Okay, let's move across to the riders who are currently on the climb, and that is Category 6, because they're coming up this climb for the second time. Once is not enough in this race. Twice is good.
Again.
Oh, we got to day 3 before Emma sung. My apologies.
I've been so tempted.
May I just give an apology to our viewers? If you were upset by Emma's singing, we do apologise. It is circumstances beyond the control of those of us at the other side of the
they are indeed
studio.
going round again. And if you actually take a look at the front group here, Quickstrom is coming to the front. So is Smith and Kenneth Londano. Callangad is there as well. It's a really good, strong group of Category 6 riders going up that climb for the second time. They're 800 metres from the finish, and Esteban Montoya is right up there too. Now comes Emil Ivanov, the polka dots, coming to the front of the pack.
So the moment Category 6, the first riders out of the pen, a big group together as riders start to accelerate. Category 1, we just saw on our screens, Thomas Thrall clear at the front with that breakaway, solo breakaway at the moment in Category 1, not coming from Osborne, but coming from Thrall. So can anybody emulate that as they make their way up on to this climb? Category 6 at the moment, Ivanov, the climb competition leader, wearing that polka dot jersey, the black with the gold dots on it, going up towards the top of the climb. Remember, when they reach the top, it's a long straight run to go to the banner. This is that long run. They've got to get round the back of the pillar to the banner. You can see the archway in the mist in the distance. Ivanov leaving this out. Zimiel, Quickstrom, Fager, Smithson all in the mix. Smithson just dropping back now. Callangad goes over the top. Kenneth is not that far behind. He's hauled his carcass up the hill as we see Zimiel making a move here. Quickstrom looking like he's holding that second place, but here comes Zimiel. Is Zimiel going to take it? No, Ivanov holds him off. Zimiel was close there. That came down to the wire. Emil Ivanov takes away the point, subject to confirmation on the top. How close was that?
That was so tight. The computer took a while. Zimiel takes it from Ivanov at the top of the climb by 0.002 of a second. I don't think I've ever seen anything that close. Quickstrom comes through for third, Fager for fourth, Barbella for fifth place in that King of the Mountains competition. Ivanov still out front with 46 points. Quickstrom now with 31. Nice moves from the pack.
And you can see why Zimiel was sprinting there, because Zimiel holding 29 points in the overall competition. So interesting to see the way that that's being ridden in that Category 6 race. That is really coming down to the wire on every single climb. Now, it's 43.1 kilometers covered on the Category 4 races. We drop in with Category 4. And in terms of the sprints competition, Francis Pino was on the move in the sprints, but so has Aidan Sinclair, as has Nicholas Arrego here. But we have got a breakaway on the move.
Well, and I want to say this out loud, but I think Aidan Sinclair's got stitch. Just moving a little bit uncomfortably there on the bike. And I'm not surprised, because this is one big attack they're putting in. So Bartosz Falana and Aidan Sinclair putting in a great performance here, moving on through the race.
And this is what Sinclair, I think, has wanted for a while.
Yeah.
He's wanted to
Someone
get company, to go down the road with someone. And we've seen him put in solo attacks, and they haven't always paid off. That sometimes they really get a great result. But you can see at the moment, Sinclair and Falana, 25 seconds down the road. Mayer, Batty, Pierce, Rushman, Atari, Pino, the names are rotating fast enough because you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, they are basically just all together, and they're not. That's not a look of a chasing
Well,
pack.
it's not a pack that's moving fast enough. The duo are moving at 37, 38 kilometres an hour. The pack's moving at 35. They're not going to make the catch. The gap is just going to extend. Now, if we drop back in with category 2, they're at the 32.7 kilometre marker. They're on the transition between the 2 laps. So they've gone up and over the Hudayriyat Beach Sprint. And they are heading towards the Velodrome Sprint, but that doesn't come for another 10k. Last time we were with them, the breakaway group of 5 riders were away, and we had a chase group. I think it looks like it's all back together again.
Yep. Looks to be like everything is back together again. It was 46 riders through the sprint, wasn't it? Together at the Hudayriyat Beach Sprint on the first time through. Now, in with Rick Van Aert, we might not be going to him on a climb, but we are going to him on a rise today.
Yes, we are indeed. So, a small rise.
It is a small rise. For those of you that don't watch the Sunday Race Club, Rick is in the unfortunate position of the man that the commentary team choose to go to the moment that the gradient increases. It's like there's an automatic button set up on the selection desk in the production. That means when we go uphill, we go see Rick. Don't stop, though, guys, in production, please, because we do like to say hello to Rick. And Rick doing a great job out the saddle there, the national champion of the Netherlands. At the moment, tucked nicely in this group.
Yeah, he is indeed. And can I just say, Rick Van Aert, I'm amazed by his racing because I found out this week he has 4 sons.
Oh, as one of 4 boys, if they're anything like the 4 of us, it will be absolute carnage. Now, let's dive in with Marcin Wozniak. Wozniak with the wave there, tucked into this group. I love the fact that Marcin Wozniak, we do go to him regularly on the Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, we do.
He's cool, calm, and collected. He always has the time to give us a wave. He's even when he's tucked in the middle of the fastest riders on Cycling Esport, doing the biggest stage race, the biggest event of the year. And guess what? There might be $1 million at stake across the entire prize fund, but he has the time to wait. So, and thank you to him and everybody who shares their pain cave, their racing experience with us. We are going to put it out there. If you haven't joined yet, please do. There's loads of stages left to come and join us in that Zoom room. Make sure it's in landscape mode and do make sure your name matches, because if it doesn't, we can't find you.
Well, category 1, 29 riders in the leading group going through that section as they head towards the Velodrome Sprint for the second time. Category 5 are on the slopes of the Hudayriyat climb for the second time. But wow.
That was a big but.
It is, because they're coming towards the top and it's a massive group. That's what the but's about. The but is that nobody is clear at the moment, but Luke Kendall on the front of the pack. And it is Gavescu who now starts to put his nose into the wind, the rider leading the young rider category.
This group was 46 riders strong, just coming into the base of the climb. Gravescu right on the front here, leading the young riders competition. He flew up through the standings. He's flown up over the top there. Spratt, though, look at it. The rider leading in the climbs competition, looking for more points, wanting to be further clear at the top. Gravescu takes 10. Rojas takes 8. Spratt takes 6. Savic takes 4. Thornton takes 2. I'm just watching Spratt to see whether he backs off completely here. Spratt at the moment leading 49 points in the KOM competition in category 5. Gravescu, the nearest rider, on 33, and then we're down to 18 points for Felipe Marin.
Yes, so it is indeed a closely fought competition, but Spratt picking up every single point that he can. I tell you, Gavescu's doing a really good job out there today. He really is. So category 5 are over the top of the Hudayriyat climb for the second time, just over 15 kilometres to the finish. It's downhill and flat to that point.
Okay, I did just mention the $1 million prize fund, and I think probably now is an appropriate time for us to show you how that breaks down. So the first split in the prize money is a 50-50 split, and that means that 50% of the prizes go to the women's competition and 50% of the prizes go to the men's competition. Let's take a look from category 6, which is our standard race category, up to category 1. We can see the special jersey winners all take away $400 in category 6. The top right hand side, you can see our stage winners. So these are the prizes just in terms of the stage. So to win on the stage, $170. To win the mountains or the sprints, $30. Individually overall, if you're taking away a top 10, you're going to be taking away prizes, $1,600 to win category 6 individually. And if you win as a team, well, your team will be taking home $3,000, and that runs right down to the 7th team, which will be taking away $1,500. All the figures in here, US dollars. When we move from category 6 to category 5, you can see that on the stage, the prize goes up. To win the stage, $210. To win one of the other categories, King of the Mountains or the sprint on the stage, $40. Our overall jersey winners are up to $600 for the sprint, the KOM, the Young Rider, the Masters, or the GCC winner. In the individual classification, the prize fund now goes right up to $2,400 for first place. And for the team competition, for those riders in the winning team, they take away $4,400. Let's move up again because we're going up to category 4. And this time around, our individual winner on the stage, each and every stage in category 4, $250. In terms of jerseys, the sprints, KOM, etc., that's now up to $1,000 for the individual win in the classification. The individual classification, $3,400, and we crack over the top of the $5,000 mark in the team competition in category 4, $5,720, the team win in category 4. So that's the first half of the race field. We're keeping on moving up, though. As you can see, stage winners this time now up to $280 for the climbs or the sprint winner on stage, $70. If you take away one of our special jerseys, so GCC, Masters, Young Riders, etc., now up to $1,400. Individually, top of the tree, you're going to take away $4,800, so just shy of $5,000 there, and $8,360 for our winning team in category 3, right the way through to $3,800 for the last team to score in the prizes, and that is 7th team. Our penultimate race category has the second highest prize fund, with the individual stage win now worth $395. The individual KOM or sprint winner taking home $105. Any of our sprint jerseys, KOM jerseys, Young Rider jerseys, Masters jerseys, or GCC winners jerseys, basically any of those 5, they're now up to $1,800, with $7,000 for the individual leader and winner of the general classification, with the top team prize now up to a phenomenal $13,200. That is in category 2. And if you think that's big, take a look at this. We are on the biggest prize fund. It is for category 1. First on stage, $750. Second on stage, $450. Third on stage, $300. Win the KOM or the sprints on the stage, $150. Take away the win in the sprint, the KOM, the GCC, the Masters, or the Young Riders competition overall, $3,000. The top 10 riders run from $1,200 right the way up to first prize for our winner in category 1 individually of $12,000, and the first team with the lowest aggregate time across all 7 stages in category 1 get that fastest team time, and you are going to be taking home as a team $23,325. You heard it right. $23,325 to take that team win. It's going to take some doing, but my goodness, is it worth it? With even the 7th team over 10,000 US. Our riders with big prizes up for stakes, up for grabs here today. There's big stakes, there's big prizes. The riders having to complete a very thorough verification. They've got to adhere to the rules and the guidelines down there being checked across all 6 of our race categories. And that means that we know that the watts that the riders put down is the watts that we see that drives the avatars and gives us these amazing race performances.
Well, I'll tell you something, these amazing race performances. We've got a couple of our categories with breakaways going on at the moment, and category 6 is one of them. Torsten Holtz and Jonathan Fager looking to go off the front of the bunch at the 59.8 kilometre marker. They've gone through that final sprint of the day, the Hudayriyat beach sprint, for the final time, and they've launched an attack. Well, Ola Warren took the points from Voda, Fager, Barbella and Londano, and 2 of those riders have just kept on going, Holtz and Fager. Smithson now coming to the front of the pack, but the pace is off the group behind. It's a 5-second gap. He's down in the time trial position. That is Jonathan Fager, and he's time trialing his way to the finish line now. He's got 6.4 kilometres of racing to complete, and he's got company with Torsten Holtz. They need to work together here to keep extending that gap, but they are indeed extending it at the moment. It's gone from 5 seconds to 6 seconds in the time I have been talking.
They need to keep driving now. So Fager and Holtz need to not ride side by side, but take this in turns. Imagine it's a 2-up team time trial on the front. Put the effort in, rest in the draft on the front, work out, put the effort in early, break the gap. That's really, really key when you're riding, trying to get clear of this group. Get the early effort in and get the gap established. You can then ease back a little, but you've got to get the gap established. So worth that investment now. We're seeing that from Holtz, who's now on the front, Fager dropping in behind him. This group now is all about who wants to expend energy. Who is prepared to put down the watts, expend that energy now on the basis they may not be able to profit from it. Dylan Kenner on the chase now. Looks like this is a move to break across. He sprinted out of the bunch here at 10 watts per kilo. This is the way to go clear if you're with that. Can he hold this, though? He's got to keep kicking. He's only 2 seconds. What he doesn't want to do is bring the rest of the group. You can see Kenner on your screens. He must know from his time on the track how to bridge across. He'll have done it on the track, trying to work his way round lap after lap after lap to get onto the wheels. The problem he's got is as he's kicked, Corver has come even off his coming. So is Vidhildal. They're going to bring this back together again. And I think Kennett could be sounding the death knell to this breakaway.
Well, Kennett, part and parcel of the BMC squad out there, and it is going to be one of those squads where they've got a title to defend. Michael Rademacher, one of the Category 6 riders, looking to defend his title from last year, and Kennett, part and parcel of that team.
Rademacher, though, quiet so far.
Wow.
Not that that's a bad thing.
No, there's no problem in it at all. He's currently lying 7th on GC. He moved up 10 places yesterday. He's 4 seconds out. That's really good in terms of defending that title, in terms of that position. Category 5 a little bit further back. They're coming into that final sprint of the day at the 58.8 kilometre marker. The final sprint. And at the moment, Neto is the rider off the front.
And Neto scored points, actually, already in the sprints. Hudayriyat Beach Sprint number 1. We're going into Hudayriyat Beach Sprint number 2. Neto has gone for it. Unfortunately for him, he has just been surpassed by Laszlo, Rojas, Mazaros, all kicking over the top. The name that's missing from this picture at the moment is Joel Warren, who's not in the mix here at the moment. Mazaros is. Laszlo takes that sprint win. Good job, sir. Good to see that the speedy legs are on today. And at the moment, Laszlo with the speed there. We went into that with Warren, and Mazaros tied on points. However, that's not going to be the same now.
No, and I'm just looking for Warren on the riders who have come through, and I can't spot him easily.
Okay, so we may have to go back to that one then.
Yeah, you carry on and I'll
Thank
just
you.
take a look.
That's very kind of you.
I know.
We are in with category 5 as they make their way in along at the moment. So at the moment, we've got Spratt and Kendall with a 5-second gap now because they've done the 1-2 over the top. They went into the sprint and we've seen that move over the top.
Yeah, Warren was gapped on the climb. But at the moment, this is category 2, and they're going into that velodrome sprint before they hit the climb for the second time. And Trojanoski and Gorjank off the front. Mayer Hertz off the front of this rider here, Mitchell Stewart, who's looking to pick up the final points in that competition as they go through. Well, interestingly, that a 5-rider break went down the road, they pulled it back, and now there's a 2-rider break down the road. And maybe it's all about who those riders are.
Trojanowski and Gorjank at the moment, well clear. I mean, they scored the points, 5 and 4 points in that sprint competition, which I think is of relatively little concern to them. Mayer Hertz Stewart behind at 16 seconds, and I'm sure Emma's probably frantically scrambling through to see where they are. Marcin Trojanowski, 9th overall, 11.23 seconds down on the race lead. So virtual leader on the road at the moment. Gorjank at 14 and a half, 15 seconds. So at the moment, potentially we're going to see the yellow jersey of Josiah Betty having to shed that yellow jersey as the gold jersey of leader and pass it over. But one thing we do know as we go into a finish, the budge will just get quicker and quicker and quicker, and breakaways tend to at best hold their own and often fade.
Yeah, they do. But interesting moves there.
Emma's face is a face of puzzlement.
No, it's not a face of puzzlement. I'm just looking at the riders going through because they're both part of Team Balbina. That's a team attack.
It is. Bear in mind, Peter Milostic went on the attack and went clear in the later stages last stage, and then took time. You're now seeing his teammates, Trojnowski, going clear, along with Gorjank going clear. So they have the potential to really affect the overall. Now, let's go back to category 6. We saw the move for Dylan Kennett. I said this could potentially be the death now. Well, I'll tell you something. It's not. It's quite the reverse. They are ringing the bell of changes at the top of the standings here, potentially. Fager, Corver, Holtz, and Kennett have got together. Holtz and Kennett made a junction with Corver and Fager and co. It's a great 4 riders on the front, and the gap now, it's big, and it is going to change positions big style today on a stage that had the potential for a breakaway. We thought it might go on the climb. It's gone on the descent and the run in towards our finish. That sprint, as much as anything, instrumental in how this group has changed.
And less than 2 kilometres to go now in that category 6 race. 4 riders clear. It's going to be a great move towards the finish. At the 43.9 kilometre marker, there's still riders clear in the category 2 race as they move towards the final climb of the day. So category 2, Biarhead, Kalman, Marquez, Graves, Cahill, Mundell, Hoffman, Walter are all in the pack. The pack are chasing. There's a small group of riders, Stewart, SS, Mayer. This is a small group ahead who are pushing on and trying to close down the riders that are clear. There are 2 riders clear, 15 seconds up the road, 2 teammates, Gorjank and Trojanowski, and the push is on. 15 seconds to the riders up the top of the road, and those 2 riders holding a good, steady time trial pace. Let's go back with the category 6 riders. We're now coming up to the final 1,300 metres to go. Corver, Fagan, Holtz and Kennett.
So really interesting, this move up here. Andre Louis Gosler was holding the overall race lead as we ended the last stage. Gosler is in the chasing group, but what is really, really telling is I don't think he's got a single teammate in there, and that means that he's the only rider of that team, I think, that is in a position to chase the group. Now, I stand to be corrected on that because it was a very quick flick through that group. It maybe there's 1 or 2, but it's certainly not having an effect at the moment. 26 seconds, and we're seeing it Skierski and Montoya who are doing the chasing. Our 4 leaders at the moment looking good. 65.7k gone. We're into the last 1,000 meters. Thomas cover at the moment. The rider on the front as Fager starts to answer the move from Corva. Corva has gone for a long one. Fager is in the mix here. Dylan Kennett, oh, would you go against the track sprinter here today? He quickly has to answer it. Holtz is in there as well. Now, if these four start dithering about and start arguing with each other, they're going to hemorrhage time fast. They've got to be decisive whilst at the same time being careful. Do not give away this race. When you have got four riders here in with the chance, I'm loving the fact Fager just dried his hands, so he's got a great grip on the handlebars.
Your shoes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tightening your shoes. It's dusting your hands down like you're dusting to go climbing or pick up a weights bar here. We see track sprinters doing the same. Four riders on the run in to our finish. The kilometre marker has long gone. We are now starting to look for that banner at 300 meters, 250 meters. How long dare they leave it? Who's got the biggest kick? Keeping an eye on two of our runners, Kennett and Fager on the left-hand side. And now we start to see the pickup go. Kennett starts to go first. He went in a big gear. He's revving it up here. Has Fager got the answer for him? Fager had gone hard last time. Dylan Kennett's going to get 2 stages out of 3. Kennett takes stage 1 and stage 3. Fager, who took stage 2, has to be content with second place. Holtz and Corva have lifted themselves up in the overall as well as behind. Brent Sensing and Andre Louis Goss are looking to limit their losses, but I think we're going to see a change at the top.
That was just amazing in terms of that finish in Category 6. Kennett just found that power, but let's just take a look because we've got a big run coming in Category 5 at the moment. They've still got some way to go because they're still just shy of 3K. So Kennett takes the win from Jonathan Fager, Torsten Holtz and Thomas Corva. They were, 8 seconds clear in the end of Brent Sensing. Gosler, who had the leader's jersey, coming through for 6th place today. Callangad, Kvikström, Murato and Barbella, the top 10 in Category 6.
And in terms of the overall, Andre Louis Gosler has lost the top spot to Jonathan Fager. So Fager taking second place on the stage has to be consoled with the fact that he's now taken the overall. So 1 stage, 1 overall leader's jersey. Kennett 2 stages, and he took the overall on stage number 1. Meanwhile, in Category 5 at the moment, Lucas Petter is the rider who is leading this out. He's just about, I think, to get pulled back here by a move behind Villa. Petter Jr. Alberto Pens on the chase behind Narovny, looking to make sure this doesn't go anywhere. Kendall is in the mix here. He's holding position. So is Thornton. Thornton, of course, sitting right up at the top of the standings as well in that top 3. What can he do today? Petter in 1, Thornton in 2, Cadabona in 3 in the overall GC. But what is going to happen now as we run in this? If there are big time gaps, any time gaps, it could change the overall dramatically here. This is a humongous, a great word, group coming in towards the, well, it
40
is
40 riders.
40
riders. Well, there's 1 or 2 riders just dropped off the back, but at the final sprint, it was 40 riders deep. They're not quite there yet, but the push is going on the front again.
Another move off the front here. Somebody just trying to break this open. They've maybe seen what's happened in the preceding race in the Category 6 races. Sadlowski has opened up, and Brendan Thornton is not wanting to let this go. The Level Avengers rider is looking to take away a big move here. You can just see the riders really making the moves. So we dropped into the pain cave there with the riders. Emma.
Nice posters in Marius Fossey's pain cave, but the push is on the front now. And I tell you something, they've got 1,200 meters to go until the line. Yep. This is an early run.
It is. Thornton still holding just shy of 6 watts per kilo. Losey is going to get closed down here. Sadlowski went on the attack. It didn't pay off. He's waiting now for the group to come back, hoping that he's got another kick to come, and he's going to be given the chance to do so. Thank you very much, Marius Fossey, for the posters on the left-hand side of the picture there. Great work.
Well, great work being done from Thornton on the front as well. Gonsalves, Silva, Fijo, Savic, they are all lining up here. Felipe Marin is in the mix as well. Penn, Silva, Lasno, Fossid and Petter on your screens at the moment into their pain caves as Thornton. Well, Barrier is now trying to close down Thornton. He's coming up onto the wheel. It's looking like we're going to have around 700, 600 metres to go. And now Thornton gets caught. Silva starts to come. Kendall is there. Gonsalves, Narovi is there as well. So is Spratt.
Kendall came through at 8 watts per kilo to make his way up into second place, but now starting to fade to 6 watts per kilo. Narovny still holding 7.5, nearly 8 watts per kilo. As we see it all change at the front. Kendall moves on to the front here. Barrier is still holding that second place. There's distance to go. This is going to be a painful 200 meters now for the riders as they come over the top. Marius Fossier, the superstar sprinter from the 2025 MyWhoosh Championships. He's going to do it again 2 years in a row. Fossies is going to take victory here today in Category 5. He punches the air in delight. The man who moved more holidays than I've had hot dinners this week has taken victory here today. Fossier in one as they came in over the line. What a ride. Kendall couldn't beat him. Second place for Kendall. Petter in third. Spratt in fourth. Lasno in fifth. That is what you call a race finished by Marius Fossier out of nowhere to top of the tree.
Well, that was just outstanding. 35 riders coming in for the sprint finish in Category 5 all together. Marius Fossier topping the table in the end from Luke Kendall, from Lucas Petter, Spratt and Lasno. What a top 5 on stage 3.
Now, we saw a breakaway of 4 riders in Category 6 take away basically the top 4 places because they managed to hold the battle into the finish. Now, we've got 4 riders clear here in Category 4, and this is telling. Henry East is in the mix. So is Ungar, but the gap is not huge. It's not as big. They need to keep on pushing. They're at the 61.6 kilometer marker, so there's exactly 5,000 meters to go. Ryan Giuliano, the gold jersey, the leader in the overall competition in Category 4, very much looking to hold himself in position as they come into our race finish. But at the moment, this is going to come down to who has got the timing right. Will it be Giuliano to take away a victory? We're going to just jump a little bit further back on course, but up the ascent because the King of the Mountains at the moment is on the move. That is SS on his way up this climb. The summit of the climb coming at 50.77 kilometers. But at the moment, you can see big move coming from behind. Nathan Guerra in the all-green skin suit of a Masters rider up alongside Mitchell Stewart as the duo close the gap down. They've got 2 seconds on the riders behind. They are 1 second behind SS. So SS, then Mitchell, then Guerra, and the gap is opening behind them. 3 seconds now. Will it go out some more? They're going to go on to the flat with a lead. They are still chasing SS. You can see the 3 riders behind you. You can see the bunch behind coming around the turn here. This is for the final mountain points. Can SS extend his lead at the top? It's looking more and more likely. But are we going to see the move from Mitchell and Guerra put really out of reach the overall for any rider now dropped in these final stages, because we've seen how difficult it is to get back on? SS is going to take the climb points here, extend his lead in Category 2 in the climbs competition. Stewart goes through in second, Guerra in third. But for me, this is all about what it does to the back of the group. I don't think we're going to see a breakaway come clear, but this is now keep the hammer down, put the pressure on anybody who's under pressure. Have they lost anyone off the back? I don't think they have.
Well, it's a really big, long line at the moment in Category 2, and the line is chasing SS, who is sitting up on the front of the pack. So SS goes through, Stewart in 2, Guerra in 3, Nick Coe in 4, Newkey in 5. But from the front of the pack to the back of the pack, it's 11 seconds. And X100 and Trojanowski are the riders at the very back of the pack. SS isn't going to want to drop his teammates, so he's not going to do the attacking. But I'm not putting it past Stewart and Guerra potentially to work hard on the descent.
They're going to keep that pressure on, keeping the chain tight. Now we're going to go in towards our race finish category. 4 race. Last time we saw them, they were at 5K to go. They now have brought that distance down, and they are now at 3 kilometers to go. Well, it's a little bit less because Arthur Corbani at the moment is on the chase.
Yeah, 4 riders clear. Henry Yeast, Aidan Sinclair, Nelson Schneider, and Nicholas Arago. Those 4 riders. It's a handful of seconds. And when I say handful, it's 6 seconds at the moment. There's 2.8, 2.7 kilometers to go to the finish. I don't know whether this gap is big enough, but they are definitely working for it, that group of 4.
They certainly are. And I'm just taking a look. Nicholas Arago in that leading team of the pedal club at the moment, looking good. He is a teammate of the overall leader coming into today's stage. That is Nicholas Arago, who the teammate of Ryan Giuliano. So this is going to be really interesting how this plays out on the run into the finish, because Giuliano will be doing no work behind. He's leading it to everyone else. Meanwhile, our 4 riders, you can see the effort written all over Aidan Sinclair's face here. They just have one mission: absolutely burying themselves towards that race finish. They've got 8 seconds. You've got great sprinters like Francis Pino now having to come to the fore to work. He can't afford to let these gaps go too much further. Otherwise, it won't matter what kind of sprint you've got. You're not going to bring this gap back.
Henry Yeast's coffee that we saw earlier now taking effect. But with that 4-rider breakaway at the front, he's working and working strongly. The group, though, are closing this down.
They need to work together better rather than work smart. Don't just work hard. You've got to do both here. And I think the problem is that they have just caught and dropped a number of riders, and it now leaves riders in between. This potential draft that they were using now gone. So Sinclair in the leading group on the left-hand side of your screen. He's got East for company, the man in the middle of your screen. He's got Arago on the right-hand side of your screen. 3 riders from our breakaway of 4. They've got 5 seconds at the moment. Now, that could be brought back, but it's all going to come down into the sprint here. They are catching riders on the way into the finish. This is no gap at all.
Well, it's no gap at all, and it's coming down really fast. It's currently 5 seconds, very soon to be 4. Sinclair, Arago, Schneider, and Yeast. The 4 riders clear at the moment. Marvin Angarita comes onto the fact. Neil Ungara is there as well, but Ungara wanting to manage the pace on the front. Russamaki now starts to come. You can see him on the screen at the moment, up and out of the saddle. Snyder, Arago, Sinclair, Yeast, they have got 1,000 meters to go and a 5-second gap.
This is so tenuous. Can they hold on to this lead? They need to almost bring it out some more, because a big sprint from the back will bring you up. Marvin Angarita, the man who knows what it's like to be on the front of a tandem when you're at the Paralympics, is now on his way. He's really opening up now. He's doing this at 8 watts per kilo to pull them back. He's putting the power down, and he is going to get on the back. And behind him, they are coming one by one. Pino is behind him. He's got to just go straight through now. Surely we are so close to the finish. Sinclair on the front. I tell you something, that move by Angarita, he has left riders behind him. He's going to power his way up into 3rd. He now is going to move into 2nd. He's alongside Arago here. You can see the effort on Aidan Sinclair's face on your screens. Arago is out of the saddle. This is the run for the line. 250 meters to go around this right-hand bend. They will sight the banner, and there's nothing to choose between Angarita and Arago. Arago is just starting to fade, but kicks again. Angarita at the front here. He knows what victory is like. He takes it here today. Marvin Angarita, winner of Category 4 on Stage 3 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026, as the riders behind power to the line to minimize their time loss.
Do you know, I tell you something, Aidan Sinclair is getting my attacker of the day, the brave rider of the day, yet again in category 4. Marvin Angarita, though, tops the table for the Pedal Club. In fact, it's a Pedal Club 1-2. Marvin Angarita in 1, Nicholas Arago in 2. Henry Yeast coming through for 3rd place today. Mika Rusamaki takes 4th, and Jamie Velez takes 5th spot today.
Look who's on the attacks, Carlos Manarelli.
Yeah.
I tell you something, this man is irrepressible. It is brilliant to see the Brazilian rider Manarelli now on the front. He's got 6 seconds to Watts, and it's a further 11 seconds back to Chicors and the bunch behind. So at the moment, Watts just being distanced by Manarelli. They are out from the finish by 5 kilometers, just under the 5 kilometers to go at the moment for the riders on the front. This is a huge effort. This is a real all or nothing. They have to keep pushing now. I don't think they can afford to sit up. I don't think Manarelli can wait for Watts. Watts has to charge up to Manarelli because they are just too close to the finish here in Hudayriyat Island on stage 3 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. And at the moment, we have 2 riders breaking clear and staying clear of the category 3 run into the line. I think there's some tired legs already out there. These chases are not pulling these riders back as fast as we maybe would have seen on stage 1. The cumulative fatigue is building up. Mikhail Jakila and Maciej Skierski, the 2 teammates, are looking to bring these riders back. They are in 1 and 2 in the standings. They were 1 on the stage yesterday, but this is all about getting the timing right. You get this correct, you will get yourself into a winning position. Have the 2 riders done enough? Jean Janicki tucked nicely into the main group here. His countryman Manarelli up the road, but I think, if I remember correctly, riding on different teams, so that is going to be a little bit different as we drop in with Raphael Buchter. If this comes together, watch out for Buchter as we come into the sprint. He's got a good kick on him.
He really does.
Watch out. I think Morgan could be worth the watch here.
Yeah, he could be, but I think Morgan more of a breakaway rider. Wilson Velada on your screen now. He too could be one to watch if it does come back together again. 48 riders were in this leading group through that final sprint segment. So this is going to be a really interesting finish. Can the fast finishing bunch, once the sprint starts to wind up, catch the group? But I'm not sure they can. They're a long way down the line. Rune Bakken will be waiting for a sprint. He is a really strong sprinter, got a great finish on him. But the pack have to be in the right place for the finish. And at the moment, it's looking like not the top steps.
It is. The longer that time goes by, the more and more secure our riders out front are looking. You can see on the satellite view, they're already round the left-hand turn. They're halfway in towards our right-hand bend that weaves us through this very sinuous section of a race route as the front now starts to wake up and realize that they're in danger of missing out here. They're in danger of missing out of a place on the minor steps because this run is going to be critical. Now, Patrick Karlstrom has shed the glasses. He's now ready to go. Let's see
if he can make this go.
It is. We will see if the finisher rider can make this count. His tongue might be white and blue. The flag might be white and blue, but his legs might be black and blue by the time we finish. The amount of effort he's going to have to put in. Matthews Kalman with the jersey blowing in the breeze gets out of the saddle. A little bit of a riser here, 2%. Just a little kicker over the top of this long left-hander, and this bunch are still not closing down the gap enough. This is going to be all over. We're going to come back to that because we're going to go down to the final sprint in category 2.
Yeah, we are indeed. We're on the Hudayriyat Beach sprint in category 2, and Julian Hertz and Michel Macedo are the ones battling here. Vidal Mayer now starting to come from the back from the group, but I think he's left this too late. So Hertz and Macedo go through 1 and 2. Mayer goes through in 3. Mendakowicz goes through with Graves and Gorjank. The question for me is who keeps going? Mendakowicz is the rider that's continuing to push
and
on.
Graves and Mayer reckon.
Yeah, I think you may be right there, but Maciej Mendakowicz goes, right, okay, we've got 8 kilometres till the finish. Let's go.
So Hertz, Machado, Mayer, Mendakowicz and Graves, the point scorers on the way through. Graves and Mendakowicz, so that is a dangerous duo. And the gold jersey knows it. We're seeing the race leader, Giselle Betty. He holds his powder dry. He keeps it tinder dry. But at the moment, the spark has been put to the powder, and he needs to go bang as we see the chases on. And Watts and Manarelli are together. Watts has caught Manarelli in the race lead. 10 seconds further back he's down, and I think Watts has shed Manarelli as Manarelli's legs fallen off. Here they have. He's got to work, he's got to recoup, he's got to reset and refine that energy. There is less than 1 kilometer to go. Watts has caught Manarelli. Manarelli now resting behind Watts. The main group behind. This is not going to be their day on the top step of the podium. They're fighting for third place at the moment. They're not that far behind, but it might be too far given what we've seen in the categories that have finished already here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026 on stage 3 here in Hudayriyat Island. The riders really entertaining us. You can see the 2 riders in front. The gap is at 7 seconds. It looks less, but it's got to be tempting. They maybe the riders in this group are thinking, we can do this. This is close enough, but I don't think it is. Less than 1,000 meters left to go. Bush out of the saddle, winds up a big gear here. You're starting to see the power coming down as Quiros goes in pursuit.
Well, the question for me is, can David Watts work himself into the gold leader's jersey overnight? He's 1 second off on GC at the moment, but the catch is being made with 600 meters to go. Watts starts to pick up the power. He wants to try and get in the slipstream, but Quiros has just gone flying over the top.
So Quiros powered his way out of that main bunch. You can see he got the gap. He's the first rider to close them down, but I think he may have gone too soon. He has. Christian Montoya has gone over the top with power, but look at Reinheimer go. Reinheimer's not that far off in the GC. He could put enough time into the rest of these riders with a good sprint. Gallo is coming. Yu Young Lin has gone over the top of Gallo, and so has Almeida. Cansara is coming. Can Reinheimer hold? The answer is no. Almeida has gone, and Reinheimer is in there. Yu Young Lin is chasing. Oh, did Patterson steal it on the line? He chased them in. He was holding the draft. That was so close. The momentum carried Patterson over the line. Did it carry him to victory?
Yeah, no.
No,
it didn't. And let me tell you, we thought one of the finishes in the women's race was close, but that was 0.001 of a second. Franklin Almeida takes the win in category 3 ahead of Zach Patterson. Yun Yu Lin comes through for third. Butcher for fourth, Brook for fifth, Guarin for sixth, Reinheimer takes seventh, Cansara takes eighth, Gallo takes ninth, Skierski takes 10th. Within 1 second, 15 riders.
Absolutely flying on the way in there. Congratulations to Franklin Almeida of the cycling district team, taking race victory from Zach Patterson by the smallest margin possible. And the overall, I think, I mean, that is close. Is it Reinheimer's?
No.
Oh,
Yun Yu Lin will go into gold tomorrow.
As well, so young rider and holding the
by 0.06 of a second.
Well done, buddy. Yeah, nice.
0.06 of a second back. Reinheimer 0.07 of a second back. There is a second separating the top 5 riders on GC in category 3.
Okay, let's focus on our category 1 and category 2 races. Category 1, basically, they're all together. They are making their way at the 55-kilometer marker down from the summit of the climb. It's quite tranquil in the category 1 race at the moment. I'm not saying it's been like that all the way. Category 2 race is a whole different kettle of fish, and that is because we have got a huge breakaway group on the front. That breakaway group of 9 riders have opened a massive gap. It contains in that leading group the riders in first and in second place in the overall classification. Mr. X100 in second, and Giselle Betty in the gold jersey of the lead. The group behind is a big group, but they have work to do if they want to be back in the mix for the race finish. This is really interesting. 9 riders, it's a big group in front. It's one of the biggest groups. Peter Milostic, I think, has missed the move up front. I just want to get confirmation of that, but I think he's not in that leading group. Graves is there, Nico, Mitchell in the group, Mendakowicz is in there, Guerra is in there,
Betty's in there.
Betty is in there that we know. X100 is in that. Damsgaard is in here as well. They've got the gap. Krasnich is chasing. He's about 5 seconds back at the moment. Betty needs to make sure he doesn't lose any time on the remaining
Milostic isn't.
3.5K.
Milostic comes to the front of the group behind, but they're 16 seconds back at the moment. This is a group that could go all the way, but all the way is still 3.3 kilometers away.
I think the biggest problem for them is there's 9 riders, and they all know that they're capable of winning.
Yes.
Everybody in this group has got the potential to win. There are riders who don't have a kick who are on form. Phil Grace. There are riders who are not necessarily on the form we would expect, but have an amazing kick. And we have great riders coming to the form of their lives. So I think at the moment we are seeing a really difficult choice to be made by this leading group. The gap is 10 seconds to Krasnich and 20 to our rider in third place. That's Peter Milostic, who is in that group behind. And I think that this is a selection being made right now. For me, what will be critical now is, can they actually get themselves in a position where they work together? Gorshank chasing behind. You need a concerted chase here. You're going to need to take it in turns. There needs to be some kind of cooperation. Just the odd spat up the road is not going to be enough when you've got 9 riders like that on the front.
Well, and interestingly, they've got James Krasnich between the two groups.
Yep.
So that's an interesting move in terms of when you make the catch to him. Is there a little bit of confusion that you've made the catch when actually the main group are down the road?
You would hope that people still have enough vision and oxygen in the system for their eyeballs to work, to actually read the screen and read the numbers. But that's a massive assumption, because you're struggling to see with effort, there's not many times in my life I've gone hard enough to not be able to see straight, but I have. And I know that that's what we could see. Mr. X100 at the moment, the defending champion in Category 2 from 2025, is the rider who's just been dialing it on the front of that group. He knows this is the opportunity to put people in trouble. Each time one of our leaders is in the selection at the front and another of the big contenders isn't, that's time being gained. Let's go back down to our sprint. We're in with Ollie Jones at the moment, just trying to close down on Jasper Paradines in Category 1. Paradines is going to take it from Jones from, nice to see Bjorn Andreasen waking up on stage 3.
Well, he is indeed, but Pavel Skirski down in 5th place there. And in terms of those points, it isn't going his way at the moment. So Jasper Paradines taking 5, Jones taking 4, Skirski just taking 1. So it's all changed now. Paradines leading with 40 points, Jones with 38, Pavel Skirski with 33. So all changed there. But one of the things that is interesting is that Jason Osborne, whilst taking the points at the top of the Hudayriyat climb for the second time, it was just a 4-second gap over Lyndon Milostic, Kel Power, Stefan Van Elst and Neil Fryard. 29 riders in the leading group in Category 1. I think they've dropped 1 or 2 along the way, but it still means it's looking like a 27-up sprint in Category 1 on the run-in to the line. But that run-in to the line, well, it is still 8 kilometres to go.
It's a lot closer for the Category 2 leaders. Our finish line at 66.6K. And even by my bad maths, that's less than 800 meters still left to go. This is your leading group at the moment. 9 riders who've gone clear. Stuart Damsgaard, X100, Mendakowicz, along with Betty, Nico in here, Phil Graves in the mix as well. This is going to be telling about who's looking for time. Vidar Mer has been sprinting like he's absolutely on fire as Mr. X100 goes for a long one. We know he's maybe not got the same sprint, but he's got the power to go for a long one, and they don't need to hesitate behind David Nitko, centre left of your screen. 12 watts per kilo in pursuit, goes on the right-hand side. This is the run for the line, 250 meters to go. Guerra is starting to come. Can Guerra get the victory he's been searching for so long? He drops back. Stewart comes up onto the wheels, and now Stewart is leading this. He can see the banner. Mitchell Stewart has got the lead. Damsgaard's going to take it to the line. Mitchell Stewart takes the win on stage 3 here in category 2. What a run for the line. Mitchell Stewart coming over the line in 1 there. It's going to now be about time. How much time has this group taken? Stewart in 1, Damsgaard in 2, Guerra in 3, Betty in 4, Nico in 5, Mendakowicz in 6, Mayer in 7, and Mr. X100 in 8th. Graves in 9th. Emma, what's that time gap back?
The time gap is 15 seconds.
More time.
Pardon Cooper taking the sprint from the group behind from Carsten, Ortiz, Bjorklund, Fournier, Trojanowski, and Bird. Wow, that was just some motoring move in category 2, and those time gaps are going to make all of the difference in that competition. It's going to be just so close.
Betty and X100, I don't think are going to be split on time. Maybe 1 more second between first and second place in category 2, because there was about a second separating them as they went over the line. But then behind, it's going to be a much bigger gap back to Malostik. Has he even held on to third place?
So at the moment, I can tell you provisionally, Betty will be in goals tomorrow. X100 3 seconds back, Stewart 8 seconds back, Guerra 10 seconds back, as we take a look at Hayden Pucker moving off the front at the 61.6 kilometre marker.
Now, we know that Hayden Pucker can go down into an FTP test and lay down a phenomenal amount of power. This is a flat run into the finish, and that is a dangerous man to let down the road in time trial mode. Niall Pedersen, very aware of that, looking to close the gap down. The Norwegian at the moment, closing the gap down behind him. Van Elst and Don Amverjasin, 3 Belgium jerseys in pursuit behind, but they're riding on a number of different teams here. At the moment, the speed down here is phenomenal. It's 50k an hour pretty much on the front. If you're drifting back, you're still drifting back at 45, 46k an hour. Vujasin holding position in this bunch at the moment. This is going to be really, really key. What can they do about this as they move forward? Vujasin, though, holding position as another kick goes on top. Van Elst it is this time.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here because Pucker can really hold some high watts here. Lyndon Milostic having to do 10 watts per kilo to try and close a gap down to riders doing 6. And that's all about watts on the flatlands. Dan Shurek burying himself now to close this gap down and bring the group back. Pucker now sitting up. That attack is over, but expect more in the next 4K.
And remember, we saw on our screens just how much money is at stake here in the run for the stage win. There are 3 prizes, top 3 getting prizes on the stage.
Yeah, but pride and reputation also key.
Well, it is. And also, I think there's a marker to be laid down here for the further stages. There's a lot of psychological games being played, I think, in this bunch, as we see another move off the front, another big kick this time. And Pucker is irrepressible at the moment. So is Niall Pedersen. Where Pucker goes, Pedersen is sure to follow. Milostic is in the wheels, and now Neil Fryatt comes across. He's not in sprint mode at the moment. That was marking moves by Fryatt.
Yeah.
He didn't want to let that go, but he didn't want to put too much energy in. His moves allowed the bunch to come back as another kick, and this time it's the youngster Lyndon Milostic on the move on the front. We saw him. It's got to be, I think, the 2023 MyWhoosh Championships when he was absolutely on fire. We're going to see how he's going now. Lyndon Milostic is on the move. He's making the move. Can he make this stick here today? He's not got the gap, and this is the problem. There's so much power behind. Panizza's looking very cool, calm and collected at the moment. He knows he's waiting. He's watching. 63.8k cover, less than 3k to go.
Well, Milostic is his teammate being sent down the road to do the work for the sprinters in the team at the moment. And the pack here all still together wide across the road with the riders going off the front. And at the moment, we've got another big push coming. Rick Van Erck is in the mix. He's in the pack. He's watching the moves. He's going to come into the finish. Still got time to wave. What a nice man. He's like 2.5K from the finish. They're moving down the road, the two riders, but Rick Van Erck in the mix with the pack. So is Skierski, so is Pedersen, so is Van He, so is Paradian, so is Fryer. Dan Turek for the Alpha Jaw squad is on the van at the moment. The Space Cowboys are directing business. Milostic is tucked into the wheel. Pucker is right at the front. Pucker wants to make the action today. This is either a big lead out or this is Pucker just going from the flatlands today. But they've got 2,000 meters left of stage 3, and this is going to be one big sprint. I don't think anybody's going to get away right now because there's too many riders to cover the moves.
There's so many riders in this group. It's not very often we see a big bunch sprint or big for category 1. And this is definitely big for category 1 as they come in. We're in with Joshua Harris just hovering at the back of that group. But ominously, Pavel Skierski in the young riders jersey, a man who's been up there in the sprints competition, looking to see what he can do as we see breakaway specialist Bjorn Andreasen. This is a second attack we've seen from Andreasen today on our screens. He's going to 8.5 watts per kilo on this hesitation behind. Nobody has picked up the pace here. We're at 65.2, 60.5.3 very, very shortly. And then with a K.5 to go, this is Andreasen going and they're looking at each other. This could be bye-bye stage victory. Hello, Andreasen on the top step. Now the response comes. Well, that was delayed. He's caught them napping. The indecision could cost them dear. If it doesn't cost them the victory, it's going to cost them a lot of energy to bring him back. 65.4K covered. Andreasen on the front, and Nair and Dont now doing the work, chasing down. Fryer is holding the wheels again. So is Van Alst. Knudsen is up at the front. We've not seen his name around the front of the group for a long time. He's been keeping himself safe and out of trouble as Nair still tries to close this gap down. We're at 65.7, 900 meters to go.
900 meters to go. Andreasen's attack has caught them all snoozing. Don and Ned. Don's at 11.5 watts per kilo, trying to get onto Andreasen's wheel. He may well make it. There's a gap forming now with the group, and Andreasen. Don goes up and over the top at the right-hand side. Ruben Don is dangerous, but the rest of the pack are coming with 600 meters to go.
Ruben Dont went down the side there at 8 watts per kilo. Now he goes to 11. This is going to be a smooth, long run from him. He's got to ignore what's going on behind. Ollie Jones has gone up to 11. Has Dont got another kick left in those legs? He's going to need to use it if he can, because Jones is going to come powering by him. It looks like Ollie Jones has found his sprint legs back once again. You can see him centre on the bottom of the screen, but behind him now, Pedersen, Jasper Paradis and Jason Osborne are coming. There's 14 watts per kilo being thrown down there. They're over 1,000 watts at times, and Jason Osborne comes charging to the line. That may well have been Osborne's in the sprint. It came down to the throw. Osborne, Pedersen and Paradians at the line. The result, Emma, is it on us? It's not on my screen.
It's on mine.
It's arrived on your. It's arrived on mine.
Jason
Osborne
goodness, takes the win. What a sprint. What timing. Osborne from Pedersen, from Paradians and Thrall, Fryer, Skierski, Power, Jones, Van Elst and Van He. Look at that. That was a massive 26 up sprint in the end to decide that category 1 race today. Stage 3, it's not controlling the chaos, it's creating the chaos today.
And that chaos contained within those sprint finishes, chasing down riders prepared to have an attack, prepared to go on the offensive, prepared to dig, prepared to kick. That was utterly brutal. There's no other word for it. That finish, whoever designed that, they were a pure sadist, because that really tested the rider's legs. Emma, that was one of the best set of finishes we've seen for a long time. I mean, a real pleasure to call the sprints coming in there, even if it was almost impossible to tell. I mean, we're talking category 1 race. When was the last time we saw a bunch sprint like that? And then Jason Osborne, I saw 14.5 watts per kilo coming from Jason Osborne on the run into that line as he came towards the finish.
It was all about timing. It absolutely was. And holding your nerve and holding your nerve and holding your nerve. You know, he put his teammate Hayden Pucker on the attack, sort of 4K out. And Hayden went, he came back, he went, he came back, he went, he came back. But he was the one keeping the action high. Osborne and Skierski were sat in the bunch, waiting. They knew exactly what was going on at the front, and they weren't having any part of it. They were forcing the other teams to do the work, knowing that they were going to be in there in the sprint. And Jason Osborne just was consummate in terms of his patience today, and patience paid off.
It did. It paid off by 0.094 of a second, just less than a tenth of a second, separating Osborne from Pedersen. Paradine still inside of 1 second. A real blanket over the top to cover the three riders as they came over the line. Thrall, Fryatt, Skierski, Power, Jones, Van Elsen, Vanny, all in that leading group. And Matthias Vanny put in a great ride here as a rider who's moved up through the ranks into Category 1. I think that's a great performance. 10th on the stage today, because just to get to be in contention, you've had to go over both those climbs. So really interesting result there. In terms of our teams on the team lead at the moment, I mean, by my reckoning, it's nothing.
It's so close. 26 seconds separates the top two teams in Category 1. And I think this is going to go down to the wire. And it could be a really interesting conversation later on the podcast. But the Avjor Space Cowboys are 26 seconds back from the final bosses. And I'm not sure. It's going to be so interesting because after 3 days, does it look like the final bosses are beatable?
Yes, I'm going to. I tell you what, ask me at the end of stage 7. Let's move to Category 2 here. Another great sprint. Mitchell Stewart there coming in. For me, this is not just about that sprint, though. It's not just about the run for the line by Mitchell Stewart with a great victory, but this is also about your overall GC leader, Josiah Betty, being in the break. Second place, Miss X100 being in the break. Those 9 riders now have got 15 seconds, but they're not all the same 9 riders who've got time previously.
No.
And because of that, it's starting to shake some bigger gaps in the GC overall.
Well, I think Betty and X100 wouldn't let a gap go to a group unless they were in it. You know, they're 2 riders right at the top of the overall standings in Category 2. You know, they're controlling their teams to protect those positions, and they protected them really well today. 9 riders did go clear, but those 2 key riders were there. Out of that group, Mitchell Stewart, for me, was the one to have your eyes on in a sprint, because he's had some phenomenal sprint finishes recently and done some great work in Category 2. He's done that again today, but boy, did those sprinters give him a run for his money in terms of that. It was absolutely outstanding at the finish in Category 2 today. In the team competition, it's as close pretty much as it is in the stage standings. So the overall team competition, 13 seconds separating the Vuelta Panda, which is Damsgaard's team, from the UAE Clan team. But at 19 seconds in third place is the Goats. At 28 seconds is Team Balbina. And at 32 seconds is the Peloton Phantoms. So there is everything to play for in that Category 2 team competition going into tomorrow.
Category 3, Franklin Almeida taking that win. That is so close. I think we had it on our screens as 0.001 and 0.002. I mean, it is nothing in that. That brutal sprinting coming in. Again, seeing that sprint come in, you've got some amazing riders like Bushter, who's within 0.4 of a second of the race lead, but he's down in 4th place. I mean, you know, inside of 1 second, 8 riders there. Nicole Cansara putting a good sprint in there. Reinheimer right up there. I mean, that run for the line, it was so about timing.
Yeah, it was indeed. And what fabulous timing. And talking about timing, the team competition, Suffer Together. Everybody is suffering with Suffer Together, let me tell you, because there's 8 seconds separating the top 2 teams. There's 8 seconds separating the top 3 teams. There's only 10 seconds separating the top 4 teams in Category 3. And when you go a little bit further down, 6 teams are within 27 seconds of each other. So everybody is out there suffering together, along with the team at the top.
Let's move on to Category 4 here. Marvin Angarita, we saw that power. He came through the riders. I mean, he was like a hot knife through butter as he came across from the bunch behind. He came through. I thought he's going to blow. He's going to blow. He's put in the effort to go through, but then can he carry it to line? And absolutely superb delivery at the end. Arago running him close. The guys in that breakaway, I mean, still there. Arago, Ace, they still held on.
They did. I think Sinclair finished in 11th, didn't he?
Yeah.
But what a race and what an attack. Such a brave move from those 4 riders, and it didn't quite hold. In the team competition, Pedal Club are at the top of the tree, but just 1 second back is Cycle District 4A in the Category 4 race. BMC Anzacs at 18 seconds in 3rd place. So pretty much like we saw with the race today and the race standings, the team competition really tight going into our first mountain stage tomorrow.
And a quick reminder for you, we are literally live in the studio bringing you all these race results. So they are updating as we speak. They're all provisional at this stage. We'll get a slight update, I'm sure, before we go into the podcast, where we'll be talking about Marius Fossier. It's great to see him back on top. I mean, I was not joking when I said in commentary, he has literally moved the family holiday around for this race, and he's been paid off with that win ahead of Luke Kendall. And we know Kendall is strong. Spratt on another great race. Lasno taking sprint wins in those intermediate sprints. What a competition!
But look at Lucas Petter, making sure he's in the right place at the right time to defend that jersey. He didn't need to win the race, but he needed to be right up there. He needed to be as close to the front as possible, and he did a brilliant job defending that leader's jersey today.
Team competition is going to be, no doubt, just as tight and very, very close. Interesting to see inside that top 10, though. Junior Silva and Junior Alberto Pens, both from the Road Brazil ZTBR squad as well. Let's move to Category 6 here. Our final category we're going to talk about here on the coverage here on YouTube and on Twitch TV. Dylan Kennett, 2 stages for Kennett. And he really was the man to beat, given his pedigree in terms of having track speed. But Jonathan Fager, I mean, he ran him close. Two winners over 3 stages, and they're the 1-2 here in this stage.
Do you know, it's interesting, isn't it? If you take 10 years off your sport and you come back, there's something still there somewhere, isn't there? But Kenneth Fager, Holtz, Corver, Sensing, Gosler. Andre Gosler needed to be as close as possible, but that's a big time gap, going in between that front 4 and then that group behind. That time gap, it's also impacting on the team competition because the BMC 6 squad, they've got a really good buffer going into tomorrow in the team competition of 1:47.
So that is our Category 6 competition. We'll be seeing whether those riders who have that permanent class it doesn't disappear, are going to be able to hold that over and through. When we go on to tomorrow, Emma, it's a change here on the racing, isn't it? Just in terms of both the men's and women's courses, we have a little bit of a change now.
We do.
As we move forward.
We do, because we move we move to the first of 2 big mountain stages. Not quite as big tomorrow as it is the day after, but we head to Bhutan tomorrow. And anybody who's ridden in the Bhutan world in MyWhoosh will know it is exceptionally steep out there. So steep climbs tomorrow, exceptionally long climbs of Columbia for stage 5. But it's all changed. The flatlands have gone. The sprints are still peppered around, but the real climbing begins.
Let's see who can exchange those sprint legs for climb legs overnight, pull them from the wardrobe in the morning. It will be time to find out tomorrow. Please do come and join us. Absolutely brilliant racing here today from our riders. Thank you to our riders for doing such an amazing job. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's taking part, watching, liking, commenting on the YouTube feed. That's where we go pick up all of those comments. Please do remember, there'll be further analysis of the racing on the Inside the Race podcast that Emma, myself, and Hayley Simmons will be bringing you later on tonight, because just 2 races isn't enough with 2 lots of race commentary. You can follow that, do subscribe, like on there. Thank you everybody so far. We're really, really pleased with how it's going, and we put a lot of time, effort and money in it. So please do continue to give us some support. We would love for you to follow MyWhoosh. Remember, all of this is possible because the amazing team at MyWhoosh have put this race together. They work hard behind the scenes. They're long into the night with the verification process, making sure everybody is checked, and they put in the long hours. So a big thank you to them as well. And keep on going, guys. This is stage 3 done. Stage 4 tomorrow. Subscribe on YouTube and on Twitch TV. Please do make sure you follow at MyWhoosh on social media. Follow Emma on at biking_Emma and me at Matt Fixer Payne. And of course, don't forget, we will be back tomorrow, bringing you all of the race action in our women's and men's races as they start to scale the heights of Bhutan. Will they need their beanies because it's cold? Well, you're going to have to find out. But from Emma and myself, from all of the team behind the scenes on the broadcast, enjoy your racing, enjoy your riding. We will see you soon. In fact, we will see you tomorrow. Until then, see you soon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.